The world believes in data nowadays. It has become increasingly crucial in aspects such as business intelligence, e commerce, healthcare appliances, to self driving cars. All of this runs because of systematic learnings humankind has gathered through the processing of data. Now, guys, data is raw, unprocessed information that must be organized and stored in a very systematic manner. And when it comes to that, the first tool that everybody thinks of is Excel. Basically, Excel is a spreadsheet application program used across all the sectors and industries for data storage and organization purposes. That being said, I welcome you all to this video by Intellipaat, where we are going to explore the nuts and bolts of Excel operations. But before we dive into the session, make sure you hit the subscribe button so that you never miss an update from Intellipaat YouTube channel. First of all, we shall look into the agenda for this session. We will begin this session on a very friendly note by covering a basic introduction to the Excel dashboard. Then, we will understand the fill series, referencing, and stat function. After that, we will talk about text functions, Vlookup, and Hlookup as well. Next, we will dive into the concept of data validation, pivots, and charts. Moving forward, we will get introduced with data science. Later that, we will cover concepts such as central tendency, empirical rule, etc. And we will also introspect over why statistics is important. Then we will talk about different types of distribution and concept of data visualization. Finally, we will go through few interview questions that you should know to set your foot into the industry of data. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So, without any further delay, let's get started with the session.
Everyone, welcome to the session of Excel. I just wanted to know how many of you are working in Excel or comfortable with Excel. If comfortable with Excel, type C in the chat box. If not, no issue. I'll not be asking any question. Don't worry. I'll just want to know how many of you are comfortable working with the Excel. One, two. Okay. Only two or more are there. I want the session to be interactive through the chat box, right? So that I'll also enjoy and you will also enjoy the session. I do not want one-sided session. Okay. You are also having the basic sheet along with you. What I'll be doing, I'll be giving you the brief introduction of Excel and then we'll start with the actual Excel. First two sheets are as such the introduction and then we'll be working actually with the Excel. Very first, those who are new for Excel or those don't know Excel, right? This is your menu of Excel where you can see file, home, insert, new tab, right? And below that there is a ribbon. In the ribbon there are various tabs. Okay, this is like your any Microsoft Office software, you can say Word, Excel, PowerPoint, or any other, right? Generally there is a menu and in the menu there are ribbon and in the ribbon there are tabs. Okay, every ribbon, every tab are logically, what you can say, grouped. Like related to font, everything is there in the font menu. Related to alignment, everything is there in the alignment menu. So when I tell you to go to the menu, in that case you will be going to this particular menu. Am I clear? When we talk about Excel is nothing but a two-dimensional data set or two-dimensional what you can say worksheet. When we open Excel in Office 365, only one sheet get opened. Okay, now this is here you can see the name of the book and in the book there are number of worksheets. Okay, and when you open a new file, new Excel workbook, the book name is always book 1 and the sheet name is sheet 1. Okay, and each sheet consists of number of cells. Now what is cell? Cell is nothing but the combination of row and column. Each cell is having the address and the address of the cell can be seen in the name box. This is called name box. This is called formula box. This is called formula box. Okay, now rows are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4 and columns are named as A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, when you press Control right arrow key, right, you can see the last column name, which is XFD. There are total 16,384 columns in your Excel. 16,384 columns in your Excel. And when you press Control down arrow key, there are total 10,48,576 rows into your Excel. And the intersection of row and column is a cell. Now when we talk about cell, each cell is having a distinct address, and the address of the cell in Excel is column name followed by row number. That is, if my cursor is here, my column name is A and row is 1 and my cell address is A1. Clear up to this to everyone? Okay, now I had given the introduction: what is workbook, what is worksheet, what is column, what is row, what is cell, what is formula bar, and what is name box. Now to rename or to copy the sheet, right, you can right click the sheet and there is an option of rename, delete, insert, okay, move or copy. Various options are available into your worksheet to rename, insert, delete the worksheet. Now, as far as shortcut keys are concerned, I'll be telling you the shortcut keys while I'll be taking the session. Okay, but some of the shortcut keys, like if you want to insert any new worksheet, instead of going to right click and say insert, then say worksheet, then say okay, this is a long process, right? Those who works in Excel, they generally use the shortcuts. I had given you the shortcut keys text file, but I'll be telling you also the shortcuts during the session. To insert a new worksheet, the shortcut is Shift F11. Check it. Shift F11 whether a sheet get inserted. Check the shortcut key Shift F11 whether the sheets get inserted into your workbook. Let me know. Yeah. Now, Control F12 and Control only F12 and Control F12. These 3-4 keys are important because whenever you want to save, when you press F12 key, you can see Save As dialog box appears and you can save your document where your workbook wherever you want to, giving the name. F12 is the shortcut key to save as. Check it whether the box of save as opens when you press F12. Control F12 to open any worksheet and open any workbook. Control F12 to open any workbook. Done everyone? If done, type Y in the chat box. Right, good. Okay, now if you want to create a new workbook, not the worksheet. Creating worksheet is Shift F11. And if you want to create a new workbook, in that case, Control N is the shortcut key. Control N, N for Nagpur. Yeah. Now, if I want to go to any cell, right? What we generally do, if I want to go to suppose E12, we generally move our cursor like this and then we go to particular cell, right? Everyone? Or we generally go and click. But if your cell is far away, like suppose I want to go to AA10, I have to scroll my cursor and then I can go to that particular place, right? Short, what you can do, a shortcut key to go to a particular cell. In the name box, you can type the cell name where you want to go. Suppose I want to go to the cell AA10, and if I press enter, my cursor will be onto the cell AA10. Check it. Okay, now to go back to your original AA1, I can press Control Home key. Control Home key so that my cursor will be at the first cell. Chalo. Now, this is called your QAT. No issues. This is called your QAT, Quick Access Toolbar. Some commands are by default over there and we can add the command also to Quick Access Toolbar. Okay. Again, one more, if you require a more space to work on, in that case, onto your keyboard, you can press Control F1 key. Control F1. It hides your ribbon. It is a toggle button. Control F1. Once you press, it goes off. Another time you press, it comes in. Check it now. Okay. When you are entering any data any data in your Excel, when you are entering any data in your Excel, right? If I am entering any number, and if I increase the size, right, it is right align. If I am pressing any text data, it is always left align. Okay. Now, depending upon your system's date format, right, system's date format, if you enter the date in any cell, like if I am entering date, it is going to be right align. The data numeric and dates are right align, while the data text is left align. Type it, check it, let me know. Okay. Now, if you want to change the data type in the home menu, in the number tab, you are having the option to change the data types. Okay. Now, come down to the sheet number 2, which is introduction. Come down to sheet number 2, which is introduction. Now, within the data, keep the cursor within the data, press Ctrl A. Your data will get selected. 2 times Ctrl A, your sheet will get selected. If your cursor is outside the data, Ctrl A will select the complete sheet. If your cursor is outside the data, complete sheet will get selected. Okay. Now, if you are anywhere in the data, if you press Ctrl Home, it will be on the first cell. If you press Ctrl End, it will be last used cell of your Excel sheet. Ctrl Home, HOME, there is a key onto your keyboard. Ctrl End, there is a key onto your keyboard. Both are the keys for going to the first cell and going to the last cell of your sheet. Done, everyone? Okay. 2 more answers, please. Yeah. Now, keep your cursor in the data anywhere. Keep your cursor in the data anywhere. Now, generally, if you want to insert the column, what we do, we select the column and say insert. If you want to insert a row, we select the row and we say insert. And if you want to insert a cell, row or column on any cell, right click and you are having insert option. You can insert left, right, okay, insert cell left or right or down, or you can insert entire row or entire column. But this requires a lot of time, and for this purpose we are having a shortcut. Keep your cursor anywhere in the data and press shift spacebar onto your keyboard. Shift spacebar to select the row and control spacebar to select the column. I am telling you first selecting and then I will be telling you other things. Control spacebar to select the column, shift spacebar to select the row, and control shift spacebar to select the entire data, which is Control A. Control spacebar, shift spacebar, control shift spacebar. Done, everyone? Okay. Now, if your row is selected and if you press Control plus, now those who are having the number pad onto their laptops, they can press Control plus from the laptop, from the number pad. And those who are not having the number pad, they should press Control shift and equal to sign, which is Control plus ultimately, right? So if you press Control plus, a row will get inserted above. Control minus, row will get deleted. Okay. Now control spacebar will select a column, and if I say Control plus, a column will get inserted depending upon your selection. Okay. If your column is selected, in that case it will be column insertion, and if row is selected, it is row insertion. Shortcut key is same, Control plus, and to delete the column or row, Control minus. Am I clear to everyone? Okay. Now, if you are not selected anything and if you are pressing Control plus, that dialog box will appear whether you want to insert the cell, whether right, down, entire row or entire column. If you are on a cell and if you are pressing Control plus, it will have dialog box whether you want to insert a row or a column, right? Now if you are in any cell and if you are typing anything, right, you are eligible to enter the data. Now to edit the data, either you double click in the cell, and if you don't want to use the mouse, in that case you can press F2 key onto your keyboard so that the cell will be in the edit mode. F2 key onto your keyboard to edit the cell. Okay, now one more thing, if your cursor is on any cell, down you can see on the status bar, you can see this ready. That means I am ready to enter the data in the cell. Now when I enter the data in the cell, it is enter. Okay, and when I press enter, it will be for onto the another cell. Now onto any cell, if I press F2, you can see over here is a edit. Okay, so there are three cells mode: ready, edit, or enter. Clear to everyone? Good. Any doubt till now? No, I suppose. Okay, chalo. Come down to fill. Now I want to repeat the number 1. So I am writing 1 over here. Okay. Now after writing 1, you can copy and paste in all the cells, or the down corner you can drag down so that you will have all 1 1 1 1. Clear? Do along with me now. Type 1 and drag it down so that you will have 1 1 1 1 in all the cells. The next one is I want to generate a series from 1 to 12. So I am writing 1, I am writing 2, I am selecting both the cells and I am dragging it down. Once done, let me know. Okay. Now I want to generate the table of 6. Right? That is why what I did, I wrote 6 over here, I wrote 12 over here, I selected both the cell and then I drag it down. Whatever was the difference, that got repeated. Okay, it's repeating 6 and 12. Now previously we were in the last two we were typing 2 cell, but months and weeks, this series are already generated or already there in your Excel. In that case, even if I write only Jan, okay, and I'll drag it down, I'm getting all months name. Same for the week. If I write Sunday and if I drag it down, I'm getting weekdays. Okay. Now date, be careful for the date, right? When you are writing the date should be right aligned, otherwise these all three will not work. Okay, here I am writing today's date 06/08/2022. okay, it is right aligned, and when the date is right aligned and if I drag it down, I'll get this plus ka sign, and when I drop it down, I'm having the option whether I want to fill days, weekdays, months, year. Okay, if I say days, only the date will get changed. Clear? Depending upon your system format, please enter the date accordingly. Okay, fill the dates. Now copy this date beside. Okay, this time I want to fill the months. Okay, so I am dragging it down. Here I am saying fill months. Now see, months got filled, but the date are same. Done everyone? Chal. Same thing, you can have the year. Now date will be same, month will be same, only year will get added. Now if your data is present in the left column, Excel knows that how much data has to be copied down, and that is why if you write anything and here at the right down corner, till now we were dragging that, right? But if I double click this right corner, all the data will get copied downside. Data or formula, whatever it is. If I write anything and write down corner, if I double click, okay, the data will get copied downside. Done everyone? Okay. 2 more answers please. Now one more shortcut is if I want to fill down the data in the number of cells. I had selected the cell, I wrote 1 and I press Ctrl Enter. The data will get filled up in all the cells. Yes, Ctrl D also. Done everyone? Now everyone or anyone, let me know if you want to create a series of thousands, 1 to 1000. What will you do? Anyone? Generally what we do, we write 1, we write 2, and picking both, we go down up to 1000, right? Okay, now see, what can I do? No need to go for, I'm writing 1, I'm going to home menu. In the home menu, there is a field option. In the field option, there is a series. Okay, now I want to fill the column, that is why I'll select column. Now step value is how much difference you want. Now in the series, whether you want to fill up the row or you want to fill up the column. I want to fill up the column. In the same column, I want all the values. Okay, then step value, the meaning of step value is whether you want in the series 2 car difference, 1 car difference, or 3 car difference. If you want odd value, we'll say 2 car difference, 1 3 5 7, like this it will get generated. Okay, in case you want even number, you will write first number as 2 and then difference of 2, so that even series will get generated. At this moment I want to have 1 to 1000. I wrote 1, the step value is 1, and this is 1000. Clear everyone? Okay, now if I say okay, you can check the series of 1000 gets generated. No need to drag down. Check it, try it, and let me know. Okay, 2 done. One more done, please. Okay, chal. Now Excel, why we use Excel generally? We want the work to be done dynamically. The meaning is, if I write equal to 2 plus 5, this is always constant. Tomorrow if I want to change it, I have to change both the numbers and then I'll get the answer. Instead of that, what can I do? I can write in a cell 2, in the another cell 4, another cell 4. Okay, and I can write equal to this plus this. Okay, now tomorrow if I change this number to 8, my sum will get changed automatically. And this is why we use Excel, so that when we write formula or the function, at that time the things will get changed automatically if we change the figures or the cell value, right? This everyone might be knowing. Okay, chalo, no issues. Now Excel is either you are writing the formula or you are writing the function. Now what is the meaning of function? If I write equal to, and if I write, suppose I want to do the sum, if I write sum, okay, you can see sum in the drop down box because these are the functions available in the Excel. Now you can manually write the bracket, or you can press tab key whenever you go to that particular function. Now your function demands always the parameters. What is the meaning of parameter? In the bracket, whatever you can see, number 1, number 2, number 3, right? These are said to be the parameters or arguments. Okay, if I say 4 comma 5, it will give me the sum of 4 comma 5. Okay, if I write this cell comma this cell, it will give me the sum of these two. But in Excel there is one more option which is called range. Now when I say range, it is collection of number of cells. Collection of number of cells is said to be a range. Now I can write equal to sum of, right, these two. Now when you are writing the range, it is a separator. The colon is a separator between the two range or two cell, whatever cell you select as a range. Clear to everyone? Yeah. Okay, so it is 8 plus 4, 12. Tomorrow if I change this to 15, it will be 15 plus 4, 19. So this is called your formula. This is called your function. This is called your formula. This is called your function. Now I can refer any cell using equal to and that cell reference. I press enter, it is reference of that cell, means the value in this cell will be of this cell. Now tomorrow if I change this cell to, I am getting MMM over here. That means cell reference is always dynamic. Clear to everyone? Now in Excel we work on to references. Now you have to understand the basic working of your Excel first, and then we'll be going for some difficult one. Okay, now come down to referencing sheet. Come down to referencing sheet. Here if I am giving equal to B2, right? When I come down, see my references are B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9. Clear what I said? When I copy the data downside, my references are getting changed automatically. Okay, and since I copied the data downside or copied the reference downside, right, it is increasing the row number. Clear? Okay. Now, when I copy this formula beside, you can see the reference got changed from column C to column D. Here it was B2. Now here it is C2. That means my column number get changed automatically. Clear? Okay. Now when I copy down this, it will be C2, C3, C4, C5. Clear to everyone? Okay. This type of referencing is called relative referencing in Excel, and this is the by default referencing. We can change this using the dollar sign. Many of you might be knowing. We'll be looking after within short time what the dollar referencing is. Okay. But this is the relative referencing. Clear to everyone? Anyone, if not clear, let me know now only, because referencing is the base in your Excel. One more answer please. Okay. Chalo. Now what this table says, this is item, this is quantity, price, total amount, discount. Now I want to calculate what is the discount amount. I'll be writing the formula directly, equal to this into this. Okay. And I'll press enter. Now when I copy this downside, you can see in the first cell it was D5, E5, D6, E6, D7, E7, D8, E9, right? But what happened? I have to write everywhere 2%, 2%, 2%. Tomorrow, if I want to give the 5% ka discount, in that case I have to write 5% in one cell and it should be copied down to other cell. Yes? Do you agree with me? Okay. Now, what I want, instead of writing in the all cell, I'll write 5% in the one cell or 2% in the one cell, and I'll drag the formula downside. But when I drag the formula downside, what will happen? This like this. This wrote everyone. Write it, complete this table. Okay. Now come down to this table. I'm writing 2% over here. Right. Now what I want to do? I want equal to this multiplied by this cell. But when I copy this formula downside, what will happen? M3 will become M4, M5, M6 like this. Do you agree with me? This we had seen over here. When I copy down, the cell references get changed automatically. Right? Yeah. So for this purpose, what have to be done? I have to tell the system that every time consider M3 only. Right? Now, to consider M3 only, dollar has to be put before the column name and before the row number. Okay. And to put the dollars, instead of putting manually, I used to press F4 key onto my keyboard. See, once I press F4, it will be both dollar. Second time I press F4, the row will be dollar. Third time if I press F4, the column will be dollar. And when I press again F4, it will be plain. Clear to everyone? Do you agree with me? If I write L2, L5 into M3, when I come down, what will happen? M3 will become M4, M5, M6. Right? I do not want to change M3's reference. And for that purpose, I have to put the dollar sign. Okay. Now dollar, there are two parameters. One is column name and second is row number. I do not want the row number to be changed as well as the column name to be changed. And for this purpose, I am pressing F4 key onto my keyboard. Shortcut to put the dollars. Clear up to this? Yeah. Now, to what you can say, shift the dollars. To shift the dollars, you have to press the F4 key repeatedly. Now, one more time if I press F4, it will be $3. Where to use? I will be coming down soon. Don't worry. One more time if I press F4, it will be $M3. Okay, the dollar will get shifted to M. One more time if I press, it will be both dollar went off. Clear? Yeah. Now I'm pressing one time F4. Okay, I'm pressing enter. Now when I come down, my answer will be, now you can see over here. I'll put the formula over here. You can see everywhere. This is M3 only. Right? Yeah. Now what I have to do? I will just change in one cell. My calculation will get changed automatically. This is where the Excel's beauty is there. Check it, work onto it, let me know. Now, hereafter, do not use manual dollar. Try to use $M, $3. And this type of referencing is called absolute referencing. One more answer for done, please. Okay. Now, I forgot to give you this table. Okay. I'll just tell you, write this 10 to 50 and write this 500 to 2000. Keep the intersection empty. I do not want this to be written. Okay. I just want this to be there and this to be there. Now, if you write the plain formula equal to this into this, and if you copy it, it will give you the wrong result. What I want? I want 500 into 10, 1000 into 10, 1500 into 10, 2000 into 10. Then downside 20 into 500, 20 into 1000, 20 into 15,000. This table should be multiplication of these two, right? Everyone, am I clear what I am saying? Yeah. Now suppose this table is a large table. Will you write the formula for one cell or one column? It will be time consuming, right? So what I want only once the formula to be written in this cell, and that formula has to be copied all over, so that.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that my calculation will be right. Clear? What is the objective? I want to write the function or formula only once, and then I want to copy it to other places, and my answer should be correct. Okay. Now, do you agree that there are two parameters? This is one parameter and this is another parameter. Yeah. Now, when I write P5 and when I am coming down, it is taking 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 correctly, right? But when I copy this beside, it is taking wrong. Why? Because P becomes Q. What I want? The P should not get changed, right? Are you getting my point? In your case, it will be empty. You can see what the formula is over here. See, it is Q5, right? So in this parameter, what I want? I want P to be fixed, right? So that when I come down, my row number will get changed, but my column number should not get changed. Check now. I do not want to change the column reference. That is why I put the $sign before P. Okay? Yeah. Now, your second parameter was this 500 wala cell. Okay, so into this cell. Now, when I come down, 4 should not become 5. 5 should not become 6. 6 should not become 7. What to do? I'll put the dollar before 4. Right? I want at least 4-5 answers, because this is the base to work in your Excel. Okay, good. Now if I copy the formula anywhere, I am getting the proper answer. And this type of referencing is called mixed referencing. Either row has to be fixed or the column has to be fixed. Am I clear to everyone? Don't hesitate. See, we are there to learn over here. Fixing column. See, equal to this cell, right? When I come down, what will happen? It will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But when I copy this formula beside, I'm writing here formula, copy. Okay, I'm pasting over here. What happened? it has taken Q5, right? It is taking Q5 because it is a relative referencing, right? So what I want to do, instead of taking Q5, what I'll do, I'll write over here column fixing. Column is before the column name, you should have a dollar. Now I put this over here. Now in the formula bar you can see CF2. It is P5 only. This is also P5 only. That means I fixed the column. Okay. Then the second parameter is this 500 wala cell, which is Q4. Now when I will copy it down, what will happen? Q4 will become Q5. Q5 will become Q6. Do you agree with me? Yeah. So what has to be fixed? Row number 4 should be fixed. Yeah. So I am fixing the 4. Clear with the formula now? Try it. And then copy it all across so that you will get the right answer. Once done, type D in the chat box. Okay, done everyone? Now, you might have seen I was using some shortcut key to show the formula and to show the calculation, right? And the shortcut key is onto your keyboard. You can see a key above the tab key and before the 1 key. Intersection of tab and 1. That key is called grave key. Grave key. You can see a single quote like sign over there. Okay. When I press Control and that key, it is the formula mode. And when I press it again, it is a calculation mode. It is a toggle key like your caps lock key. Control grave is the shortcut key to see all the formulas and to see all the calculations. This is calculation mode. I cannot see the formula. This is a formula I wrote over here. Okay. And when I press Control grave, I can see what is the formula written in the column. Got everyone? 2 more answers please. Okay. Good. Button is onto your keyboard above the tab key and before the 1. You can see a single quote like sign. Press Control and that key below your escape. Got the key? Okay. Good. Done everyone with this sheet? Okay. Say whatever you had done once so that even if anything goes wrong, your data up to this will get saved. Okay. Now come down to statistical function. Okay. Now in this particular worksheet, the data has been given of certain item of certain category with subcategories state, region. Okay. The sales amount, then tax, then freight, okay, then some other charges and the total amount. Okay, try to understand first the sheet and then we'll do the calculation. Okay, now in this particular worksheet we have to perform certain operations. Okay, and that operations what to perform we'll be performing in the column N. Okay, here we'll be performing the operations. Okay, now I want to find out the total amount. Total amount is written in column J. Okay, and from J1, now when you press Ctrl Shift down, you are at the end of your data. It is 101. Okay, so my data is present from J1 to J101, which I want to sum. Okay, now choice is mine whether I want to select using the keyboard, select using the mouse, or I can directly write the cell reference. Okay, so I am writing equal to sum. Now what you want to sum? You want to sum the total amount which is written in J from J1 to J101. Clear? I'll get the total amount. For your reference, the formulas are written beside also as soon as I write the formulas. Okay. Now, second thing is I want to sum the amount wherever the amount is greater than 10,000. So, right, greater than 10,000. First done everyone. I'm going little bit slow today because you have to match my frequency. Once you match my frequency, I'll be going somewhat faster. Do you feel that I'm going faster today? There are 13. So, at least 3-4 answers are required. Okay. Now what I want to do? I want to sum where the amount is greater than 10,000. Okay. Now for conditional sum, we have to use sum if. Okay. So I'm writing, understand first. I'm writing sum if. Okay. Now in the open bracket, what is asking? It is asking range, criteria and sum range. Now if you see this sum range is given in the square bracket. The meaning is it is optional parameter. Now when to use and when not to use, I'll be guiding you. At this moment, the range on which the criteria has to be given and the sum. Now the range on which the criteria has to be given is written from total amount. So total amount is written from J1 to J101. Okay. Now I am selecting from J1 to J101. Okay. Now to go back to the formula, you can press Control Backspace key. Now my cursor is in the formula, or I can write in the formula bar also, comma. Now what is the condition? Condition is greater than 10,000. Now try to understand. If I write 10,000 like this, it will consider equal to 10,000. What I want? I want greater than 10,000. Okay. So I am writing in the double quotes whatever is the operator and the amount and double quotes complete. Am I clear? Now, the column which I want to sum and the condition on which the condition given on the same column, that is why I am not writing the third parameter. See, the same column is the conditional column and same column I want to sum. That is why I am not giving the third parameter. I am just closing the bracket. I am getting the sum of amount where the amount is greater than 10,000. Clear? Clear to everyone? Okay. Write this function. Let me know. Type D if done, so that I can take the third one. You can select also. You can type also the range. Okay. Done? Okay. Now the third question is total amount for South region. Now where is the region written? Region written is in the column E. Okay. Now see, the condition is on the column E, but I want to sum the column J. The condition is on the column E and I want to sum the column J. One more thing, the columns which are text data cannot be summed, that you might be knowing, right? I'll be writing again sum if, but now I'll be using the third parameter. Okay, so I'll be writing equal to sum if. Okay, now the column on which I want to give the sum will be E1 to E101, comma, the condition is, now the condition is text, that is why I am writing in double quotes. It should be South. Now it is not case sensitive, so you can write small, you can write init cap, you can write capital also. Okay, now what I want to sum? I want to sum J1 to J101. Clear to everyone? Okay, type in, check the answer. Now one more thing, let me tell you one more thing. See, if I am selecting any range from 1 and ending at 101, whatever ranges I am using in the column, that means the buffer, or what you can say, the total number of cells in the range should be same. The meaning is, if I am writing E1 to E101, this should be written as J1 to J101. If I am writing E2 to E101, it should be E2 to E101. If I am writing E1 to E105, this should also be J1 to J105. That means the total number of cells should start and end at the same place. The range should start and end at the same place. Am I clear what I said? Good. Done the third one, everyone? Okay. Now, total transactions. Now, to get the total transaction, I will be writing equal to count. Okay. Open the bracket and select the range. Any range I can select. Okay. Now, keep in mind every time, please. Whenever I am writing count always counts only the numerical data. It does not count this text data. That is why I am getting 100. Otherwise, total sales are 101, right? So count always counts the numerical values only. Once done, let me know. Okay. Now, again I want the count transactions for the west. That means I want only the transactions which belongs to the region west. Okay. So, I am writing equal to countIf. What is the range? E1 to E101, comma. What is the criteria? Should be west. Okay. I do not want to sum. I want to count. Count doesn't require the third parameter. It asks what is the range and what is the condition. And given the range and the condition both. Understood? Done? Okay. Now, total amount for category office supplies of central region. Now the conditions are more than one. I want the category to be office supplies. No, criteria is not case sensitive. You can write capital W, you can write capital WEST, you can write small WEST. Anyhow you can write, criteria is not case sensitive. Got the answer? Okay. Now, if there are more than one condition, okay, I have to use countifs or the sumifs. Now it has been says total amount. Okay, total amount. Okay, so I have to use some ifs. Do not be in hurry, please. Okay, now it is reverse. In the sum ifs, it is asking what you want to sum first. In the sum if, what you want to sum was the last parameter. But in sum ifs, what you want to sum is the first parameter. What I want to sum? J1 to J101, comma. What is the criteria? Category. Now category is written in the column B, right? So the category should be B1 to B101. Now what should be the category? Should be office supplies. Please remember, in the office supplies there is a space, comma. What is the second condition? Region should be central. Where is the region written? In E. So E1 to E101 should be central. Do not do the spelling mistake. You will get the answers. Okay? Understood? Yeah? Now, another is total transaction for category office supplies and central region. Now I want to count. Again, the count is on more than one category, more than one condition. So it will be count ifs. Okay. Now, one more thing. If you want to copy the formula, what happens if I copy the formula and paste downside? My references will get changed from J2 to J102. Okay. B2 to B102. I do not want to change the reference and copy down the formula. In that case, what can I do? I can copy the formula from the formula bar. Okay. And I can paste it downside. Now you can see the references did not got changed. Now what I want count ifs. What is the condition? B1 to B101 should be office supplies and the region should be central. Clear to everyone? Okay, write it. Let me know. Done? Can you find out average for central region and average of total amount for category and office supplies? These three, can you complete? Next three, 10, 11, 12. Can you complete? Check whether your answers are matching with mine. Okay, wait. Find the average for central region. Okay. Sorry, I had copied the formula. That is why it went wrong. Okay. And this one is for also central. Office supplies, central region, central. Now it's okay? Okay. Chalo. Till now, what we are doing? We are writing the condition for the amount in hard coded manner. I am writing that double quotes greater than 10,000 in the hard coded static. What I want in a cell, if I write 5,000, it should consider 5,000. If I write 10,000, it should consider 10,000. Clear with the objective? Okay. Now, to combine the data with the cell or two cell. If I write K over here, and if I write M over here, and if I write equal to equal to this cell, I am getting the cell combined. The operator is AND operator to combine the two cells, and that is what is the logic I'll be using when writing the function. So I'm writing equal to sum if, okay, it has been asked total amount more than cell Q9, okay, Q9. So what I want sum if, what I want to sum, J1 to J101, comma, what is the criteria? I want greater than to be combined with this cell. Clear? Is it clear to everyone? What I want? See, what we were writing, we were writing equal to sum if, okay, what I want to sum, J1 to J101. What was the and what is the on which data the condition is J1 to J101. Now I was writing greater than 5000, right? Now this 5000 is hard coded. I do not want this 5000 to be hard coded. Okay, so what I did, I had combined greater than ka sign with 5000 ka cell. That is why I am deleting this 5000 and I am combining the cell Q9. Yeah, what is the benefit? Tomorrow if the amount is 10,000, if I say I want the greater than 10,000 wala sum, right? In that case, and I have not to edit the formula. I'll just change the amount over here. See now, I'm getting this answer, right? I'll write this here only. Okay. Now if I change this to 10,000, I'm getting the different answer. It becomes more dynamic, right? Everyone? Done, everyone? One more answer, please. Okay. Now, I want the sum ifs for, see here I had given how to create the drop down. That will be in the third session or the second session depending upon your speed. Okay, but at this moment I had created a drop down over here, and I can select the category from in the first drop down. I can select the subcategory in the second drop down, and I can select the region in the third drop down. Okay, now if I change this amount should get changed. Okay, so I want the sum to be for category to be office supplies, subcategory to be bookcases, and region to be south. Now tomorrow if I make this region to be west, my figure should get changed. If I change it to central, this should get changed. If I change bookcase to anything else, this should get changed. Okay, there might not be transaction for the bookcases. Okay, phone there is a clear. Now what is the function? More than one condition. The function will be sum ifs. What I want to sum? J1 to J101. Above I wrote J2. Doesn't matter. But the range should be same. J2 writing, B2 writing, C2 writing, E2 writing. Or J1 to J101. Okay, this I want to sum. And what is the criteria? Category should be whatever is written in N17. Now where is the category written? In B1 to B101. Okay, should be equal to N17, comma, where is the subcategory written? In the C cell. So C1 to C101 should be this one, comma, E1 to E101 should be this. Am I clear with the logic? Okay, so this becomes completely dynamic. Whenever I change the things, this will get changed automatically. Write it, let me know. Okay, now in a single sum if, and you can write around 32 conditions. No one is writing 32 conditions, that is why generally we won't tell, but up to 32 conditions you can write in your sum if, count if, sum ifs, count ifs, average f's. Okay, so you can write around 32 conditions in the functions. Done everyone? Shall I continue for the next sheet? 2 more answers please. Okay, come down to the next sheet. Okay, do you feel that selecting the range every time, if I want to refer to the same range, like in the previous sheet we were selecting J1 to J101 every time, do you find that this is somewhat difficult to select every time the cell range, specifically if you want to refer it multiple times or if the range is larger? Do you think that it is difficult? Yeah, for this purpose what can I do now? Okay, just wait for a second. Now see what I will do. I'll select this complete range. And in the name box, do not write a space in between and do not start with a number. I'll be telling you the rules. Okay, I'm writing TOT sales. Okay, first I'll write equal to sum of these all cells. I'm getting the sum. Okay, now what I'm doing, I'm selecting all the cells, going to name box and writing TOT sales. Okay, now here I can write equal to sum of TOT. Can you see this TOT cells? Right? What I did? I had given the name to the range, and that range name I am using in the formula. Clear to everyone what I did? Yes. See now I am in the logical sheet. I am writing equal to sum of TOT in a complete workbook. Yeah. Understood everyone? Okay. Now see, there are certain rules to give the name to the range. First thing, okay, it should not start with a number. There should not be a space in between, and it should not be a valid range. What is the meaning of valid cell name? It should not be a valid cell name. What is the meaning? My cell are starting from A1 and ending on XFD 10 lakh 48,576. Okay, so this reference, any cell reference should not be there, because I told you that if I select any range and if I write over here A810, what will happen? The cursor will go to A10 cell, which I had given you in the very first sheet, that if you want to go to any cell quickly, right, the shortcut key is write that cell name into name box. So I cannot give the valid cell reference. Am I clear? Okay. Second thing, if a range C1 to C101, if I had given the name TOT sales, okay, second time again if I give to 101 as, it will consider only this. Okay, it will not consider this. So to a range you should not give the another name again. Now if I made the mistake while creating the range name, okay, shortest way to create the range name is this one. Or you can go to formula menu. In the formula menu you can see this name manager. If I click it, I'll get a dialog box. Okay, and in this dialog box I can say new and I can say TOT sales. Okay, and the range is this one. Clear to everyone? This is another way to give the name to the range. Okay, now if I made the mistake, what can I do? I can go to formula menu, name manager. Okay, and in that edit, or if you want to delete, just wait for a second, let me explain, then try. Okay, or delete. Okay, so you can select and you can delete also, and whatever range names you will create, that is always present over here. This is one way. This is one way is write the name over here. After writing the name you have to press enter, otherwise name will not get assigned. second one is this one, and third one is you can define from here also. Define name. A small dialog box which was in the name manager will appear and you can define it. Now, how will you know that I had defined or whether it is getting defined or not? If I press Ctrl Shift down, here you can see the name. That means the name has been defined. Okay, now you try it yourself. Give the name TOT cells from C1 to C119 and write the function equal to sum and try to write TOT cells. And let me know whether it is working. Now, one more thing, there is a create from selection. Okay, now for this purpose, what can you do? Here I am writing TOT space salary. Okay, not necessary you should write space. As I told you that space should not be written while giving the name to the range. But if you are creating from the selection, in that case, if you are giving the space, it will convert it to underscore. Okay, now how to create? This is TOT salary return and these are the suppose salaries. Okay, you can copy any figure from there. Now I am selecting all these things and I am saying create from selection. And my top row is having the name of the range and I am saying okay. Now see, if I select from here to here, it is TOT underscore salary. That means your space got converted to underscore when you are creating from the selection. Am I clear with? Okay. Now, one more rule is it should not be more than 255 character. No one writes, I know, but still you should know the rule that it should not be more than 255 characters. Okay. Done everyone? Any doubt to anyone for this particular thing? Enjoying today's session? Are you finding this session to be useful? Learn something new? Am I going with a good pace? Okay, chal. Now, you all know this rule.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Yes, BODMAS rule everyone knows? Yeah. Okay, your Excel also works on to BODMAS rule. Means, whenever I am writing the function in the formula, brackets multiplied by, then sum, then like this, BODMAS rule is applied in Excel also. Now, generally we are having only 4-5 operators. So, we know what is the, what you can say, rule to apply or what is the operator precedence. In Excel, operator precedence is like this. Range is having the highest precedence, then percentage, then exponential. Okay. Now, how to calculate exponential? See, 7 to the power 2. It will calculate 49. Okay. So, that is what is your exponential operator. Then multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. Then I had just now taken this one, ampersand. Okay. And then your comparison operator. So, this is how your operator precedence is there in your Excel. Okay. Generally, we require for the calculation purpose only. And these are some type of the errors, okay, which you get. And if you get this type of error, what is the meaning that is written over here? Okay. Doesn't matter. You when you work in Excel, you will get the things that how the errors are coming and how to rectify that errors. Okay. Now, come down to logical functions. Okay. Now, I'll take first very simple. I'll explain you and then we'll be doing the rest of the things. Now see, if I'm writing 4 and if I'm writing 5, okay, and if I write equal to this cell greater than this, it is coming out to be false. But if I write 6, it is coming out to be true because 6 is greater than 5. Okay, so these are your comparison operator, but when you compare any two things, the answer should be true or false. And when you are getting the answer to be true or false, that means I am using the, what you can say, logical. When you are getting answer of any function as true or false, that means you are getting the, you are writing the logical functions. Okay, logical function always returns true or false. Now, very first, if I want to check the marks of the student. Okay, now if you all of you know this, that if the marks are greater than 40, the person is greater than equal to 40, the student is pass, otherwise the student is fail. Now I want to check whether the student is pass or fail. So what I'll be writing, equal to if, open the bracket, this cell greater than equal to, sorry, greater than equal to 40, right? Now what your logical if says, logical if says logical test, comma, value if true and value if false. Now what I'm writing, I'm writing greater than equal to 40. What should be the value equal to true? Anyone? Right. So I want to write pass, and it is a text, that is why I'm writing in the double quotes, comma, fail, right? Now if I change this to 20, this is fail. Why? Because W67 is less than 40. Now if I reverse this condition, here I should write fail and here I should write clear with the function if. Everyone? Okay. Now if I want, instead of this pass and fail, I want to write 1 or 2. Okay, or I want to write certain calculations. Suppose if I want to give the commission to anyone, okay, if the sales has been done above 10,000, 5% ka commission has to be given. Okay, so what I'll be writing, I'll be writing equal to if this cell is greater than equal to 10,000, comma, this cell ka this percentage, otherwise 0. I'm not writing anything in the double quotes because I want to write the calculation. Clear to everyone? Okay. Now come down over here in the in this 2, I and J. Okay. Now write the commission in the column J if the amount is greater than 10,000. Okay. In I it should be, in I. Okay. So what has to be done in J? 5%. Chalo. Can you write in I? If the total amount, this cell, is greater than 10,000, then write commission. In the I, write if the amount is great. Do not write whatever is on my cursor. Okay, please. You have to write if wala cell, if text wala. Okay. How to write? If H2 is greater than equal to 10,000, in the double quotes write commission, comma, in the double quotes write no commission. Once done, let me know. Done? Okay. Now in the J, if the total amount is greater than 10,000, give the 10% commission, otherwise 5% commission. Check whether you are able to write this one. If the amount is greater than 10,000, give 10% commission, otherwise give 5% commission. Second also done. Now everyone, please copy down the formula downside as also by using the double click at the right down corner, so that your table will be completely filled. Otherwise you will not understand. Now see, here it is calculating 10%, but here it is calculating 5%. Why? The amount is less than 10,000. That is why it is coming out to be 5%. Here it is 10%. So copy down the formula so that you can understand, depending upon the cell value in the H column, I am getting 10% or 5% commission. Everyone done? Okay, no issues. K is AND condition. Okay. L is OR condition. L is OR condition. M is AND and OR. Now everyone, others done. Let me explain you the AND and OR. Okay. Now see, if I say 50 and 60, Control 1 is the shortcut key to get this particular dialog box. Control 1 is the shortcut key to get this dialog box. Okay. Now see, what I want to do, I want to check AND condition. Okay. Now if I say equal to and this cell greater than equal to 50 and this cell greater than equal to 60. If both the condition are true, then and will return true. Okay, at this moment it is greater than equal to 50 also true and greater than 60 also true. Okay, so when I say A also should be true and B also should be true, I should use AND condition. Now if I make it change as 40, this is false. If I make this as 50, this is false. And if I make both, in that case also it is false. That means when only both are true or whatever are the conditions given in the bracket up to 32 conditions. In that case, if all the conditions are true, then only your AND will return true. Am I clear to everyone? Now, what is the meaning of OR? Equal to OR. Okay. This cell greater than equal to 50 and or this cell greater than equal to 60. At this moment it is true because both the conditions are true, right? But now even if I make this false, this is returning me true because it is checking either this or this is true. Am I clear with OR? Yeah. So even if I make either of the condition false, only the thing is it will return false when both the condition are false. Okay, and it will be true when either of the condition is true. Clear to everyone? Now if you see equal to if allows you only one logical test. What if I want to check the number of conditions, right? In that case I can make use of AND and OR to have the number of conditions depending upon requirement, whether I want all the condition to be true or any of the condition to be true. Am I clear? Okay. Now if you go up, here it is written calculate 5% commission in column K on total amount where the category is office supplies and region is central. That means I want necessarily the category to be office supplies and the region to be central. What I'll be writing? AND condition. Okay. Now how to combine your AND with if? Okay. So see, this is AND condition. Okay. A2 should be office supplies and sheet. Now if this condition returns true, I should give the total amounts ka 5% commission, otherwise 0. Clear with the function over here written, everyone? Okay, can you write? This is what you have to write. If AND of A2 equal to office supplies and C2 is equal to central, H2 ka 5%, otherwise 0. Once done, let me know. Okay, one done. If you understood the logic, you can write OR wala also. What it is? Calculate 5% commission in column L on the total amount where the category is office supplies. Same with change in AND. Instead of AND, you have to write OR and done with the formula then. Okay, now see what I did for your understanding purpose where you will get the answer, right? I had marked. If you see, this condition has been marked. Okay, in your case, in your sheet also it is marked. You can check. See, this is office supplies and central. That is why you are getting the answer. Here, this is office supplies and south. That means both are not true, but this is true. And that is why you are getting the answer. And that is why I marked it. And here if you see, this is central, but this is not office supplies, even though you are getting the answer. Sorry, I told by mistake the third one. I am talking about first two, K and L. Done everyone? Let me know whether you had done up to L. One done, okay. Everyone, understand the logic and then write. Because what happens, today I am there. But tomorrow if you have to write your own function and the formula, you must understand how to write. Okay, otherwise there is no use of sessions. Okay, now if you see the next one is calculate 5% commission in column M on the total amount where the category is office supplies. Okay, that means office supplies is compulsory. Okay, and from the region either should be central or the south. That means I have to make the combination of and, or, and if. Are you getting my point? Yeah. So office supplies is compulsory and region should be either central or south. Okay. Now if you see this function, see this. And of A2 should be office supplies and comma or of C2 should be central or C2 should be south. Okay. Or ka bracket complete, ands bracket complete, then calculate the commission, otherwise 0. Understood everyone? Done everyone? Understood? Now see, now I am not having any one condition. I am having number of conditions, and instead of checking and or, I can write nested if. That means if within if. If any function is written within any function, that is nested function, and if is written within if, it is nested if. Okay. Now you should always remember that when we are writing nested if I am starting with the less than ka sign, it should be less than only everywhere. Otherwise, it should be greater than, everywhere greater than. It should not be the combination of. Now, how to write the nested if? Okay, what I want to check, equal to if, what happened, equal to if. Now, what I want to check, I want to check the total amount. Okay, now if H2 is less than equal to this cell, according to the table I want to give the commission rate. Okay, so if it is less than W11, it should be 3%. If it is less than 5,000, it should be 4%. Less than 10,000, it should be 5%. And if it is less than 50,000, it should be 6%. Am I clear what has to be done? So equal to if H2 is less than equal to this cell, comma, H2 ka, do not write, H2 ka this percentage. But now what will happen when I go down? This W11 get changed to W12. So it should be fixed. This X11 will be X12. So it should be fixed. That means if H2 is less than equal to W11, which is 3000, then H2's 3% has to be given, which is written in X11, comma, if H2 is less than equal to this cell, then H2 ka this percentage. Clear what I am writing? Okay. The third one is if H2 is less than equal to this, then otherwise, I can write otherwise. Directly I can write otherwise. Otherwise, H2 ka. Here it is not needed, because if it is more than 10,000, it should be, and up to 5 lakh, it should be 6%. Other slab has not been given. That is why I can directly write, if these three conditions are not getting satisfied, make the fourth condition to be true. That is why I am not writing the another if. Clear? More than 5 lakh, it is not there, I suppose. Okay. Now, last if bracket complete. You can see the colors. Red color got completed. Sorry, you are right. I forgot to write if. Is it right now, everyone? Am I clear with? Okay. Now, how it works? It works onto this basis. It makes the band of 0 to 3000 when I write less than equal to 3000. Then it makes the band of 3001 to 5000 when I write it the second condition. Then third one, because I wrote less than equal to. If I write less than, in that case it will be band up to 3000 only. Okay, and from 3000 to 5000 it will be 4%. Now at this moment I had made less than equal to, that is why it is taking 3001 to 5000. Okay, so it automatically considers what is written first, what is written second, and it makes the band of that particular thing, and it will give me the answer. Okay, can you write into your sheet for the column M, I suppose? Column N. Write in the column N. Try to write on your own. Do not copy mine. If you are getting any error, in that case, copy mine. Try to write on your own. Once done, let me know. And check whether it is coming out to be right. Okay? Chalo. Now, in the next column, you are not to multiply. You have to just cross check whether the percentage is coming right or not, depending upon your condition. And check depending upon your amount whether the calculations are right or not. Same formula, copy paste using the formula bar. Okay, and then check whether the percentage are right or not. Done, everyone? Now, those who are working in 2010 and those who are working in 2013, I suppose, the last two functions are not available. Actually, the ifs is not there in your curriculum also, but last two batches asked me for the ifs. That is why I wrote ifs also. And the function XOR, okay, this is also available 16 onwards. Before that, this function was not available. Okay, so XOR is true when the odd number of argument evaluates to 2. I never in my what you can say curriculum or in life used XOR anywhere. I don't know where to use it, but since it is in your syllabus, it has to be taken. Okay, so true when an odd number of arguments evaluates to true, and false when all the statements are false, or when the total number of true statement is even. Okay, now here you can write XOR. Okay, now in this condition, A2 should be office supplies and C2 should be central. Both the conditions are false. That is why I am getting false. Okay, in this office supplies and central, this one, office supplies and central, both were true. And when both were true, that means even number of true are evaluated, and that is why it is false. Am I clear what I am saying? Yes. So, and the next one is or is true. That means either of the condition is true. Okay. This was both the condition was true. Okay. That is why it is false. Okay. Write or condition, XOR condition, and check your answer. If even number are true, then it is false. If both are false, then it is false. Otherwise, it is true. Once done, let me know. Okay. Now see, in the if condition, there is no else. So you have to check for all the conditions. Like see, if H2 is less than W11, what has to be done? If H2 is less than W12, what has to be done? If H2 is less than W13, what has to be done? Okay. And if H2 is less than W14, what has to be done? All the conditions which are there should be written, because there is no else. Like in the previous case, what we had done, this X14 wala we had written in else after 13, right? But here, as there is no else condition, whatever are the conditions to be written, all the condition has to be written in the ifs. Clear with the syntax of ifs? Okay. If you want, you can write this syntax using the single quote. Write a single quote anywhere if this function is not available. Single quote and write ifs. Equal to ifs. The condition will not get evaluated, but you will have ifs, syntax of ifs with you. Okay. If you want to write, you can write it anywhere or here only, but do not just write a single quote before this, so that this function will not get evaluated. You will not get any error. Okay. If you want, you can write it. Done? Okay. Chalo, tip for today. Write any number greater than 30,000 in the cell. Write any number greater than 30,000 in a cell. Press Ctrl Shift 1 and see it is number. Ctrl Shift 2, it is time. Control Shift 3, it is date, currency, percentage, exponential. Write any number which is greater than 40,000 and press Control Shift 1. Shift 1 of your keyboard, not of the num keypad. Okay. Shortcut keys to convert the data from one format to another format. Generally we go over here and then we change it, right? Everyone, is it right? We go over here and change, right? Instead of that you can press Control Shift 1. It is number. Okay. Control Shift 2, it is time. Actually in my case it is custom, but it is time. Control Shift 3, Control Shift 4, Control Shift 5, Control Shift 6. Easiest way to change the data format. Okay. Or as I told you, you can change it from here, or you can press Control 1. This dialog box will appear, and here also you can change it. Choice is yours how you want to change. Chalo. Now, to paste, there are various options. What we want to paste it. Okay. The very first, we can see paste special all. Now, when we say paste special all, am I audible clearly? Okay. When we say paste special all, whatever the data I am having, I want to paste all the things. Okay. So, I am copying this data. Okay. Control C. Now, you have to paste over here. I am pasting downside. Okay. So that you can understand. Now, the shortcut key to launch the paste special dialog box is Alt ES or Control Alt V. Anything you can have, or you can right click and here you are having paste special and paste special dialog box. Now in this dialog box, if you see the letters are underlined. For all the underlined letter is A. For formulas the underlined letter is F. For values the underlined letter is V. For formats the underlined letter is T. Okay. So those who are habitual to keyboard, they can use Alt ESV to paste special values. Am I clear what I said? Now I am saying all. I am saying OK. Everything got pasted as it is. The second one is paste value. Okay. So if you see in the commission, there is a formula which is D2 into 5%. Okay. Now if I paste the formula, it will take the reference of left cell. But I am not pasting the formula. I am pasting the value. That is why it will take the it will not take the reference. It will just paste the values whatever are available into this cell. So Control C, Control Alt V, okay, and values. See now, it is just pasted the values, not the formats, not anything, but there is no formula. Clear to everyone? You have to do along with me, or if you want, I'll wait for a second. Now, here again it is a formula, and formula says D2 into 5%. Now, when I copy this formula to other place, it will take the reference of left of that particular cell. That means instead of D2, it will be the other cell where I am copying the formula, and accordingly the calculation will be get done, because your Excel works on to relative referencing, right? So I copy this formula. Okay. If I am pasting over here, Control Alt V and the formula. Okay. You can see it has calculated differently. This calculation and this calculation is different. Why? Because here the formula becomes I24 into 5%. That means this cell's 5%. That is why your formula, your answer is different. Am I clear to everyone? Done everyone? If done, type D in the chat box please. Okay. Now, the next one is I am copying this again. Okay. And here I am pasting only the format. See, nothing has been done. Only the thing is format has been pasted. So if you want to have the format to be pasted anytime, in that case you can use special dialog box to paste the formats. Okay. Now, here if you see, there are certain comments written. Okay. From where to write comments? In the view menu, in the review menu, you are having new comment option. You can type the comment and that comment you can paste anywhere, wherever you want to. Now here I am copying this, okay, and pasting comments. Only comment got pasted, not any values. Done, everyone? Okay. Now here I am copying. I had data validation applied onto all these cells. Okay. I do not want to copy the data, but I want to copy the data and paste validation. See now what happened. Just wait for a second. Let me check. Okay. I'll copy one cell only. Okay. And here Control Alt V, validation. Okay. Validation got copied. Okay. Now, this is a bonus tip for you. I had copied the data validation over here, but there is no sign unless and until I go to that particular cell. Right? I cannot recognize where is the data validation applied. And if I want to find out where is the data validation applied, okay, what can I do? I can press F5 key onto my keyboard, onto that spatial, and say data validation. I'll say okay. See, wherever is the data validation, that cell got marked. This is how I can find out which are the cell where the data validation has been applied. Am I clear?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Am I clear? Yeah? Okay. Now, can you copy the commission? Can you copy the commission of E column? Okay. And paste formula and number format in the N column. Can you copy commission and paste formula and number format? And can anyone tell me why the answer is 000? Copy the column E, the commission, the formula in the commission cells. Okay, and paste the formula and the number format in the N wala data, N wala column. Okay, and check whether you are getting the answer 000. And why 0? Anyone? Right, very good. Because the reference is M column and nothing is written in F column. That is why we are getting the answer as 000. Now, in the next cell, copy again commission and paste value and number formatting. Value and number formatting. Done? Now, copy the data of column A or column C, whatever. Copy. Okay. And here, Control Alt V and paste link. What will happen if you see the cell? That cell will have the link to equal to the reference of the cell what I had. You can write equal to that cell number and you can drag down, or you can have a link to that particular cell. The thing are same, only the thing is how to paste the link. Done, everyone? Okay. Anyone who is working in Excel, when you import the data from any other software or any other place, you might get the data which is mixture of text and numbers. Might be the mixture of text and numbers, Okay, you can see over here, this is a text data, and I had aligned that data to the right side. And it looks to be that it is a number data. Okay, here the calculation will be done, but generally when you import the data from the other places, okay, the calculation you are not able to do calculation on the cell where the data is number. Do you face this type of problem anytime? Those who are working in Excel, or no one is there today who is working in Excel? Let me know, please. Yes. Now, the best way, you never face that problem, Vipin. Okay. Okay, no issues. But you are understanding everything what we are doing, right? Okay. Now see, if you want to get this data in the new number format, right? At this moment it is showing general format, right? Now what I am doing, I am copying this 1. I am writing 1 in any cell. Copy this. Come down to all this cell. Control Alt V and multiply. Your data got numbered. That single quote wala sign went off, if you see. Okay, it is not showing number, but it is number now. Yeah, so to convert any text data, text numerical data, okay, do not confuse with ABCD. Text numerical data, you can make use of multiplication. Am I clear to everyone? Okay. Now, if you have wrote something 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you select this and if you convert it to percentage, it is taking 100%, right? Suppose I want to convert this data to percentage, okay, but when I go this, it is giving me the wrong answer. What to do? Write 0.05, 0.18, 0.06. Time consuming? Is it Sunday mania to everyone today? What to do? Anyone? Am I audible? Divide by 10 and then convert to percentage, right? Divide by 10 and divide by 100, I suppose. Right? Instead of that, what can I do? Copy this 1%, okay, and Control Alt V, paste special, multiply. Good? Done, everyone? 1%. See now, I had copied this. Okay, that means this is copied, and when I say multiply, okay, this number got multiplied with this, and that is why it is giving you conversion into percentage. Is it easy rather than dividing by 100 and then converting it to percentage? Done, everyone? Now, suppose you are having these many records, okay, and you want to replace only certain values. You want to replace only certain values in this particular records. What will you do? Manually going to that particular value and then replacing, right? Suppose this value, instead of 10,830, I want 10,530. This value I want 9,400, and this value I want 17,000. And there are so many values like this which are to be replaced, but not all the value has to be replaced. What to do? Anyone? Find and replace. 50 values has to be found. See, what can I do? I can copy this. Okay. Select this. Control Alt V. Skip blank. Check whether the value got replaced or not. Easier than find and replace? Do it. Let me know whether you are able to do. You don't have the data there in the sheet. Copy any data. Copy any data, na? Copy this data. Paste special. Copy any data and paste special. That is the copy of that particular cell only. This particular cell only it is copy. Copy, paste, and then try to replace. Check whether you are able to replace. Once done, let me know. How did you do the selection? Okay. See, here I wrote the data which I want to replace. And I had copied this. Okay. Now, here I am selecting the data. Control Alt V and skip blank. Clear? Check it now whether you are able to do. Once done, let me know. Type D if done. Okay. Now, if the row data has to be converted to column or column data has to be converted to row, we have to use Control C, Control Alt V, and here you are having transpose option. Transpose is to convert the row data to column data and column data to row data. Okay, that is a formula. Sorry. That was the formula. You can take this data. Copy. Control Alt V. Transpose. Done, everyone? Okay. Now, open text sheet. Text function. Open text sheet. Okay. Now, you all know that we can combine the data using equal to this cell, this cell, this cell. But what will happen? If I just press enter, there will be no gap in between. Why? Because the gap has to be given specifically. Now, if I give the space like this, it doesn't work. What I have to write? I want to combine A2 along with a space, then B2 along with a space, and then C2. A2 along with a space, B2 along with a space, and then C2. Same way, I can write the function equal to concatenate A2, comma, along with a space, comma, B2 along with a space, comma, C2. Clear to everyone? You have to write and drag. Both of this. Okay. Now, there are certain functions which are lower, upper and proper. Lower is converting the lower case. Proper is converting to proper case. And upper is uppercase. Upper, lower, proper. Now, if I write equal to lower of this equal to upper of this and equal to proper of this. Done, everyone? Let me know, please. Okay. Do not be silent. Please active in the chat box so that I can understand whether you had done or not. Okay. Now, can you write this email ID then? What I want, the cell A1 to be converted to lowercase with the @gmail.com. Check whether you are able to write it. If yes, copy the formula what you wrote and paste it in the chat box. And please give the cell reference. Check it whether you are able to write email ID which is first name along with @gmail.com. Done? Done, everyone? Shall I continue with the next sheet? Okay. Come down to conditional form sheet. Come down to conditional form sheet. Okay. Copy this basic salary one more time beside. Now, depending upon your data, you can apply the different type of conditional formatting. Now, why the conditional formatting is required? If I want to highlight the data onto certain condition, in that case, I can give what is the condition and I can highlight the data. Am I clear with the objective? Okay. Now, select basic salary. Do not select it from the basic. Select it from the data. Why? Because many times your basic also will get colored and I do not want to have that. Go to home menu. In the home menu, in the conditional formatting, you are having highlight cell rule, top bottom rule, data bar, color scale, icon set. Now, if you had applied the rule, in that case you can clear the rule, and if you want to change the rule, you can go to manage rule if you had custom rule or whatever rule you had applied. Okay. Now highlight cell rule. Now what I want to do, I want to highlight the cell which are greater than equal to greater than equal to 30,000. No, greater than 30,000. I'll take greater than 25,000. That will be better. Okay, greater than 25,000. Now there are standards given, but I do not want to go with the standard. I want to have my own color for the formatting. So custom format, in that field and select whatever color you want to have as a background. Now this will highlight the cell wherever the amount is greater than 25,000. Done. Now when you are having the text data, okay, you can conditional formatting. Now what I want highlight cell rule. Now once you had understood greater than, you can understand less than, you can understand between, you can understand equal to, right? Between is between two range. Now what I want text that contains. Okay. Now I want wherever MUM is continuously written, that has to be highlighted, and the color for the highlighting should be any light color. You can see wherever continuous MUM is there, that got highlighted. Once done both of this, let me know. Okay. One more answer please. Okay. Now in the gender, conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, duplicate value. Okay. And duplicate value, I want any color. Whatever are the duplicate, not case sensitive. Whatever are the duplicate, that got highlighted. Can anyone search for unique values? What I want in the department, whatever is the unique value, that has to be highlighted. If you see, admin is the unique value. Okay. So admin should get highlighted. Check where this option is. Done for the unique? Okay. Anyone not done for the unique? How to do? You will go into conditional formatting, highlight cell rule. In that duplicate value, and here there is an option of unique value, and unique value has to be colored with a different highlighting. Okay. Now instead of marketing, if I write XXX over here, that is also unique. Okay, so it will get highlighted. Done everyone? Okay. Now in the date, highlight the date, go to the conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, a date occurring. Now you are having number of options over here. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, last 7 days, last week, next week, last month, next month, this month. Okay. Now there is a date which is yesterday. Okay. So I am saying yesterday, and I am selecting the data with a color. Yesterday got highlighted. Now, there are more options like if I select the data. Now there is a difference between when we talk about top bottom rule. Okay, top 10 item, top 10% item. Okay, so from 100 top 10, okay, from 100 top 10%. Okay, so depending upon what you write, your data will get highlighted. Now there are 10 records, and if I say top 10%, only one record will get highlighted. Okay, when I say top 3, I'll copy this again. Top 3 items instead of 10. Okay, copy this, paste special. Now select the data, go to conditional formatting, data bars. Okay, and select any data bar. Now depending upon the value in the cell, okay, the size of the data bar will be there. See, 60,000 is the highest, that is why the bar is longer one, and rest of the bars are smaller one. Done everyone? Understood basics of conditional formatting? Now come down to this sheet. Come down to this sheet. Now what I want to highlight the cell which are between these two values, and the highlighted should be column depending upon column B's data. Now if there are number of columns and I want to consider only the column B, right, in that case I must write dollar before D. Okay, now I'm clearing the conditional formatting from this table. Okay, now I want to highlight the data between these two values. Okay, tomorrow if I change these values, it should get changed. Now how to define the new rule? I am selecting the data from A5 to C1159. I am going to conditional formatting, going to new rule. Now my rule should be formula based. My rule should be formula based. So I am writing formula. Okay. Now there are two conditions. What to write? Anyone? One is it should be greater than this amount and another is less than this amount. What to write? Anyone? Anyone? What to write? Very good. Equal to and. Now the cell B5. Now when I come down, my 5 should get changed to 6. But when I come in the column should not get changed. That is why it should be $B5 greater than equal to this cell. Now this cell should be fixed. The second condition is again the B5 should be less than equal to this. Equal to is necessary because we are writing the formula. Okay, and $B5, why? Because I want to consider only the column B. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8 it should consider. That is why there is no dollar before 5. Otherwise every time it will consider only the cell B5. I want B5, B6 all cells to be considered, and I want to format the cell with any light color. I'll say OK and I'll say OK. You can see whatever are the amount between these two amount got highlighted. Tomorrow if I change it to OK. So this is how the conditional formatting is working. Be careful, if you are selecting the data from B5, then the first cell reference should be B5. If you are selecting the data from B6, your first reference should be B6. Otherwise, your conditional formatting will be wrong. Once done, let me know. Shall I show you the rule or you will do? And if you had applied any rule, in that case, first delete the rule. Okay. Control A. Okay. I am clearing the rule first. Okay. Now, everyone select the data from A5 to the last cell C1159. Are you doing with me? Okay. Go to the conditional formatting. New rule. Use formula. Okay. Now I am writing equal to and of B5, which should be dollar greater than equal to A2. Second condition is B5 less than equal to B2. Is it right? Yes, right. Select any one color and say okay. Let me check whether I am doing any mistake or it is right. Yeah, it is right. Now, if you had applied the rules, generally it is suggested that you should delete the rules, whatever you had, if you are having number of rules on the same sheet, unless and until you want to apply number of rules. Okay. Okay. Understood how to apply the conditional formatting using the formula or the function? Okay. Now, come down to this sheet. Which is weekend. Okay, this column is not there with you. I suppose this is not there with you. Yeah. Now, I want to find out if there is any transaction on Saturday and Sunday. If there is any transaction on Saturday or Sunday. And for this purpose, I have to find out whether there is a Saturday or Sunday. Whether there is a Saturday or Sunday on the particular day. Okay. So, equal to weekday, okay, of this cell. By default, it considers Saturday, Sunday as a. Now, your 7 is Saturday and your 1 is Sunday and 7 is Saturday. Now, how to find out whether it is Saturday or Sunday? I can write equal to text of this cell, comma, 4 times D, bracket complete. Now, it was Tuesday. Now, see, Saturday is 7, 1 is Sunday. Clear up to this, everyone? Both the formulas clear to everyone? Okay. But what happened now? I do not want to waste these 2 columns. Okay. This is just for the cross checking that Saturday and Sunday is 7 and 1. Right. What I'll do? I'll use this column only to get the conditional formatting. Okay. So that is why I am not selecting this data. I am selecting only this data. 1, 2, down. Okay. Now what the condition has to be checked? Weekday of the date is either 1 or 7. In that case, we should have the highlighting. Right? If the weekday is 1 or 7, it should be highlighted. What has to be right in the conditional formatting then? Conditional formatting, new rule, formula, equal to, what to write? Anyone? Very good. Or of weekday of this cell. Now this cell should be again, or it should be B1. B1 because my data has been selected from 1. Okay, $B1 equal to 1, comma, weekday of $B1 equal to 7, then format. Okay. Color is your choice, whatever color you want to have, and check whether Saturday, Sunday got colored. Check whether it got shifted. Done? If done, let me know please. They're going very slow today, I suppose. No issues. One more D, please. Okay. Now, this is project status. The next sheet, which is project icon, which is conditional icon. This is a project sheet. Okay. Now, what I want to do, if the project status, this completion, is above 85%, then there should be right ka sign. If it is above 45, it is going on, and if it is below 45, it should be cross. That means it is not in the satisfied condition. Am I clear with the objective? Yeah. So go to conditional formatting, icon set, more rule. Go to conditional formatting, icon set, more rule. You will have this dialog box. Select formula, format all cells based on their values, and here select the icon set and select this icon set. Okay. Now what is the target? If the value of the cell is greater than equal to 85%, then there should be right ka sign. If it is greater than equal to 45%, it should be exclamatory. Otherwise, it should be cross sign. Check whether you are able to do. Now, many times what happens, you do not want the values to be there. You want only the icons to be there. So, you can check in this so that only icon will be there, but not the values in the cell. Once done, let me know. Okay. Got the answer? Now come down to this function. Match. Come down to match. How many of you are using Vlookup? How many of you are using Vlookup? Anyone having idea about Vlookup? Okay. Okay. Any other answers?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
What I want to do, I want to find out the position of the particular data in the given matrix, not matrix, one dimensional array. The meaning is, see, if I write admin over here, okay, if I write equal to match, okay, this admin into this data, it will give me the position of admin. If I say finance, not case sensitive, please. Okay, it is giving me the position of finance. Am I clear? Okay. Now, what I want to do, I want to find out the position of admin into complete data, then finance into complete data. That is why I am writing equal to match A5 from A5 to A9. Now, why it is fixed? Because when I go down with the formula, my 5 should not get changed to 6 and my 9 should not get changed to 10. That is why it is fixed. Now, your match says the third parameter. The third parameter. Now, if you write equal to match, it is asking you lookup value. Why, what you want to look for, where you want to look for, and match type. Now, if I write, I want to look for admin into this particular data, okay, comma. Now, your match demands either 1 or 0 or -1. The meaning of 0 is I want the exact match. Generally, we say whenever you are searching for the data which is text data, in that case, you should go for exact match, or if you are looking for the exact match, in that case, you go for the exact match. Am I clear with the third parameter 0? Okay. Why we are doing this? I will be explaining you in the next sheet. Okay. So that you can understand the basic of VLOOKUP, then how to use VLOOKUP with the match. Write this formula, drag it down. Okay, now copy this and transpose over here. Now, not necessary that your data should be vertical. Your data can be horizontal also. Only a thing is it should be one dimensional array. Now, what I want to do? I want to find it equal to match, okay, admin into, sorry, I'll say A2 only, this one, so that my data will not get disturbed. Match A5 into this data. See now, instead of giving vertical, I had given horizontal, comma, 0, bracket complete, enter. You are getting the right answer. Position of admin, then position of finance, then position of HR, position of marketing, and then position of production. Now, here if I write production instead of marketing, and here if I write instead of finance, and here I write finance, what happened? FINANCE. What happened? HR, marketing, admin. What is this? This is A9. A9 is production. Spelling is wrong. I am getting the answer. Clear to everyone? Match function clear to everyone as far as exact is concerned? I want to find out which value are this. See, what is the position of admin in this particular data? 1. What is the position of HR in this data? Right? I want to find out the position of particular data into my given data. And for that purpose, I am using match. Am I clear now? Okay. Now, if I write finance over here, okay, and if I say find the finance in this data, the position of finance is 2, that is why I am getting this 2. And if I write over here admin, what I will get? I will get 1. Okay. So, here I am finding this value only, this value into this array. Or what can you do if you are getting confused? You can write over here finance, marketing, okay, HR, production, and then admin. Now if I write equal to match this value into this data, comma 0. Now this is finding the position of this into this data. Now finance is at 2, marketing is at 4, HR is 3, production is 5, admin is 1. Got it now? Position of particular data in my provided set. Now, you might get confused that it should be always vertical. Not necessary. The data can be horizontal also. Okay. Now, I can write equal to match this data into this data, comma. Okay. Everyone done with this function? Everyone done with the above one? Type D if done. Okay. One more D please. Okay. Now, 0 is exact match. The ascending list gives the match for the less than value. Okay. And the descending list gives the value for greater than value. The meaning is, now see here. I want to find out 20. Sorry, I want to find out 25. Okay. Is 25 available in this data? No. But I want to find out the nearest value, which is less than. Now, when you say less than, your data should be sorted in the ascending order. And when you say greater than, your data should be sorted in the descending order. The meaning of ascending descending is increasing and decreasing order. Okay. Now, if I want to find out 20, I am having the option of exact match. But if I want to find out 25, what I am writing? Match B25 into A20 to A23, comma. Now exact value is not available. I should go for greater than or less than. Since this data is sorted in the ascending order, I should go for less than value. That is why I am writing 1. Am I clear? 2 more answers please. Didn't get this? What I want? See, is 25 available in the data? No. I am having 2 options. I should either find out the value which is greater than 25 or which is less than 25, right? Now, if you want to find out the value which is less than 25, your data should be in the ascending order where you want to find out. The meaning is this data should be sorted in the order of increasing order. Okay. Now, if I write equal to match, what I want to match? This 25. Where I want to match? In this data. Clear up to this? Now 25 is not available, so I am having option of either less than or greater than. But for greater than, the data should be sorted opposite. At this moment my data is sorted in the ascending order, so I can find only the value which is less than the given value. Okay, that is why I am writing 1. What is the value which is less than 25? 20. What is the position of 20? 2. Second is the position. Okay, so I will get 2. See now. Clear? Okay. Now here the data is in the descending order. Again this 25 is not available over there. Okay. Now the data is in the descending order. That is why I can find the value which is greater than. Okay. So I will be writing the match with -1. And -1 is for greater than. And for greater than, the data should be sorted in the descending order. Clear everyone? Okay. Write the formula over here for match. Write the formula for third parameter as 1 and write the formula for third parameter is -1. Now you can cross check if you want. See, I wrote over here. I am finding the data in B22, B23, which is B25. I am getting #NA. Why? Because the data is sorted in the opposite order. So you can try for this also, that whether I get the data if it is in the descending order as 1. The third parameter is 1. You will get error. Once done, let me know. Okay, one more answer for done. Now, come down to this sheet. Come down to this sheet, everyone. After completing this particular formula, I will be giving you the break. Okay. Now, this data is sales order data. Item number, quantity has been given. I want to find out the product name. I want to find out the category. I want to find out the price. And I want to find out the total. The total is nothing but quantity into price. Now, this is the data given to you. Right? Now, I want to find out this number into this data and want to get the product name, want to get the category, want to get the subcategory and want to get the price. Clear with the objective what has to be done? What will you do? You will write Vlookup. Right? Now, your Vlookup is nothing but vertical lookup. It searches for the value in the first column of the array. Okay. One more thing. See, I wrote 2 lines in a cell. I haven't wrapped it. Even if I increase this, you can see this is 2 cells, 2 rows. Anyone how to write? Anyone how to write this? It is Alt Enter. It is Alt Enter. With Alt Enter, you can write number of lines in a cell. Okay. Now it searches for the value and it always returns the first occurrence from the array. Is this 3 points understood by you? I'll be explaining while explaining the Vlookup also. Okay. Now, what your Vlookup says? Vlookup says equal to Vlookup. Lookup value. What I want to look for? I want to look for this value. Comma. Where I am looking for? This data. Right? Comma. Now, in this data, which is from M3 to R24. In this data, which is from M3 to R24, which column the product name is written? Anyone? Understood? Okay. So, in the second column, the product name is written. Okay, column N. Thank you. But column N, you cannot write column N over here. So, you have to write in the array where I am searching for, the product name is present in the column 2. That is why you are writing 2. Okay. Comma. I want the exact match. When to use approximate, I will be telling you. Don't worry. Okay. I am searching for, see, this is not the rule, but generally we say that if you are searching for any text value, go for the exact match. I am getting the electronic clock. Right? Yes. Now, what is the problem over here? Let me explain you the problem now. Okay. See, what happens? Here, I want to copy this formula beside. And I will copy this formula beside. Okay. See now. I am writing equal to Vlookup. Okay. This data. Now, I am shifting towards right. So, I will be writing B4, $B. Why $B4? Every time I want to use the same column. So, $B4, comma, M3 to R24. This should be F4. This also should be F4. Okay. Comma, 2, 0. Now, first time I got the right answer. Now, when I drag this function, even if I fix the column, I am getting the wrong answer. Why? Because category is present in the column 3. Electronic clock is present in the column 4. And price is present in the column 6, I suppose. I have to change it manually. Is this require a lot of time if you want to copy for, if you want to get the data for number of columns? Are you getting my point what I said? Yes, and this is where we have to use the match. At this moment, copy this formula. Okay, using this, write the formula, drag beside and change 3 to 4 to 6. So that you will get the answer and copy it down, and this cell is nothing but multiplication of quantity into price. Write it. Let me know whether you are getting the right answer, why we had put the dollar, whether you had understood or not, and why we are putting 2, 3, 4, 6. If you understood all, okay, if you are getting the answer, type DDDD. If done, type DDDD in the chat box. Understood? Okay. Instead of writing 2, 3, 4, 5 manually, what can I do? See, if I say equal to match, okay, this into comma 0, I'll get the product name. I'm getting 2. Okay, what can I do? I can write Vlookup this value into this complete data, comma, this will become my third parameter, and comma false or 0. Choice is yours. You can write 0 also for the false. Okay, now where to put the dollar? At V5, this completely, this should be $D4, $4. Okay, everyone understood how to use VLOOKUP with match? Okay, so write the function, drag it, and get the values of all 4 columns. Get the values of all 4 columns. Okay, and this is multiplication. Do faster. Once done, type DDD in the chat box. Now, come down to VLOOKUP approximate. Now see, I want to find out the tax slab for the salary. I want to find out the tax slab for the salary. Okay, and tax slabs are written over here. Now, this exact salary, is this available over here? No. That is why the VLOOKUP ka 4th parameter will be approximate match. The VLOOKUP's 4th parameter will be approximate. See now, equal to VLOOKUP, this salary into this complete data. I want the second column value and I want the approximate value. You can write 1 also or 0 also, 1 for true, 0 for false. So even though the salary is not available, I'll get the salary. Now you have to just change it to Ctrl+Shift+5 in the percentage. Now, how this particular approximate works? 0 to 4,999 will be 0%. 5,000 to 14,999 will be 1%. 15,000 to 24,999, 3% will be there. Am I clear? Write the function so that we can go for the next one. Now, the function is Hlookup. Now, Hlookup is nothing but searches for the value in the first row and gives the value of the corresponding row. In the VLOOKUP, we are searching in the first column and getting the value of corresponding column. And in this, we are getting the value of, we are searching for the value in the first row and getting the value of the row provided. Okay, can you write Hlookup? Generally what people do, they won't like Hlookup. They copy this data and they use Ctrl+Alt+V and transpose, and then they write VLOOKUP instead of Hlookup. But you must know that we can write Hlookup also. That is why the function introduction is there. Clear to everyone? Done? You can convert your horizontal data to vertical data and you can write VLOOKUP or you can write Hlookup. Choice is yours whether you want to write Hlookup or VLOOKUP. Okay, one more done, please. One more done, please. Now see what I want to do. Find the category, computers category. Now computer is written in 1, 2, 3. Okay, and its category is technology. So manually if I want to write the function, I will write equal to index. Now what you want to index? You want to index the complete matrix or array, comma, which rows value you want? You want the third row ka value and fourth column ka value, right? Now, those who are using Vlookup, for them, we generally suggest instead of Vlookup, write index. Index is easier to write and index is faster for the execution than your Vlookup. Clear to everyone how to write the basic index? Clear to everyone how to write the basic index? What I want to find out here, the question is given, find the computers category. Find the computers category, right? Now computer is written in column C, okay, which is third column. 1, 2, 3 and third row, right? If I want to find out computer, I will write 3 by 3. But what I want to find out? I want to find out computers ka category. Now index function, if you write, it demands equal to index. What it demands? Row. Sorry, it demands array. Now in the array, what is the row number and what is the column number of which you want to get the value? Now my array is this array, comma. Computer is written in third row. Product name, electronic clock, then computer, right? So 3. Now what I want to find out? I want to find out the category. The category is written in column number 4, right? That is why I am writing 4. I am completing the bracket. I am getting the technology, which is this answer. Computers ka category name. Clear? Okay. Now, if we write like this, every time if I want to find out any value, I have to write what column. And if you want router category, where is router? This one, right? So router is at 11 number. Okay. So 11 ka column 4, I suppose. Let me check. We want automation. No, this is not very specific. I am coming down to automation. Don't worry. I am coming down to automation. Wait. That is what I am telling you. That I cannot write every time 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 5. If I write like this, there is no use of this function, right? I am making it dynamic now. One by one. Okay. Now see what I want. I want to find out technologies subcategory. Technologies subcategory. Okay. So what I'll do? I'll write equal to index, comma, match this technology into this data, comma, 0, comma, technology is written in column number 4. What happened? Column number 5. I am getting gadgets. What I did? I use one index, one match. Right? Everyone understood this one match? More answers, please. Okay. Now, making the complete automation. I am writing equal to index of this all data, comma, match this electronic clock into this data, comma 0, and for this I want to find out the subcategory. So second match, okay, this comma into this comma 0, match complete. Am I clear? VLOOKUP also will work, right? But instead of VLOOKUP, how to use index? Okay. Now, answer is accessories. Now I want to check which row is getting returned and which column is getting returned. Now if I select this electronic clock, what is the row number? 2. And for subcategory, what is the column number? 5. So I cross check my answer whether it is right or wrong. Yes? Yes. Okay. Now, your question should be how you had arrived at answer of this. Anyone? Okay. If once you had done, please press escape key. Otherwise, your answer will be there instead of the function. Okay. I had selected the match completely. Onto my keyboard, I pressed F9 key. F9 key. Okay. Again, I had selected the match and I had pressed F9 key. Okay. Once you cross check, please press escape. Otherwise, your function will go off. Your answer will be there only. Means 2 and 5 will be there instead of match. Check it whether it works.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Done, everyone? Shall I show you the function? I am purposely not showing so that you should be able to write. Okay? Okay, those who has done with. Show me, okay? Now come down to Xlookup match. Sorry. Now try to find out price using the index function. Try to find out the price of the product in the table from G1 to G24 using index. Try to find out the price of the product using the index function. Try to write, otherwise I'll show you the formula. Done? Let me know, please. Shall I show you the formula? Okay, once done, let me know. Type DDD in the chat box so that I can take the next things. Okay, good. Now, I suppose no one requires Xlookup, no one has demanded, is not in your curriculum. Okay, now come down to the sheet of data validation. Xlookup is like your VLOOKUP, but in VLOOKUP, what happens? You are giving the column reference 2, 3, 4, 5. In case of Xlookup, there is no need of giving the column reference. You are returning array will be your column reference. See now. Xlookup A3. A3 is this salary. Sorry, A3 is Lalit Kumar Kant. Okay. Where to look? Instead of the complete data, I am looking into M3 column only. the restriction to VLOOKUP was in the data should present in the first column, okay, which will overlook into our index also, and in XLOOKUP it is more easier, okay. So look for the value in M wala column, okay, and return the value from the L column. Got it? Very simple. Again, if you are not finding, as if you are not finding, generally in VLOOKUP you are writing if NA, right? Here you can directly write, if you see the parameter C, lookup array, return array. If not found, what you want to write, okay. And in the match mode, you can match for what you can say, greater than, less than, both, okay, and exact match also, I suppose. And then search mode is whether you want to search from the downside or you want to search for the upside, like this these functions are. This function is very easy to understand, not found C. Then here I am writing -1. What is -1? See, exact match or next smaller than item. Then 1. No, this function is not there in 2010, not there in 13, not there in 16 also, I suppose. 16 it is there, I suppose, okay. But as I told you, if you want, you can have this function written with a single quote into your data if you want to have. The sheet is, if you want, you can write this function so that in future if you are having 365, you can use VLOOKUP XLOOKUP instead of VLOOKUP. Do you want to write? Okay. Shall I continue? Others, please answer. Yeah. Now what I want to do, I want to restrict the entry in the cell. Suppose these many cells, I want to restrict the entries, okay. The value should be between 0 to 100. The user should not be able to type less than 0 or more than 100 in these all cells, okay. So I am going to data menu, data validation. Now here I want to have the whole number, and the number should be between 0 and 100. If I say OK, here if I try to write 200, it is not accepting. Clear? But if I write 100, you have to do on these cells, okay. I am doing beside because I already had applied the things over there. Okay, so data validation, and this is your data validation. Once done, let me know. Data menu, data tools, data validation, again data validation, and in that this dialog box. Once done, type DDD in the chat box. The second one is date should be between 1st April 2019 to 31st April 2019. Okay, so going to data validation, okay, date, start date should be 01/04/2019 and end date should be 31/03/2020. Done. Now one more thing, I'll be explaining over here so that it will be easier for you. Okay, if I write any wrong value over here, it is giving me the error, this value does not match the data validation restriction denied for this cell. Okay, one cannot understand what is the value to be entered in that particular cell. So I can customize this error message, I can customize the input message also. What I'll be doing, I'll be going over here, okay, data validation. Now in the input message, I'm writing input, and here I'm writing please enter value between 0 and 100. Now see, If my cursor is here, it is giving me the what value has to be entered. Clear to everyone? Now, here data validation again. Now error alert. Okay. Now in the error alert, title is error, and here I am writing, please enter correct value between 0 and 100. Now see, if I enter the wrong value, one thing input message I can see, and if I enter the wrong value, it is giving me my message what I wrote. Clear to everyone? Okay. Now one more thing. Okay. I am again selecting this, going to data validation. Now here there is a stop. What happens if I stop the person will not be able to make the entry. So what I want him to do the entries, and I want to rectify the entry. So I'll say information, I'll say okay. Now if I write 500 over here, it is giving me please enter the correct value, but it is accepting. It has accepted 500. Till now it was not accepting. Right? Now I am writing 10,000 or 1000. I am saying okay. I am writing 700. I am writing okay. Now I want to find out within this entry what are the entries which are wrong. Okay. I am going to data validation, circle invalid data. Clear to everyone? Okay. Learn something new in today's session? Good. Okay. Apply all the setting to this data validation. Again, I had given the data validation over here, right, which is not allowing me to write the values apart from this range. Okay. Once done, let me know. Okay, one done. Two more done, please. Okay, chalo. Now, in this particular thing, what I want to do, I want to find out, suppose I want to restrict the user not to enter more than 20 characters. Right? In that case, the function is readily available in your data validation, but how to find out the length of a cell? How to find out the length of the data in a cell? The function is alien. If I write over here only 3m, it is 3. If I write 4m, it is 4. So whatever is the data in the cell, okay, the function is alien. Okay. Now onto this cell, I want to have the data validation. So data validation. Okay. Here text length should be less than or less than equal to, depending upon your choice, and the length should be 20. Okay. So that more than 20 character it will not allow. If you know VBA, Visual Basic for Application, you can write. What I want the data to be selected from these departments only. I do not want to allow anything else. So I want to have the data validation, and in that data validation I want this value to be as a drop down. You might have seen in the second sheet, count if samifala, statistical, we had that drop down. How to create that? Okay, go to data validation, list, and now the source of the list is this, and say okay. Now see here, from the data validation you can select whatever is the department of that particular employee. Okay. Once done, let me know. Now what I want in my company, I am giving the employee number as EMP and 3 digits. So I want to check whether the EMP is written before the employee number in the cell. Now I want to check for the left 3 characters. Okay, so equal to left of this comma 3. Okay, it is EMP. Now what should be the condition? Left of EMP should, left of 3 should be EMP. Right? If this returns true, then my data validation will be working. Otherwise, it will not be working. Okay? Clear? Yeah, so this is what I want to write in the data validation. So I am selecting the cells, going to data validation. Now how to custom? Custom, and the formula is equal to left of this cell comma 3 should be equal to EMP. Okay. If you type anything apart from EMP to the left 3 characters, it should not allow you to type. Understood? Now, I suppose I had told you equal to today gives us today's date, right? I have told you this. I suppose, yes, I don't remember. No? So equal to today, equal to now. These are the functions which gives me date and time. Okay, and the shortcut is control semicolon for the date and control shift semicolon for the time. Okay. Now, what is the difference between today and control semicolon? What is the difference between now and control colon? Okay, this is dynamic. This is also dynamic. Clear? The meaning is when tomorrow I open the system, this will get changed to 8. This will also get changed to 8 and the time, latest time. But this will be, you can see now the time got changed over 43, but here it is 42 only. Okay, so these are static. These are dynamic. Clear? Yeah. Now, suppose I want to have the date of joining. The employee has joined the company. So, if the employee has joined the company, the date of joining will be less than equal to today. Will be less than equal to today. Yeah. So, if I want the date of joining to be validated, that it should be less than today's date. Can you do? Check. I want this 4-5 cells to be less than today's date. Check whether you can do it. If done, let me know the formula what you wrote. Tomorrow if I open, that should be 8. Day after tomorrow if I open, that should be 9. It should not be static. Like if you are writing 07/08/2022, it will not work. Because whenever I open the system, it should be less than that date. Let me know how you are defining. The last for the today. Protection. Good. Chalo, next. Do faster, please. Okay, I want to protect the sheet. I want to protect the workbook. And I want to protect the cell. Okay, very first, if you want to protect the workbook, go to review menu, protect sheet, give the password as ABC. Now, when you protect the worksheet, what happens? Your cell insertion, cell deletion, cell format, these are not allowed to you. Okay, so I'll say okay. Now you can see it is asking the password again. I'm giving the password again as ABC. Okay, now if I try to write anything, it is not allowing me. Okay, but this got locked completely. The complete worksheet got locked. Generally, what we require to give the access to particular cells, and the rest of the cell are not allowed to edit, right? So I'm unprotecting the sheet, typing the password ABC. Now, everyone, please be careful. I'm selecting the complete cell, complete workbook, complete worksheet. I'm pressing Control 1. Okay. In Control 1, in the protection, I'm removing all the locks. By default, your Excel come with locking of the cell. And I say OK. Now what will I do? I'll select these cells and I'll lock this cell. I'll say OK. Now if I protect the sheet, here it is not allowing me to write anything. What happened? Protect the sheet. Wait. Okay, I had locked this cell. Sorry, I had locked this cell. So it will not allow me to write into these cells. See. This cell are not allowed to type. Yeah. You cannot make the changes to this cell. I had locked by mistake these cells. Okay, whatever you want to lock, that you have to select and say lock. Okay, I had locked this cell, that is why it is not allowing me to type in this cell, but rest of the 4-5 column it is allowing me. Done, everyone? Understood what I did? Yes. Okay, good. Now I am unprotecting the sheet. Now one more thing, I am again locking all the cells. Format cell, protection, lock. Okay. Now many of you might be knowing I am writing alt equal to over here. This is sum. Okay. I do not want this formula to be visible in the formula bar. I do not want this formula to be visible in the formula bar. I want to hide what the formula is written. Okay. I am pressing Control 1 or format cell. I am saying hidden. I say OK. Now, if I protect the sheet with the password, see the formula is not visible. Good thing, na? I do not want to show my formula to any other one. Okay, now you can protect the complete workbook by giving the password. Okay, when you protect the workbook, insertion, deletion, renaming the sheet, hide and hide the sheet is not allowed. Okay, this is one way to give the password to your workbook. Second one is file menu, info. Here you can protect the workbook, encrypt with the password. Okay, and third one, if you want to give the password for open and password to modify, there are two passwords. One is password to open, another is password to modify. In that case, you can say save as. Okay, browse for the place. Here in the tools, you are having this general option. There are two passwords now. One to open, another is to modify. I want the person to open the workbook, but I do not want the workbook to be modified. In that case, I can use these two passwords. Clear to everyone? Protection of the workbook, protection of the cell, protection of the worksheet. Okay. Now, to do the analysis of certain data, pivot is used. Now, pivot is nothing but the analysis of your data as per the requirement. Pivot is always based on a base data. That means if I want to change anything in the analysis, the base data has to be changed. Clear? Now suppose I want the analysis to be state and category. Okay, now state is I will say region. Okay, here the region will be south, north. Okay, and here the categories, right? Category will be furniture. Okay, then technology, then office supply. What to do if I want the values over here? You can use sum if, right? No, I want the sum of profit or revenue, right? But tomorrow if this get changes to state, I have to write the state names over here, right? Then sum if ka formula will get changed. Am I clear what I am saying? VLOOKUP match is possible. Only the thing is, tomorrow suppose there is a column got added subcategory, okay, and I want region ka data with subcategory. I have to change. See, you are not understanding my point. If I write sum ifs, okay, what I want to sum? I want to sum suppose revenue, okay, comma, control back, revenue, comma, this column should be this and this should be this. Should be this, comma, this column should be this. Understood the formula? I had converted to table. Don't worry. This is a range. Pivot revenue is a range. Category is a range. State is a range. Okay. Now tomorrow, if instead of revenue, I want the profit, I have to change this formula. Am I clear what I am saying? I have to change this formula because instead of profit revenue ka range, I have to have profit ka range. Right? Again, if I want data to be month wise, I have to change the countiful condition. In this particular case, we can use pivot table. Okay, now let me explain you first the table and then the pivot table. Okay, now I suppose I had given you in the table format only. Check it. How will you check whether it is table format? Let me check what I had given. Convert this data. Right click. Go to table. No, this is not in the table format. This is not in the table format. Okay. How will you know whether it is table format? There will be a context menu over here. Table. Control T is the shortcut key. Another is Control L, and third is insert table. Insert table. Okay, it will ask you the table data and whether your table is having the heading. Two shortcuts, Control L, Control T, and the third is insert table. Am I clear to everyone how to convert your data to table? Okay, now when I say okay, first thing is there is a table design. This is what it is shown that your data is converted to table. Again, back if you want to have, now here there is a table name. This is table 2. Okay, now I want this data name to be given as pivot data 1. Okay, convert your data to table and give the name as pivot data 1. Once done, let me know. Okay, now one advantage is you are not this data, keep your cursor, go to insert menu and set table or press Ctrl T onto your keyboard. Okay, whatever data is there, that will be, see now if I press Ctrl T, my data is from A1 to G5000 and I'm having heading to the data, category, state, region, say date, revenue, profit and month. I'll say okay, your data got converted to table. Now table design. Okay, you can use a default name also, but I do not want default name. I want this data to be, I might have same name now, pivot data 1. Done everyone? Okay. Now, when your data is in the table format, you are having filter added automatically to your data. Filter to your data now. Right? Now, filter can be to the filter by color. Okay. Text filter if data is text. Okay. Now, I can select from the menu also that I want only the furniture. Okay. Same thing as if your data menu filter. I suppose everyone knows filter and sort. Yeah, now see one more thing. See, I am having this. I will copy this over here. Okay, now this is not the table. This is not the table. Okay, date, revenue, profit. Okay, and month. Heading can be anything. Now I had selected my data. I went to filter. Okay, now I am having this filter option available with me. Okay, now this option again, like conditional formatting, depends on your data type. Depends upon your data type. Okay, if data is text, this will be text filter. If your data is number, this will be number filter. And if your data is date, In that case, it will be date filter. Clear? Yeah. One more thing. Suppose I had given the color to this data. I am going home menu. I am giving the data to be color. Now here I am having filter by color option. I can filter by. Clear to everyone? Okay. This utility can be used, filter by color, when you are having conditional formatting and you want to sort onto the color. Clear? Okay. You can add the data to table, na? You have to just write something over here. I am writing See, this got added to your table. See, I will write over here. See, I am writing over here. Suppose this is cost. This is cost. Okay. Which is revenue minus profit. Now, what will happen? If you type this formula over here, you are not to drag the formula. It will be copied automatically to all the cells. I had copied from this and I can. Rows also you can. If you add the row, you can paste it. Yeah, you can. There is no problem in pasting the data downside or in the column. It's not the problematic. Okay. Understood the table concept? Okay. Now, and sort, you are having data menu, sort option. Yeah. You can add labels up to 64 in the sort option. Okay. Now, if I want to sort on category, whether I want Z to A or A to Z, I'll say okay. This will be sorted onto the column I had selected. Okay. Clear filter. I do not want to have sort. Okay. Now again, sort is having number of options. See, depending upon your data type, the sort will be. Okay. Now if you are having any color into your data, in that case you can sort by color also. Okay. Am I clear to everyone? Now this is table, that is why it is not asking my data as header. Otherwise it will ask you whether your data is header. Otherwise what will happen? See.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Control C, Control V. Now this is not table. And if I say sort, if I won't say my data has header, it will ask me column LMNOP. But if I say my data has header, it will ask me, it will there. Okay. Okay. Chalo. Now what I want to have the pivot table. Now pivot table can be inserted into another sheet also, can be inserted into this sheet also. Now whenever you are inserting the pivot table, please careful that there should be sufficient space to expand your table. Okay. Now what I had selected this complete table. I am going to insert menu, pivot table, from range. Okay. Now it has taken the table name automatically, or you can select the data whatever you want to have. Now I want in the existing sheet, it is asking me the location. I am giving this location. Clear up to this, everyone? Okay. I had selected this data. I went to insert menu, pivot table, from range. Okay. It has taken the data table automatically because my data was converted into table. Otherwise you have to select the range. Existing sheet. Now it is asking where you, in this sheet, where you want to have. Okay. I am selecting this particular cell to insert the pivot table and I am saying okay. Clear? Now when you insert a pivot table, you are having this option available with you. Is it there with you? Is it clear, everyone? Is this dialog box coming to you, everyone? Okay. Now what I want state wise revenue. See, it is giving you state wise revenue. Clear? Now I do not want revenue, I want profit. Easier than writing the function? Okay. Now it requires practice. Definitely Excel requires a lot of practice. Okay. Now see, please be careful. See, many time what happens, suppose It is for the analysis purpose. I am doing analysis. State wise, what is my profit? State wise, what is my revenue? Yeah. Now, suppose instead of numerical field, if I had selected the numerical value, it will take count. In this state, there were 44 transactions. Am I clear to everyone? Okay. At this moment, I am not taking anything. I am just taking the profit. Now, it may be the case that you won't require the profit ka sum. You want profit ka average or anything else. Now, if you down click this, you are having value field setting and you are having these many options over here. Okay, up to this, do it. Let me know if done. Select the table, insert pivot table, this sheet only. Shall I continue if done? Okay. Okay. Now, if you want anything like count, average, maximum, minimum or product, in that case, you can use this option, drop down and value field setting. This dialog box will be there, and this dialog box you can change what you want. Standard deviation, variance, whatever you want. You can have that particular option. Clear? Now, anyone, if I want to calculate what is the percentage of profit for this particular state. If I want to calculate what is the profit percentage from the total profit for this particular state, how can we do? Anyone? I want both profit also and percentage also. Total then divide. Check whether you can add the column to your table. Check whether you can have the column to your table. Pivot table. I am asking about pivot table. Right click and pivot table. You are not allowed to have any column into your pivot table. Everyone, please look at my screen what I am doing. I am dragging the profit again. Okay. And to this profit, value field setting, show value as percentage of column total. See now. Instead of state, take the region. It will be easier for you. Take the region. Check it now. Clear to everyone what I did? Definitely. Excel needs a lot of practice, and Excel is, as I told you, it is an ocean. There are a lot many things in Excel. Yeah? Understood? Done everyone? This one? Okay. Now, I want on the same data, the different analysis. What I'll do? I'll copy this. I'll paste it beside. Okay. Now what I want category to be in the column. Now see, it is region wise, category wise, category wise data. Second analysis onto the same data. Am I clear? I copied the pivot, pasted beside. Okay. Now in this pivot, I do not want profit percentage. I want category, and in the row, I want region instead of state. Clear? In the row, there are four options. Filter, column, rows and values. Okay. So, depending upon your requirement, how you want the analysis, you have to have the data in column, row or values. Now, in the values, you are having the option for the calculation. How you want the calculation to be there. Okay. Anyone else? Any doubt for these two pivots? Understood? Okay. Now, copy this pivot. Now, take a larger space and then paste. Take wherever the space is more. Okay. Now, in this, I do not want anything in the column, but I want hierarchy. Okay. This is region wise sum of profit. Okay. And I want a hierarchy as category. See now, in the central region, for this category, what was the profit? What was the revenue? Am I clear? Okay. Once done, let me know so that I can have another one. P4, 5. Okay. Good. Now, I may require the data to be viewed in the format of year, quarter, month and then day. Year, quarter, month and then day. Okay. So, again I am copying the first. You can copy any. I am copying first one because first one is smaller one. So, I have to remove the less things. Okay. Copy this. Go beside. I am purposely going beside because I require a lot of space. Control V. Okay. Now, in the pivot, what I want the data to be date wise. Put the date. Now, those who are working in 2010, they might have to group again. Okay, everyone done like this? This plus sign, if minus it, you are getting quarters. If I minus it, you are getting months. If you minus it, you are getting dates. Okay. Expansion. Now many time we don't require all the things to be, so I can say ungroup or I can say group. Now in the group, I just want month wise. I do not want month, day, month, quarter, year. I just want month. And if I say okay, see your data got monthly, only monthly. Okay. So you can group, ungroup according to your choice. Group. Okay. Now I want all three. Clear to everyone? Right click, group, ungroup. When you group, if it is date field, in that case you can group according to month, quarter, year and days. Okay. Clear to everyone up to this? Okay. Understood basics of pivot table, everyone? Okay. One more exercise for the pivot. Come down to pivot days sheet. Pivot days sheet. It is there in today's data, not in the last data. Now, I suppose you might heard about aging analysis. Everyone, aging? No. Okay. No issues. How many days are over from the bill date and the payment is not received? Generally, we give the credit of 60 days or 90 days or 30 days for the payment terms with the vendors, right? Generally, we give the credit period to our vendors that in 30 days you have to make the payment, 60 days you have to make the payment. This varies company to company, right? Now, see, I had purposely taken the data which is overdue. Okay, 16/7/22 is the date. Okay, and this is the bill date. I want to calculate from bill date to today's date how many days are over. From bill date to today's date how many days are over. Am I clear up to this? Okay, now convert your date. It is in the table format only. Check it whether it is in the table format. Do you have this table design and aging written into your database, into your sheet? Check it. Okay, I had converted this data to table. Okay, this is also there, due date wala formula. Okay, now understand due date wala formula. See, some dates are of August 22. If you go to bill date, right, in the 22 I am having some bills which are August. So these are not yet overdue, right? It is not done actually, but for some extent I just want to explain, that is why I have taken August bills also. Okay, now what I am writing over here, max of L1 minus E2 comma 0. That means if the values are negative, like for August bill, these values will be negative. See, if I write over here 22/08/2022 and if I calculate equal to this minus this, it will give me, why? It should be minus, no, sorry. It should be equal to this minus equal to this minus this. This gives me a negative value. I do not want negative value. That is why I wrote max of L1 minus E2 comma 0. So whenever it is negative, it will be 0. Clear? This formula clear to everyone? Use of max. See, I am writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 25, 27. If I write equal to max of this data, whatever is the maximum value that it will give. Clear? Okay. So I want to calculate the maximum. It is not in case of date. It is date minus date comma 0. So what it will give me? This will give me a number. L1 minus E2 will give me a number. Like this, 37. I'll write equal to this minus this. And this should be number. See, it is giving me these numbers, but there are negative numbers also. The max will not give you the get rid of minus values. Here you can have the minus values also. See now, let me explain you. See, here you are having this minus values also. Can you see these minus values? Okay, now see. If I say equal to max of 20 comma minus 18. It will be 20. Yes, comma 0. What it will be now? 20. Right? Now, if I say over here, max of L1 minus build it. Max of L1 minus build it, comma 0. So, wherever it is negative and 0. What is the value? If I say max of a negative value, comma 0. 0. Right? So, wherever there is a negative value, I want 0. Clear to everyone now? Yeah. So, that is why I had used that particular option. Clear? Now, I want to insert a pivot table into the existing sheet at the location this one. Clear up to this? Now, what I want, due days, okay, and count of anything you can have. I will take region, that is better. I'll take region. Clear to everyone what I did? I took due days and count of any field. Now, I do not want this. What I want, in the 0 to 30 days, 1 to 30 days, how many bills are there and what is the bill amount. Okay, change this to bill amount. Sales amount. What is the sales amount? I want what is the sales amount. Okay, and what is the sales count. Okay, that means for the 0 days, what is the sell and what is the number of bills. Okay, but I do not want like this. What I want, 30, 60, 90, 120 days, like this I want the count. Okay, so I am selecting the first column. I am saying group. Now see, this is number field. That is why group is like this. When it was date, that time the group was month, quarter, year. But it is number in the first column. That is why we are having. Now I want 1 and I want 30 ka slab. Clear what I did at this moment? How your pivot will be, that is apart. But at this moment, is it clear what I did for the number formatting? Okay, I'll say okay. Now see, your pivot got changes to easy. Instead of if number of days is this, what is the sum? If number of days this, what is the sum? Okay, this analysis is easier. Am I clear to everyone? Okay, good. Yeah, actually, aging is nothing but how many days are over for the billing, right? Generally, what happens now, if I had given the credit of 60 days, I have to call the person that 60 days are over and you had not given me the payment. So, please make the payment. Okay. So, if the days are more, right, I have to be behind the person that please make the payment. So, I want to calculate. See now, if you filter this data for this number of days, here, if you see number filter, see what I did. I double click this and I got a different sheet where I got the details of this. Okay. Yes, now see in the grouping, right click, group, yeah. Whatever are the maximum, that is over here. What is the minimum, that is 0. Okay, what you can do, you can have 15 days ka. Depends how you want to have. See now, I'll have that particular option. Clear? Grouping is your choice. Generally what happens, we used to do for the 30, 90, 120 days. Credit is generally given to vendors, or when we purchase anything, we get the credit of 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Now I want to check how many bills are there which are overdue. Okay. So looking at this, I can directly see. Clear to everyone? Pivot. Everything in the pivot till now. Let me know please whether it is clear to everyone, whatever pivot we had done. Okay. Now come down to this pivot sheet. I don't know how many of you knows this particular thing, but let me explain you one more thing. The pivot wala sheet, the previous one. Everyone, are you there? Okay. Now, suppose I want to see the data for the central region, or I want to see the data for furniture only. Okay. What we do generally, we go over here and we apply a filter. Not here. We can apply the filter, right? Now, instead of this filter, I am having one more option. I am keeping my cursor in the pivot. I am going to insert menu, slicer. Now, slicer is nothing but the filter to your pivot. Okay, I am saying category. I'll say okay. Now, just look at just look at the figures in every pivot. No, not every pivot, only this pivot. Sorry. Okay, I'm saying furniture. Where it was? Sorry. I do not want this filter. I want the filter to be on the region. See now, if I say central, this data will be only for central. If I say east, it will be only for east. Easier than filter? Now to clear the filter, this sign is there. Clear the filter. Now if I want 2, so I am pressing central, with control I am pressing another region. So I will get the data of 2 region. Am I clear to others what I did? Okay. Now deleting this, keeping the cursor into the pivot, going to insert slicer on the region. I'll say okay. Yes, you can. If you want, I can show you in 1 second. Okay. Now see, this slicer is controlling only this pivot. Okay. Let me tell you how this one slicer can be connected to all the pivot tables. Okay. Now see, I am selected this slicer. I am going to slicer menu, report connection. I'll say pivot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll say okay. Now see, check the figures. Check the figures downside. This figure. Keep in mind this figure. Okay. Keep in mind this figure. Now I am saying central only. All the pivots got controlled by a single pivot table. A single slicer. Clear? Everyone? Okay. This is how you can connect your slicer to different pivots. Okay. As far as pivot is concerned, the last one. Okay. See, my cursor is onto the slicer. I had selected a slicer. Went to slicer menu, report connection, and here whatever are the pivots in the sheet, that all pivots are visible. Just check in all and say okay. Now when I click east, I'll get all the figures for east in all the tables. This is how I can connect one slicer to all the pivot tables. Clear? Okay. Done with the pivot. Any doubt in the pivot to anyone? Analysis is very easier when you use the pivot table. This you might have understood till now. Okay, very good. Chalo, come down to charts. Charts are nothing but the pictorial representation of your data. Charts are nothing but the pictorial representation of your data. Okay, now I am selecting the data. I am going to insert. In the chart there are number of charts. Okay, I am inserting a line chart. Once done, let me know. Now, there are, see, column charts are used when you want to compare the different values vertically side by side. Line charts are for the trend. Okay. Pie charts are for showing the values as a percentage to whole. Okay. Bar charts are flip of your column chart. Okay. And area chart is nothing but your like line chart. Only the thing is area under the line got filled up. Okay. Now, this is what is the definition. When to use which chart. Okay, there are so many chart types, but let me have first the charts which are basic charts. Okay, now repeating for you, I am selecting the data. Okay, going to insert menu. In the insert menu, line chart. Okay, now if you see at a time what are the chart types, here you are having all the chart types over here. Okay, this is called dialog box launcher, and through this you can see all the chart type whatever is available. Okay, now onto this chart, I want the data value and the pointers. Where are the values? Am I clear what I want to have? So this plus sign and data labels. I can get the data labels onto the chart. Select the line, this plus, and you will have the data labels. Now select the line, right click, format data series. Right click, format data series. This marker option. In this brush, this is a marker option. Can you see this marker option? Others, please. Okay. Now I want the markers, and markers should be built in, and I want the marker to be star, and the marker size should be 7. Now when I say okay, you can see these markers. This is the point for this particular. Done everyone along with the marker. Okay. Now onto the same data, I want the column chart. Now when we talk about column chart, okay, there are three type of column chart in 2D. Okay. One is comparing side by side. One is comparing side by side. Second is stack column. Stack column means the total value and for each value like this. Sorry, I cannot have this, I suppose. I have one more sheet onto that. I can explain you that one about the other. Not here. Okay. Onto this, go for area chart. Go for area chart. You can see the shape is same. Only the thing is area beneath your line got filled up. Clear? Okay. Now third one is again data, insert, column chart. Now everyone knows what is column chart. Now see, I want this scale to be changed. Instead of 5,000 ka difference, I want 10,000 ka difference. Am I clear what I want to do? Okay. Right click, format axis, right? Minimum value, maximum value. Instead of 5,000, I will write 10,000. See, the scale got changed to 10,000. This is how you can change the scale. Am I clear? Okay. One more thing. This columns, I do not want the same color. I want the color to be varied. These are same color. I want the color to be varied. So select the column and here vary color. Select the column, right click, format data series, and in that field, and in the field vary color by point. Done everyone? Understood? Okay. Now this chart title. Okay. I do not want in that case you are having option over here that you do not want the chart title. And if you want to change the chart title, you can click this, and in this you can write sales for the year 2022, suppose. Clear? Now along with this chart, you want the data table, short table, that what is the data for this particular chart. Okay, so here you can have this data table. Okay, now if you want data label, okay, and data label where you want. Okay, so depending upon your requirement, you can format the chart how you want to have. Clear this one, everyone? Now, can you have the bar chart for the same? Difference between the column and the bar is, in the bar, the values are on Y and the categories on X. And in the bar chart, the values are on X and the categories are on Y. Create the bar chart for the same. Once done, let me know. Type DD in the chat box if done. Okay. Now see, if you had done the chart by mistake anything, you can have chart design or you can have the format. Okay. In the chart design, you can change the chart type. Okay. Or you can come down over here and you can select the style of the chart how you want to have. When you had selected the chart, you are having the option for the chart design to be how you want to have the design. Okay. Now this chart, I want the background color to be light one. Okay. Now again select this data, insert pie chart. Can you see the pie chart over here? Now onto this pie chart, I want the values and the category both. First we'll see the percentage. Okay, from the whole, what is the percentage of particular month? Okay, so go to the data label. In the data label, more options. Here you can have the percentage. I do not want value. I want only the percentage. And the color for the percentage should be, okay, I'll extend this. Okay, and if I select this, and if I go to home menu, and if I say the font color to be white. Clear to everyone? Okay. Understood the charts, basics of charts? Okay. Now, this legends, these are called legends. Okay. This legends, I want where. I want at the right side. So this will be like this. Okay, so every what you can say element of the chart can be formatted. Am I clear? Okay, now come down to column chart. Actually, for the trend, you should always use any chart you can use. Only the thing is, the things should be clear, whatever you want to show onto the chart. So, generally, for the trend, lines are used. For the comparison purpose, columns are used. And pie charts are used when the categories are 5 or 6. If there are many categories, in that case, you should not use the pie chart. Always use the column chart. Okay, so depends upon our choice. There are stock chart also available. There are so many type of charts available. Okay, so depending upon our requirement, how we want to depict and whether the depiction is clear. Now see, if I go over here, choice is yours whether you want to have like this or like this, whatever is more clear to you. Sometimes area chart is not clear for the back side, it gets behind, you cannot see what is behind. Okay, in that case you should not use that type of chart. Okay, so it is not specific, but whatever you want to depict, that should be clear. That is what is the motto of the chart, or that is what is the, what you can say, depiction. Okay, so it is up to you how you want to show. Now see, if I show you like this, nothing is clear. So it depends how you want to have. Okay, now come down to column chart wala sheet. Okay, select this data, insert. Now I want you to select these three, then this. Have all the charts, all 7 onto your sheet. This is one. Okay, copy, paste, chart design, select chart type, this one. Okay, then copy, then paste, then this chart type should be 100%. Okay, now see the difference. This is side by side, this is one above the other, but the total value is 160, and this is converted to 100%, and in the 100%, what is the contribution for each. Understood the difference in these three? Okay, now you can have 3D charts also. Now depending upon how you want to depict your values, you should select side by side.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Stack or 100% stack. In stack, the complete value will be there, of which now if I say over here the data label, see it is actual value. That is why it is up to 160 or 120. Okay. Now if you do not want this grid line, okay. Okay. Now grid line, again your choice whether you want to have the grid line or do not have the grid line. Here there is option of grid line. This one, inside grid lines. Okay. Now you might have seen in my data, there is no backside line. Okay, so in the view menu you can off the grid line, so your checks will go. Done everyone, all 7 column chart. Now bubble chart. In till now we had seen there are only 2 values which we can depict. Now I want to depict the 3 values, these 3. Okay, so and one value on the x-axis, another value on the y-axis, and the third value is size of the bubble. Am I clear what I said? First value on the x-axis, second value on the y-axis, and third is size of the bubble. Okay, this is how we'll be creating the chart for this. Okay, I had selected these 3. I went to insert. There are ways to insert, but I am going through this way. Okay, I am saying without selecting the data, I am going to bubble chart so that it will be perfect what I want to have. Now I'll right click this chart. I'll say select data, add. Now in the x value I want quantity, in the y value I want cells, and in the bubble size I want this. Am I clear what I did? No issues. Delete. I went to insert menu and I had inserted a bubble chart. This is plain. Now right click, say select data. Now in the legend entries, add. Now series name I do not want any. In the series X, on the x axis I want quantity. Anything you can have. Okay, Now in the y-axis I want this data, and the size of the bubble should be this percentage, suppose. Clear what I did now? I'll say okay. Now what I want, onto this bubble you can go to chart design and you can have any chart, anything how you want to have. Yes, you can use this process for anything. Actually, generally scatter charts are used for two numerical values. क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Data science में you are having lot of things like your what you can say, correlation point. उसके बाद में वो K means clustering. I don't know all the terms, but क्लस्टर्स वगैरह, हाँ, प्रेडिक्शंस के लिए जनरली यूज किया जाता है. हाँ, रिग्रेशन ऑल्सो यू रिक्वायर दैट टू लाइन वेयर दे आर इंटरसेक्टिंग टू ईच अदर, राइट, फॉर योर x0 and x0, right? So that is where these charts are generally used. And whenever you want to have more than two values to be depicted, that time also you can use this particular type of charts. Okay. Now on to this chart. Okay. Actually I am not what can I say for data science, but I know that this type of places you can use this particular type of chart, intercept निकालने के लिए, for intercept in your regression. There you can use this particular type of chart. I was formatting this chart, right? Now I am going to data label. Now see, if I keep cursor over here, I cannot understand anything for what region this particular dots are or this particular depiction is, right? For this purpose I am going to data label. Now in the data label, sorry, data label. Now here in the data label, what happened in the data label? Wait, I'm going somewhere wrong. I'm not getting the labels. साइज ऑफ बबल टू बी रिड्यूस, यहाँ पे है कहीं तो भी ऑप्शन साइज ऑफ बबल्स का. राइट क्लिक, डेटा सीरीज, हाँ, साइज ऑफ द बबल साइज टू सपोज 20% or 50%, right? You can. Okay, I'm making 100% at this moment. Okay, right click, go to data label. Now in the data label, what I want, I do not want I want value from the cell. And which cell I want to have the value? I want to have the values from, now see, if you don't have any, in that case also you are getting that this is for which region. Am I clear? Done everyone with the chart, or anything has to be done? Understood basics of charts? And I suppose you have learned a lot of things in Excel, even though it is for the short duration. Yes? Okay. Now see, how to make use of Excel's this data menu and this cities and this data type. Okay. Now there are so many restrictions over here, so that is why I'm taking only the basics over here. Now these are the states of India, right? Everyone select this data and say geography. This will require certain time, this much time. It will locate that onto the geographical place where it is. Okay, now here you can see this plus ka sign. Okay, now depending upon what you had selected, if you had selected different countries, right, in that case country ka population, country ka what you can say, there are so many things. Okay, now here I'll take population. Every population will get inserted for this particular state. Okay, now I can select this data and I can insert map. Now these colors are lighter to darker. Okay, 2010, this option is not available. Neither 13, I suppose it is 16 onwards. Check it for 13 if anyone is in 13, but 16 and 365, I suppose it is there. Anyone in the 16, check it whether it is there. Once done, let me know please. Type DDDD in the chat box if done. Okay, shall we proceed further? Do you have all the solved files with you, whatever we had done till now? Everyone? Okay, you are having this data with you, this one in the conditional advance. This data is there with you, and last Sunday we had done this. Okay, now what I want you to copy. Okay, now you have to do it faster if you want to complete this particular concept. Okay, now select your data, go to home menu, conditional formatting, new rule, and apply this rule. Faster please. What you had missed? You have to apply the conditional formatting. Now, this is applied conditional formatting. If I change this data, this conditional formatting will change. That is what we had done that day. Right? Now, what I want this data to be, every time if I change the amount, I want the data to be filtered. Now see how to apply filter. I'll select this. I'll go to data menu and filter. Now what I want the data to be filtered on the color. Okay. Now every time if I want to see this particular thing, yeah, it requires filtered, unfilter, filter, unfilter like this. Everyone, let me know please. For the automation, we use macro. I am giving just introduction to macro. Okay. Bear me for 5 minutes if it is required for the completion of this particular concept. Okay. Now, what I am doing, applied the filter. Here, come down over here, select this and say filter. Up to this only you have to do. Okay. Done everyone. Now, do not press anything else. Go to view menu. Everyone, go to view menu. Go to this macros. No one will be missing because I am not having time to explain this again. Go to macros, record macro, macro 1, key will be F. With me everyone, okay, and select this as this workbook and say okay. Now select this, filter by color and this macro, stop recording. Okay, now done everyone. What about the others? Okay, now see what can I do. I can have a shape. Suppose star. Where is star? This one. Right click, assign macro 1. Okay. Now see, if I defilter this, if I click this button, this is filtered. If I defilter this, if I click this, done. Okay. Now I am changing this to. Now see how your automation works. Clear to everyone? Okay, so this is how you can make use of macro. Now what I'll do, I'll apply this filter. Everyone, please. Okay, because time is very less now. Star repeat. Okay, no issue. Insert, illustration, shape, and this star. Okay, right click, assign macro and this macro, and say okay. Now when I click this button, this will be filtered. Now this is a button. This is just button to make this automation, nothing else. Assign the macro to this, so macro will get run behind. Otherwise, what you have to do, you have to go to view menu. You have to go to macro, and here you can say view macro, and then you have to run this macro. Okay, instead of going this way, I had star. Star is not for automation. Star is a button to assign to the macro. Macros are for the automation purpose. The work you have to do daily. Okay, that you can have recorded. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll keep it like this only. I'll record one more macro. Yeah, you can use anything. No, bottom is not assigned. Star got assigned. This star only got assigned. What can I do? I can have one more macro. Okay, and that macro will be macro 2. And here I'll say clear filter. Now I will have one more button. I had done nothing. I had just sent. I'll say this option. Okay, right click, assign macro 2. Okay. Now see, I'll click this. Done everyone. Okay. Now one more macro I had done, which is for defilter. Okay, I'll give the another name to this. Okay, record macro 3, control N suppose. Okay, and I'll say clear filter. Okay, now I'll say stop recording. Now I'll have one more button. Right click, assign macro 3. Okay, now see, this is filter, this is defilter, this is filter, this is defilter. Change this figure, filter, defilter. Okay, everyone, is it clear? Good. Macros are whatever you can record the macro, you can write your own macros also. Okay, only the thing is how to record, that I had given to you, that how to record the macro. You can record the macro whatever are your daily steps, and then you can save your file. Okay, now if you want to save your file with the macro, file menu, save as. Now if you save as xlx, it will not be enabled. You have to save the file as xlsm, then only your macros will be there in your file. Okay,
Today we're gonna be required to cover the statistics in Excel in a very simple manner. So I am here to make your life easy. Okay, so this is gonna be the fundamental idea. Okay, guys, so let us now take this forward. There are some terminologies which I am sure you guys are aware of, but I would like to make it more interesting for you. Whenever I start my batch from scratch, I do have certain things and areas to cover up. The reason why I'm picking up these headers and the topics into the discussion is because this will bring more clarity and will help you to understand the thing from the right perspective and the right angle going down the line with the various tools, techniques, methodologies, and the concepts, which will eventually bring more clarity and conviction during your interviews. So with that take, there are 5 questions. Out of those 5 questions, 3 of them are mandatorily important. You being anywhere in the field, not only into the data science domain. But are you guys aware of the idea of what is data science, why data science, and how data science? There are some interchangeable use keywords like data science. You might have heard of the keyword called data analysis. You might have heard of a keyword called data mining. You might have heard of a keyword called data engineering, and so on and so forth. Are you guys aware of these differences in a simple manner? Because you know you are anyhow going to be learning the certain areas. So statistical modeling versus machine learning versus deep learning versus artificial intelligence. Are you guys interested to or have already aware of these things? Are you guys aware of the integrities of data analysis? What is data analysis and its types? Because this is very important, I would say. Then I think somewhere and somehow I should jump on the discussion of SAS versus R versus Python. And then you should be fundamentally going with the idea of what is Python, why Python, and how Python. Now, you guys need to tell me what are the different types of data analysis you are aware of. Tell me, what are the types of data analysis you guys are aware of? What are those 4 types? Descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. Okay. Now, guys, whatever you have learned so far is interesting. But if you will understand that from the layman's perspective, if I have to make your life simpler rather than very complicated, for me personally, there are only 2. Either it is descriptive or predictive. When I'm counting on prescriptive and diagnostic, this could be the added layers on the predictive part itself. Got it? So let's cut the slack out. Let's make our life easier. So I'm not denying that whatever you just told me is correct or incorrect. That's absolutely right there on the track. If you look into the articles, even whatever the article I do share, there also we have 4 or 3 being mentioned. But just to make the things being simpler for you is what I'm saying, that let's focus on 2 keywords, that is descriptive and predictive. I hope everyone knows what is descriptive. Descriptive means, what is descriptive, guys? Describing the data is simply the descriptive part, right? That's all. That's all. Full stop. Nothing less than that or nothing more than that is required. Yes, describing the data, full stop. So whatever you have been doing in 85% of the situations, all the organized, semi-organized industry, so MIS reporting, dashboarding. I hope everyone understands what is MIS. MIS reporting and dashboarding comes as a major interest area for the descriptive part. And for that, you have been using the standard software till date like Excel, SQL. You have the BI tools like Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, and ClickSense. In a very simple manner, you are simply doing the nuggets of the informations and passing it on. As an example, how many students are there in this batch today? How many of them are males and females? What is the average salary difference between the males and females salary they are receiving? What is the pass percentage ratio of the students in your college? What is the average placement package your college was providing? What was the maximum package your college was able to meet for a student in the drives and the campus placements? What is the attrition ratio in an organization you have? What is the range of the uh, packages in a certain bandwidth, like B1 band, B2 band, this band and that band you have? All sort of the reports whatsoever you do in the entrepreneur or organization standpoint, be it the quarter on quarter comparison, year on year comparison, this quarter versus last quarter, same quarter last year comparison, all the balance sheets, profit and loss accounts, all of these things are majorly focused on descriptive analytics. This requires a simple 6 standard school mathematics, not at all complicated, where you are simply summarizing, aggregating and grouping the data and passing the information based on the different cuts. This is what you have been doing in majority of the areas and the cases. Coming back to the descriptive side of predictive side of that, as an example of descriptive, I am writing here how many corona patients are there till date. If this is what you have a count or the record being maintained, how many corona patients are admitted or died, or how many corona patients are till date, okay? If I have to somehow reflect the same thing from the predictive perspective, this would now turn out to be like how many corona patients are expected or would or shall be dying or would be dying or could die by end of December 2022. Now, in the case of predictive, you are simply forecasting and predicting what might or could happen in future. Okay, so the keyword is might and could, and this is very, very striking and important because no one is so certain about the thing. Another interesting fact is that my question is, this layout is leading to a question that why you are doing the analysis or the modeling. Why you are doing this? If you understand this thought, our government or anyone in this capacity has nothing to do with who is going to be dying or who is going to be surviving out of this COVID. They don't have any personal interest. But you are getting this estimated or understood or known prior to the time is because you can use this information or insight for the better decision-making abilities. And when I said decision-making abilities, maybe a possibility government can use that for handling their healthcare infrastructure, the vaccinations, the PPE kits, the staff, the ventilators availability, and to distribute that in between the states and so on and so forth. And this is just an example. The story will remain as an analogy for every single thing and a project whatsoever you are doing. Am I clear with that, guys? So long story short, you are somehow analyzing and predicting something so that you can use those insights for the better decision-making abilities. That's all. And that decision-making abilities could be for anything. Either you use that for the supply chain management, for the inventory management, for the HR management, for this and that. There could be thousands and thousands of the use cases and the application areas. And that is the reason we have the analysis everywhere, because there is data. Got it? I hope this is clear to everyone now. Now, let me strike out certain things for you because I'm sure you might have covered R or Python. So this is going to be a quick recap in a certain way. If I have to tell you what is the modeling or predictive modeling and how the models are to be built, because you might have somehow covered the entire things on R earlier. So if you would ask me to simplify the whole idea in a very signature style, so I would say the entire analysis or the modeling concept, be it the standard statistical modeling like linear logistics regression, fundamentally what we have been doing till date, for past hundreds of years, or maybe the typical ML algorithms like decision tree, random forest you would be learning. The entire idea would be as same as like I'm going to be showing you in next 5 minutes on your screen. Treat it like the training engagement. My question to each one of you is that the outcome of this training, when I say this training means like you and me guys are here for. Don't you think the outcome of this training is purely dependent on how good your trainer is? Like how fit I am, how good as an orator I am, how I am communicating and managing you guys there, how in-depth understanding I do have with the certain topics, how smartly I have managed my content, my use cases, my case studies, my layman examples in a simplified manner, and so on. Not only about me, but you guys are also there on the other side of the table. So don't you think the entire training is purely dependent on how good the Mukesh is as a learner, based on his IQ, his grasping skills, his prior background, and so on, and how good is Ankur, and then only you can say that this is gonna be how good this entire training is there, right? If Mukesh is good and I am good, then obviously you can expect a very good results out of this entire training. Got it? Got it, guys? Same is exactly what the idea we have in sort of modeling. And let me label them what I'm trying to convey. This is a very high level picture, very high level. In any of the assignments, case studies, industry projects, you would have been going through with the same idea. As in when I say Mukesh, I am talking about the quality and the availability of the data. And when I say Ankur as a trainer means the training methodology or the machine learning algorithm, be it like linear regression, logistics regression, or what for that sake, I'm writing decision tree or random forest. This is the initial view that if the data quality is absolutely aligned with the best fitment, not in terms of the mathematics, but in terms of so many things, I would say, then only you can expect the better model, just like the way better training of this class. I hope this first initial view is clear. I would be stretching it for another double click view I will be providing. Anyone having any doubt with this view? Okay. Now let me take a feedback to me. I hope you guys are enjoying this conversation. Are you finding it interactive or interesting? Should I be slowing down the pace? Or is it going fine with everyone? Cool, thank you. Now just take a look into this frame and I'll be providing a double click, and every single thing is going to be a benchmark learning. I can assure you that this is what all you are investing here, your time with me. For certain reasons, I have this template being saved based on what I was discussing with my previous batch. So you can see something on my screen, which I would be using. Be it whatsoever you have been doing in R, whatsoever you have to do in Python, and whatsoever you have been doing 10 years before. But prior to that, let me quickly take a moment for you. Okay, I just have reminded. My sincere apologies for hopping here and there, guys. Okay, because this is something very critical before I jump into that thing. You guys have been now moving on with data science with Python, correct? This is like you are here for data science with Python, right? This might have been known or been told to you guys, but just to get a right context into the frame, forget about whatsoever the programming platforms are there. I mean, this should have been told right into the earlier sessions when you might have covered the R. But all your focus, your interest area should be to understand the nitty-gritties, the fundamental concepts, the in and out of data science as a whole. When I say Python, Python is just another software like the way you have R or SAS. SAS has been so popular 10 years or 5 years before. R has been popular 4 or 3 years before. Python is now being the limelight in the industry. But who knows, 5 years or 10 years down the line, you may have another software like Leopard or Mango or Banana. Correct or not, guys? Are you getting my point? Who knows that you may need to work upon on some other weird names and the softwares like this and this and this. So are you gonna be having the second loop of the formal training again being started? Would you be enrolling again into the course? I don't think so. You should. So is what the takeaway is that. I mean, I am not surprised because this comes as a gap majority of the time. But in my trainings, if a person has learned the data science with R, he or she finds equally comfortable to attempt any project on Python or on any software in a matter of a day or two. Now, to bring that clarity, you should be considering it like learning how to drive a car. And when I say you are learning how to drive a car in India, we mostly start with the entry level hatchback cars, like mostly it is going to be i10 or WagonR or Santro, or most importantly Alto in tier 2 or tier 3 cities, Alto K10, right? But my question to each one of you here in this conversation is that, do you really think after making money and getting rich, and if you're purchasing Merc and BMW, do you really think you need to get back to the training school once again just because you have a bigger, luxury, costly, sophisticated sedan car? What's your answer, guys? Absolutely no. Okay? Indeed, no, I would say. So is what the analogy I would bring here for you guys. So think it like this. To conclude this conversation, you can also say it like you are learning or preparing yourself to cover the marathon race of 42 kilometers. And when you are getting yourself prepared for that, it hardly matters for me whether you are using the Reebok apparel or Adidas apparel or Nike apparel. These are just three different vendors or the brands for me when I'm saying Reebok, Adidas, or Nike. For sure, there is going to be some advantages, disadvantages, pros, and cons associated with them. Either I know it or not, it's not a concern. But if I would try to know, obviously Google will tell me. Correct or not, guys? Are you all getting it? Same is what I would like to have a thought here for the case scenario what we are bringing. Any question from anyone? Cool. Now let me take you through with that same slide or the discussion what we were holding. When I'm saying the data science, that's what the frame was. Data science or data analysis, anything could have been a part of it. Okay. This is what the frame is. And to bring that context more clearly, in the beginning, all you have is the data might be coming from the different sources, be it an Excel file, CSV file, Teradata, MongoDB, SQL, Oracle, JSON, XML, HTML files could have been there as an input source. Whatever the tool, platform, or programming language you are using, be it R, Python, SAS, till date, or going down the line as I mentioned, banana, grapes, leopard, wolf, jackal, any of your favorite names. Okay, you have to have the data being imported. So the first step is to import the data. You should learn, either you are working on R and Python without coaching also, you should have tried out how to, import a file in Python now. I mean, if I would have been your place, I should have already done it. Now, I'll keep on writing these names for you guys just to bring more clarity.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
First step is to import the data. What is the next step, guys? Once you have imported the data, the next immediate step is what? Tell me. I am not going to be telling to you. This is something which is very, very important for me. Once you have imported the data, this is like, for me personally, is the famous Abraham Lincoln quote. If you will on a tree, I'll spend 6 hours to sharpen my axe. I'm repeating that part once again. If you will give me 10 hours to cut down a tree, I'll spend 6 hours to sharpen my axe. What does that mean? Let us understand this. The next immediate step once you have imported the data is to understand the data. Why to understand the data? Let me explain this answer. So I have some relationship being built with you, and one of my friend is Mukesh. Mukesh, say hi to me on chat window. Now, Mukesh, I need to purchase a solitaire ring to my girlfriend, and can you lend me 2 lakh rupees? What is your thought on that? Why no, Mukesh? My heart is broken. I'm disheartened with your clear-cut answer for that. Why no? But I would like to know the reason for that. Why no? I know you have that money. I just told you, no, I have to get a solitaire ring for my girlfriend. Her birthday is coming, okay? Can't you help me for that? So what's your answer? But why from me? Okay. Because I trust you. I know you can lend me a formal gesture and informal friendship gesture, okay? Anyway, so, the point is, if Mukesh would have been having the enough money to give me, so the only thing which might be stopping him not to lend that money to me is because he may not be knowing me that well, right? Yes, here we have an answer. Like, he's uncertain. He don't have that clarity. So he might be having a thought that, hey, uncle, you might be a great data scientist. You might have worked here and there, but I'm not sure. whether or how good you are with your financial commitments, whether you would be able to or would you be interested to return that even or not. I am in doubt. I don't have clarity. So Mukesh is not able to, get the things being clearly handled because he don't understand me. So same is what the idea you have. 90% of the things are being controlled and win right at this tab itself. Because this is all about EDA, exploratory data analysis. When I say understand the data, it is an attempt to make friendship with the data. Okay. And this is simply being called as exploratory data analysis, which is also synonymously being called as data audit, or to understand the nitty-gritties in the data. So these are the all synonyms for that. Clear to everyone, guys? Any question from anyone? Now, once you have understood the data well in place, in and out, so this step is done, this step is done. Now I'm focusing on this step in the red color. Once you have understood the data, the next step is to clean the data. And when I say cleaning, you have a reason how to clean that. You have a clarity of how to clean that. Because a lot of the ambiguities and the discrepancies in the data could be there. Maybe the outliers, duplicates, missing values, data type mismatch, and some slicing and dicing of the data might be required. Some transformations in the data might be required. So all sort of these things you would be taking care in this step, because you have understood the data and you would be matching up that understanding with the business problem statement, and you will start treating that data accordingly. Once you have cleaned the data, the next step is to prepare the data or modify the data to get it ready for the final modeling purpose. And here at this stage, you should be ideally aware of all sort of those actions whatsoever you have been doing in Excel or SQL, like sorting, summarizing, filtering, binning, merging, appending, this and that and blah, blah, blah. So we are now at this stage. Be it you guys have covered this Python or not, but even if I'll talk about R for that sake, I am assuming that whatever you can do or whatever you do in SQL, you are good enough to replicate that in R or Python for that sake. Correct or not, guys? This is the expectation. If not, then you need to work upon on this direction. I am just simply sharing my inputs and suggestions. Now, at this stage, you are ready with the data, which is going to be used for the model building. And model building is like breaking up the data into two parts. Why we are breaking up two parts? Because all you have is a limited number of records. And you have to make sure that your model is being built and it is also being thoroughly QC'd. So you are keeping a smaller portion of the rows being reserved, untouched, or intact as it is to be exposed later on. But you are using this portion, higher portion, to primarily build the model, which is being called as training data, and this smaller portion is generally being called as testing data, or synonymously development and validation data. Now again the same situation. The training is as same as like what me and you guys were doing. So here we have Mukesh as the name I was taking earlier, and here I have me. Mukesh is getting trained with me. How better or well Mukesh is getting trained with me, I can really gauge that and evaluate that. Correct or not? Mukesh, with your responses, with your answers, maybe I can have a mock interview or something. Same way in the modeling field, in the predictive modeling or the data science field, we have some matrices you may or may not have heard of, but because you guys have already covered R, so for that sake, RMSE, MAPE, R square, adjusted R square, precision, sensitivity, accuracy, blah, blah, blah. Thousands of the performance matrices are there, correct? So with that, you can somehow gauge that how well or good you are able to build a model. If somewhere and somehow Mukesh is not able to show me the right clarity, then what I will do, guys, this is important. What I will do, I will get back to Mukesh and say that, hey Mukesh, it seems that you are somehow not able to give the enough time on your studies and the case studies. So can you make sure that you are giving 2 hours on an average per day? So Mukesh will start preparing and making the changes at its end. Correct or not? Mukesh will start attempting the case studies. He will start studying and following up with the recorded sessions. Correct, guys? This is important. Then I'll again start measuring his performance with the matrices. Then some more suggestions would be given and so on and so forth. So these are the iterations which you keep doing there in the model validation activity and running that. Even after the certain iterations, making the data being, so when I say Mukesh, Mukesh is like representing the data side. Even after the certain iterations, something is not really achieved, then what eventually will say Mukesh, and what eventually Mukesh will say to me is that, Ankur, enough is enough. Okay, his clear-cut wordings would be, Ankur, enough is enough. Whatever I could have done at my side is already being tested out. I don't think so. Anything from my end is really required anymore. So he would be escalating my trainings and will be getting the another trainer. Got it? So instead of Mr. A, Ankur and Ankur Agarwal, he would be getting Mr. Shaktiman or James Bond. Got it, guys? So that way he would be training to him with the best results now being attained and will be tested out. And that results would be deployed. This is what the entire modeling is there. I can assure you, I can give that in guarantee on written paper that whatsoever the view you have now on your screen is going to be the only thing, whatever the time and the money you are investing for. It says R, Python in every single topic and the area you are covering. This is a high level view. Certain topics are going to be there in the length and the breadth. But from this point onwards, you should try considering those topics where that area falls into this frame. Like if I'll say you would be learning the feature selection, feature engineering, factor analysis, regularization, arrays, L1, R2 regularization, thousands of the things you might have learned for, right? So every single thing would be falling somewhere technically in this frame. So this is all what you have, guys. That's it. Am I clear? In a very, very simplified way. Now I will be having some important points, and this is for all of those guys who are from the non-technical, non-programming background. I just wanted to have a noise from them. So anyone in this batch who is still scared of programming and thinking like it is going to be a tough task, not a cup of their tea, not a tea of their cup, or whatever it is. Anyone who is scared of programming, be very honest. I can help you guys. I can make your life simpler and easier now. Be very honest, okay? Here I'm going to be making your life simpler. So when I say Python, or for that sake, if it has been R for you, you might have understood certain important properties. Python is an open source, right? I think everyone must have heard of, and for that sake, R has also been an open source, right? What do you mean by open source, guys? What do you mean by open source? Source code is available, yeah. So let's have it simple, okay? Anyone can use plus anyone can contribute. So if you would ask me what is open source, this is what the theme is. Am I clear with this, guys? Now, the reason why Python is so popular because it has been initially started with the thought of a very simple programming for the kids as a project in the school days, in 1970, I'm saying. It becomes a lot of, it gets at, and it brings a lot of simplicity in the entire work structure and the programming capabilities. Because there are so many sophisticated areas you're going to be using the programming languages like artificial intelligence and so on and so forth, scientific areas are there. So complex language with the complex activity would really make your life harder, right? So is the reason we have Python. At least the programming language should be simple and easy enough, which can bring more clarity. But beyond that, with that statement, I have something more to deal with you. Now, when I say Python, you might be knowing that there are some libraries and the packages available, correct or not? What are libraries and the packages? A collection, bucket, pool of the similar related functionalities. And for every single task in Python, there is a function available, correct? There is a function for everything in Python, correct or not, guys? So please have the statement, and now I am going to be making your life easier. From this point onwards, whatever you guys need to do, okay, I'm repeating my statement once again. From this point onwards, whatever you guys need to do, like as an example, if you have to create a pie chart, if you have to create a histogram, or if you have to sort the data. So you would consider this task or activity or this requirement as like purchasing a chocobar ice cream for you guys. Is that a deal now? Just write deal on the chat window with me. Is that a deal? That whatsoever you need to do from this point onwards, Be it like you need to sort the data, import the data, create a histogram, pie chart, or XYZ anything. You will consider it more like purchasing a chocobar ice cream for yourself. And when I say chocobar ice cream, there is a purpose for me to talk on that. Why? Because in India, you can have the chocobar ice cream from any of these brands. Maybe from Have More, Cream Bell, Madhu, Quality Walls, Mother Dairy, Arun, Baskin Robbins, Creamstone, Ave Nebaco, Nutrischool, and so on. Depending on your choice, interest, budget, availability, affordability, you can have the ice cream from any of these brands and vendors. Correct? The ice cream coming from Have More could be more chocolatier, Cream Bell could be more creamier, Madhu could be more sweeter, Quality Walls could be more chocolatier, and Mother Dairy could be very milkier, and quality product is there, and so on and so forth. It's not only a matter of budget and affordability. It is also a matter of intent. As an example, if a chocobar ice cream is being demanded by my girlfriend, then most likely I will take her to the costliest ice cream parlor, maybe a Baskin Robbins, a premium ice cream brand. But at the same time, if the chocobar ice cream is demanded by my wife, I may get ice cream from Mother Dairy and say that this was the only one which I could have availed while I was returning from office towards the home. So if I'm getting this ice cream from this brand or from this brand is also a matter of the intent and the purpose. Clear to everyone? Coming back to the conclusion, what I'm trying to pull out here is that for every single thing, there could be or there are more than one avenues or the options for you to get the job being done. It is up to you which one you want to have it from. Depending on your prior understanding, what you are accustomed with, or what you are looking to achieve. We have 15 to 20 new packages being added on a daily basis in R, and 60 to 65 new packages are being added on a daily basis in Python. On a daily basis. In totality, we have 1.4 lakh packages in Python as of now. These are the counts of the packages, guys. 1.4 lakh. Forget about the functions within that. It would be millions for sure. And forget about the arguments within those functions. It could be millions and millions. You being a data scientist or an analyst should be aware of what you need to do and why you need to do, because things would have been automatically told. As an example, I being your trainer might have told you that this is the function, sort underscore values from the pandas is the function for you to sort the data. And when I'm explaining you and demonstrating you the stuff, it was getting the data being sorted in increasing or in ascending order. Now, maybe for a use case or a practical project down the line, you are required to sort the data in descending order, okay, in decreasing order. But the catch is that I never have told you how to sort the data in descending order, because when I was demonstrating you during the session, it was getting sorted in ascending order by its own. Now I'm giving you two choices, guys. And this is important. Choice number 1 is there on your screen. Choice number 2 is there on your screen. Read that out and tell me which one you would be preferably going with. Read that out and tell me honestly which one you would be preferably going with. Second choice is going to be more helpful for you. So hence this transforms now in the story that boss, let me cover up the idea in and out. Sorry for squeezing the window. Please stay with me, okay? Now all I'm trying to say is that boss, everything in R and Python is to be done with a function, and there is a function available for everything, and there could be more than one function or more than one package. Every package comes with its unique contribution. There are 1.4 of the functions, and all the functions are similarly related. In those functions, there could be arguments which you may or may not be required to deal with them all the time, because most of the time they usually run there with the default standard optimized values. Depending on the background, if you are coming from the statistics and the mathematics background, if you know how to deal with them, you can play around with those arguments and its value. For you to deal with that, there are certain lifelines. You have Google, browsing, Stack Overflow, help window is there. I hope you guys know how to use the help window in Python and R, right? Put a question mark and that will divert you to the online documentation. Online articles, blogs, forums, white paper is available. So long story short, all you need to understand is like what you need to do, why you need to do, and how. How is not about the code, but the approach. And then everything is going to be dependent on your lifelines. I hope this picture is clear to everyone. Okay. So this all summarizes my story. I'll be taking another 2 minutes to give you the enough understanding. So I'm giving you a use case. Okay, think about it. Last year I joined an e-commerce company, and if you'll understand that from the business standpoint, from the customer behavior standpoint, while getting an application installed, if you have more layers, more pages to get an information for, higher the drop rate would be there, right? Drop rate would be higher. That means unsuccessful installations would be more if I have more layers than the pages while getting an app installed on the customer mobile. Correct or not? So we often goes with a very standard approach. So anyways, coming back to the discussion, I was a part of an e-commerce organization, and we were not really holding and capturing the gender information, whether a person is male or a female. We were not having that column in the database. But if you'll understand that from the analytics standpoint, having that information can really help us a lot in terms of segmenting the customers and directing that to the right targeted audience. Correct? Like Dishant probably has nothing to do with the saris and the lehengas recommendations. So he would be more interested for music players, wallets, belts, jeans, and everything. Correct. Same way, Jasmine might not be that interested to get into the other stuff, but she would be interested to know what is new, what type of sandals are available. Correct. So, anyways, gender could have helped us a lot in terms of managing our strategies. So, I, being a data scientist, decided to build a classification model which can predict whether a person is a male or a female depending on the other attributes. I almost sought out the time. I almost selected my resources, my team, my budget, and everything. But I then gave a thought right at the very moment. So I wrote something. So just take a look into that. I simply typed such equivalent string, not exactly that, but somewhere like predicting the Indian names. And then I ended up with this package, which I directly used that in my model. So this is like the purpose I'm using is like, can you all read this line? This will bring more and more clarity about why you are using and having the libraries. This is the description being shared by the author of this package. Can you all read this line for me, guys? Everyone, please. So this person got this library created because it was not there till date. So hence, if Jaswin is asking, hey uncle, can I do this thing today? My answer could be both yes or no. Or let us suppose if it is no. So Jaswin can work around the hours and the week and can get a package release saying that, hey uncle, you have been calling yourself as a huge or a great data scientist, but see, I have better created a package, so you also use it. So this is what the things are there in Python. Got it, everyone, guys? Everyone can use and everyone can contribute, and that's the only reason this is an ever-growing world. I hope this helps you a lot. Now, coming back to the discussion, you need not to be very, programming is not a concern, guys, honestly. You need to understand the business and have to come up with the idea of what you need to do. That's all. All right. Now, I am good to start with the core agenda. Here I will be having some discussions with you. So the discussion which I will be holding with you is going to be more on the statistics side now. So these are the areas and the topics I would like to discuss and will go through in detail in a streamlined fashion. Okay, not in a distorted way, but all of these pointers would be covered in a very structured manner, connecting all the dots in a single threaded manner without, keeping them different or separated from each other. So irrespective whether you guys have covered that or not earlier, I think it is going to be a great learning session for you, having a deep dive with some important and relevant ingredients. Got it? I'm not going too much into the definitions and theories for everything, but keep it simple. Statistics majorly is divided into two parts, which is like descriptive and inferential. Like the way you have analysis being divided into two parts of descriptive and predictive, here the second part is inferential. Inferential statistics is being considered as one of the important but yet subjective and confusing topic, and that is the reason nobody really likes to play with the fire. Most of the training courses and the trainers conveniently ignore this inferential statistics to be discussed or to be covered much in the length and the breadth. You might have heard of the names like t-test, z-test, chi-square test, ANOVA. All sort of these activities comes very great in areas because this gives me a clarity whether you are a genuine profile or not. So being a data scientist, you can't really go away from all of these areas. Now, today's focus area would be descriptive part, and then I'll slowly take on to the other areas. Now, to start with that, you might have covered up some of the things, but now I would really be appreciating you guys to think more into the context of the data, the quality of the data, the preparation of the data for the modeling and the other prediction part, and so on. So rather than just thinking about the mathematical numbers somewhere back in the mind, I am now asking you and suggesting you to please be very much concerned, cautious, or aware with the data related aspects of whatsoever the terminologies we are going and dealing with. To start with that thought, if I'm talking about the statistics, then we have to have a deep dive with the or start with the keyword called central tendency there on your screen. What is central tendency? Why central tendency? And how central tendency is again very important. So there on your screen now to start with. If you would ask me, okay, Ankur, you should tell us rather wasting our time that what is central tendency, I have a very clear cut answer. It's a pivotal point of the data. Pivotal point means central data, where most of the data point resides. As an example, if I was being told by someone that, hey, Ankur, I am telling to you that the average income of this batch is 10 lakh rupees. And the moment I am hearing this number, the very first thing which comes into my mind is that either most of you have the salary of 10 lakh rupees or very much closer to that number of 10 lakh rupees. Correct or not correct? Anyone having doubt with that? So this somehow tells you the property and the characteristics of the data. Okay, this tells you the property and the characteristics of the data, or practically it tells you the general behavior of the data, tendency of the data. To bring the more clarity on the corresponding keywords, we have three musketeers: mean, median, and mode, which is a fulcrum of your statistics to start with. Being a learner or an analyst, you have to have an answer of these four questions, like what is that keyword, why and how is same thing here, but advantage and disadvantage is very important. Simultaneously, the way I'm explaining, make sure that you are all reading out these lines. Mean is for sure the average. It is calculated by adding the values dividing by the count. Now, the advantage from the statistical and the data standpoint is that it is the easiest one to calculate and to communicate the behavior of the data. The disadvantage is that it is highly skeptical, prone, and impacted, sensitive by the outliers. What are outliers? Have you guys been aware of the outliers as a keyword? Are you guys aware of the outlier as a keyword, guys? What are outliers? Extreme. So any extreme value is an outlier, correct? You guys have rightly said this. Now, when I say extreme, that extremism could be anything. Just like the way, how many of you guys are invested in equity markets? So I have a lot to talk in the context of outliers. So please be understood with the things. Okay. How many of you are invested in equity markets? Share markets में कौन-कौन पैसा लगाया हुआ है? Mohit is there, Sahil is there, Kunal is there. A lot of folks are there, right? Now, I mean, no worries, Dishant. वो small का बड़ा हो जाएगा, you won't be able to notice, right? I started with like few lakh rupees and now I am just scared of looking into my profile. I wonder how come that can go that big. Anyways, now related to the risk appetite, what is not really a risk for you to invest into the equity market might be a huge risk from your mother's or father's or from your girlfriend's perspective, correct? Your mother especially would be saying ki beta paisa mat dubo, okay? Don't get your money being ruined. Better to throw it into the ocean, right? So what is not a risk for you might be a huge risk for them. So just like the way risk is subjective, same way outliers are subjective. So kindly keep this thing in your mind. Because there is a purpose why I'm saying this. I usually intentionally keep my discussions focused on the outlier part. I know learners and the candidates, not learners practically, but the candidates, whosoever they're on the other side of the table, would somewhere and somehow directly or indirectly talk on outliers. The moment they are on outliers, they are simply trapped. Okay. And this is where I do and start doing the postmortem. All right, we'll talk on that. Okay. Anyone having any doubt with this line? Mean particularly? In the calculations I can show you, I have created some data for you. There you can see. I have just generated some dummy numbers in the Excel file. So I generated some numbers, and there is something a big number which is not in the normal range of the rest of this. Let us consider this as a culprit or an outlier. If I'll calculate the average by the formula in Microsoft Excel directly. Here is the mean for you. The mean is this number, which is clearly not representing the normal behavior of the data, which clearly means that this is getting impacted by one culprit as an outlier. Hence, means are highly prone to the outliers. Anyone having any doubt with that? Now, coming back to the second central tendency, which is what is median is the exact middle value in your earlier school days mathematics, I think in 7th and 8th standard. But along with that, this line is very, very important and critical for me. Take a look into that. If that median is equals to 50th percentile. Everyone in this batch knows what the percentile is. Online guys, everyone knows in this batch what the percentile is. So when I say median, which is exactly the middle value of the data, I mean this is equivalent to the 50th percentile, and that 50th percentile is equivalent to the second quartile, and that second quartile is equivalent to the fifth decile. Personally, I am telling to you based on my experience, both as a professional data scientist, as well as a trainer, as well as an interviewer, all three roles. This is critically very, very interesting and important for you to go with. Anyone having any doubt if I'm saying that median is equivalent to 50th percentile, which is equivalent to the second quartile in the data, which is equivalent to the fifth decile in the data? If you do have some concerns, you have to work a lot, because forget about the hardcore ML algorithms, but you have to have a clarity of all of these things, especially to what we are studying today. Anyone? Here, the percentile is the very same percentile what you have been getting in your median is equals to 50th percentile is equals to second quartile is equals to fifth decile. All these four values are exactly same. If any one of you in this batch is having any doubt, question, concern, either we can discuss that, but these things should have been ideally been taught or should be covered or should be understood right at the very first place. Over to you now, guys. What do you think? As like the median divides our data into into two parts.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Percentile here, when I say P means percentile. Percentile is the very same thing what you have been getting into your competitive examinations. Okay, the percentile what you have been getting into your competitive examinations, correct? So this median is exactly the same median what you have learned into your school days. Percentile is the very same percentile what you have covered in your competitive examinations. 50th percentile is just like the way median divides the data into two equal parts. So take a look into that part. Just like the way median divides the data into two equal parts, isn't it so, guys? I mean, this is something which you are all aware of, right? If I say the median of the numbers which I calculated here is this one, 10.75. So this is the line for the 10.75, and that is what Whisper plot shows you, right? 10.75 is this line. So 50% data lies above to that part, and 50% data lies below to that point. This is nothing but a median splitting the data into two equal parts. That first part is above to this line, and second part is above to this line. This is median. Just like the way median divides the data into two equal parts, same way quartile divides the data into four equal parts. So obviously, 2 would be further broken into 2, so 4 equal parts. So green box is representing you the quartiles. This is the quartile concept. Everyone clear with these three lines? Median, and the quartile particularly, first of all, okay? Just like the way quartile divides the data into four equal parts, like Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. There is an interesting case study, but I don't think so. You guys are. I was actually planning to get a case study discussed today, but because it seems like you guys are not ready with the basics, some of the very basics and the fundamentals of the idea. So I don't think so. We are now in a position to get this covered today. So I would really suggest you guys and encourage you to get a look into that, thoroughly covered and understood at your end by tomorrow, so that you guys can have a chance, or I can have an opportunity with you to discuss a very classic, one of its own unique case study, having something covered on the fundamentals and the basics of how to handle the data in R and Python, maybe whatever the software you're comfortable. Little bit of statistics, a pinch of statistics, a flavor of statistics, and a very interesting use case, a business real-time application of the business problem statement, taking the relevant business insights out of that. And I can assure you that this kind of case study is being regularly and frequently used in the e-commerce and the retail sector across the globe. So if you can commit and if you can promise me that you guys are gonna be spending some time by tomorrow on these 4 keywords, which is something comes as a ABC of statistics. By tomorrow, I can have an opportunity with you to talk, and I am sure you would love that. I can guarantee on that. So please make sure that you guys are all taking that on. Yeah. So same way, percentile divides the data into 100 equal parts. You can say like quantile is something which rather than 100 parts, but divides the data into 4 parts. So everyone whosoever is having any gap or confusion with these contexts, first of all, read these 4 lines for me, everyone. Okay. If you are aware of the, if you don't have any clarity with the median, then it is right there. If you don't know what is percentile, then it is right there. And then I'll be talking on that. Okay. So just like the way median divides the data into 2 equal parts, same way quartile is something which is dividing the data into 4 parts. On that note, decile is something which is dividing the data into 10 parts. Deciling is something which we have been, very, very consistently using in the data analytics field for multiple projects. If you don't know these 2 keywords, I don't think so we are really ready to take on with the further journey. Same way, percentile divides the data into 100 equal parts. So take a look into that, think into that, try to build the analogy. If you know what is median, then you can build the understanding with all 3 remaining points. If you are clear with the percentile, then you can still build the relationship with the all 3 other terminologies, and so on and so forth. So try to build the logic, try to build the relationship somewhere, thinking about that. Over to you now for the other 50 seconds, guys, and then I'll be only taking up your queries. Okay, just let me do one thing. I'll be squeezing my screen so that you can have that view also simultaneously available. Just a second. So take a look into these 2 frames, this one and another one I'm creating for you is this one, where I'm calculating the values with the Excel formulas, median, quartile and decile. And you can clearly see that all these 3 different formulas still giving me the same value. And this clearly proves my point that all of them are same. I mean, not all of them are same, but these values like median is equals to second quartile is equals to 5th decile and 50th percentile are all same. Clear now? Because this is how it works. Because median divides the data into 2 parts, so obviously second quartile will be nothing but a median. Because it divides the data into 10 equal parts, so 5th, the middle point, 5th would be the middle point. Because it divides the data into 100 parts, so obviously 50th is the middle point. I mean, unfortunately, guys, probably you haven't tried that, but if I would have been, there with you, I would have strongly suggested you to understand the way they are calculated. Okay, understanding the calculations behind the curtain is very important because this is the fulcrum, this is the backbone of whatsoever you are covering and talking about. Over to you guys now. Think about it and let me know if you have any questions. Formula for quartile. Okay. So this is something which will help you to get along with that. See this. Q1, Q2, Q3. So 3 splits dividing the data into 4 parts. Got it? So just like the way, here I am dividing the data into 4 parts. Deciling can help us to divide the data into 10 parts, like the way. And say for a moment, I have millions of the bank customers. In that I have Kapil, Sahil, Mohit, Anil, Babani, Dinesh, all sort of my folks are there having the bank account. Now, what is that so? Mohini is getting the call from the credit card company and she has been offered with the platinum card, and I have been offered only with the silver card. Why? If you think about this analogy, all the millions of the customers are being sorted and being labeled into the 10 deciles. Many of them would be falling under D1, that is like first decile, second decile, third decile, and so on and so forth. Like the way each of the row is being labeled as falling under either Q1 or Q2 in the above chart. So thus, this 8 is falling under Q1, this is also falling under Q1, and this is also falling under Q1. This is Q2, this is Q2, and this is Q3. Just like the way I can label out these observations and can drop them into the several quartiles depending on their value, what they fall for, I can do the deciling as well. And many of the customers are falling under this, or this. Now, whosoever is having and falling under the top decile, can't I say that these 30% customers, like D8, D9, and D10, top 30% customers, obviously are the premium level, because if I'll do that on the purchase value or their salary. Say for example, sales. If the total bank balance of the overall audience is like 100 million rupees, so, I mean, have you ever thought of that statistics like 80% of the wealth in India is being holded by 2% of the people? Have you read that? That is nothing but a simple Pareto rule. Anil, are you following my point? 80% of the wealth in India is held by 2% people. Nothing but a simple same thing, deciling, percentile, whatever you call it. But don't you think like these top 20% customers can give me majority of the sales? Concentration curve is also the same thing, guys. Either you call it like a Pareto chart, concentration curve, and everything. So long story short, I have 100% things gives you 100% responses. Like as an example, all my questions here in this batch are being answered by all of you. But only I know 20% of the folks are interacting with me and they are giving me 90% of my responses. So that is again a same thing. Only top 20% learners in this batch are interacting, like Mukesh is answering my thing, Anil is answering, Sahil is answering, Kapil is answering, and a couple of other folks are answering, not everyone. So 90% of my answers are being given by only 20%, those top 20% of folks. Same way, if you are sad today, 80% of your troubles are coming from only 20% things or by the people. Correct or not? Not everyone, so 100% things are coming from overall audience. So if I will say you have so many people around you, all the troubles are the reasons coming from all the peoples. But if I'll sort it down, then I would find 80% of the problems are coming by the 20% people in our life, right? Like my mother always has a complaint with me, like you don't care, you don't take care of yourself and you don't take care of anything else. You are the least bothered person on the earth. There is nothing in this world which you are hardly, concerned with or taken care of or blah, blah, blah. But her words does not really doesn't makes me feel bad. Are you getting my point? But the moment I will hear from my girlfriend that, hey, Ankur, it is not working anymore, then I would be puzzled, destroyed, sad. That means one lady or one person is spoiling a lot on the day, not everyone. I mean, that's just a stupid analogy, but still relevant. Yep, like regular customers. So coming back to the idea, coming back to that discussion, think it, and we really do that. I have been into healthcare, I have been into retail, I have been into pharma, I have been into e-commerce. I have seen this kind of activity typically being called as segmentation or cohort analysis. So search this keyword at your end, guys, after the session. Segmentation or cohort analysis. Cohorting is nothing but the same thing. So these top 20% customers, so kindly mind the boxes. I have created the boxes, okay? Take a one-on-one analogy. So these top 20% customers, I can say very highly valuable. So like Rohini, Mohita, and all those folks are falling here. But me falling under the very low. Let me reduce the pen size, okay? So now let me conclude this conversation. If you are giving three splits or three buckets, three cohorts, three segments, maybe like high, medium, low on the basis of 30, 30 and 40%, or maybe high, medium, low on the basis of 30, 40, 30, or maybe putting that into 5 boxes of very high, then high, then medium, then low, and very low. I am literally telling to you that we have been doing this kind of segmentation on the healthcare practitioners in USA and doing this on a concentration curve. That this league of people or doctors you should target. How many of you are from USA? Concentration curve. Concentration curve is the answer. Pareto curve, concentration curve. So this kind of people are very important, guys, who is falling under the top 20% league, because this may give you 60, 70 or 80% sales. So this is like very high important set of the customers, then high set of the customer, medium set of the customers, low and very low. Anyways, I'm not getting too much into the analytics now because this is like statistics. I mean, using statistics for analytics. So I don't want to touch this with the analytics. Otherwise, a couple of you guys will end up sharing the feedback that Ankur was not sticking with the course curriculum. How many of you think that? Okay, anyways, I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation, right? I hope you guys are somehow liking it, getting into the right way. Otherwise, I'm fine to blindly stick with the content, but that never helps you. Anyways, so my only saying and the takeaway is that, guys, these 4 keywords are very important. Maybe not for the course perspective, but at least for the on-job as well as for the interview perspective. These 4 keywords, okay? On basis on which only 80-20 rule is being defined, basis on which Pareto rule is defined, and so on. Now, okay. Now let us understand that from the data perspective and from the distribution perspective. Mean may or may not be giving you the right context and the understanding of the data. As an example, if I am claiming, how many of your dog lovers here? Raise your hand, dog lovers. Say for an example, I have a dog shop where a lot of the dogs and the breeds are there on sale. And I'm claiming that in my shop, I have the average height of the dog is 400 millimeters. The average height of the dogs in my dog shop is 400 millimeters. Based on that, many of you guys rushed and jumped to my shop like Sahil, Kunal, Mohit, Sirish, Kapil, and other folks came to my shop. But to the disappointment, when they came, they were literally puzzled that, hey, Anko, you claim that the average height of the dog is 400 millimeter, but not a single dog is equivalent to 400 and closer to that. Either the dogs are too big or too small. That means high fluctuations in the data. That means the distribution is very, very wide. But still, I'm saying that the information being given to you is correct, because if you will manually calculate the average, that will still fall 400 millimeter. Now, the point is that this 400 as an average does not really give you the quality of the data. Are you getting my point? Or practically the distribution. So the thing is like how the data is being distributed. Distributed means spread of the data. So the next keyword is spread I am talking about. Why spread is important? Why we are talking about the distribution? Can any one of you tell me why it is important for us to talk about distribution? You guys have read or covered the standard deviation earlier, right? How many of you have? I mean, you might have definitely covered the standard deviation either in your data science with our course or somewhere earlier, right? I mean, be very honest. Just say yes if you have just gone through the sessions. I mean, forget all skewness. I don't understand skewness. This is too complicated for me. Have you guys covered the standard deviation theoretically or practically in your previous sessions? Okay, cool. Kindly ignore the typos. I have been using 2 or 3 different laptops interchangeably. So is the reason I am bugging up. There is a keyword called standard deviation, which tells me the deviation in the data. Correct. Why deviation? Because this is a function of variance, and variance is nothing but on an average dispersion in the data, right? This is what you might have learned. If not so, I can cover up that part right away right now with you, and then only I will be jumping onto that interview question. Getting back to the previous example, you are now craving me that, hey Ankur, you told us the average height of the dog is 400 millimeter, but it is nowhere seems correct. But I'm still saying that in terms of the average, it is the right information. But behaviorally, you can find either the dogs are high or small. just because the dispersion is very high, the distribution is high. So the distribution is really talking about the range or the quality of the data. Think it from the analytical perspective. More the consistent the data is, better the confidence, better the clarity, better the conviction you have. As an example, if Kapil is asking me that, hey Ankur, can you predict that how much marks Anil will get in the next examination? And throughout the tenure from the childhood till date, Anil is getting consistently in the range of 80 to 85. Somewhere he gets 82, somewhere he gets 80, 83 or 82 or 81. And don't you think it would be easy for me to predict next time how much marks Anil will get? As compared to sometimes he is getting 60 marks whenever he is in depression, breakup ho gaya, sadness, pain, or whenever he has watched a movie like Lakshya Border or Gadar. So he is getting 90 marks. So he is highly fluctuating. And there I would have a pain to predict. My confidence will also be shaken up. So think it like this intuitively, correct or not? Here it is easy, but here it would be. So think it like, Abhi Sehwag is on crease. Can you really consider him that he will make you to win the match? Can you rely on him? So compare two phases, Sehwag and Dravid. If India needs 100 runs and there on crease you have Sehwag and there on crease you have Dravid, tell me with whom you would be having the higher heartbeats. Higher heartbeat means, higher heartbeat means whom with you are more uncertain. Lack of confidence किसमें आएगा? Obviously Sehwag, right? Because that's Dravid probably you guys are saying it from the run rate perspective. So we have balls, right? Okay, don't worry. We have huge balls to stop. Right? So Sehwag is the person to whom you can't really that much convincingly rely that he would be staying for that longer or up to the mark. Because sometimes he may hit the centuries, sometimes he may be getting out on 0 or 10 or 20 runs. Correct? This is what the theme is. Anyways, I am not putting too much thought over that. You guys have all covered the distribution and dispersion earlier. So let me get back to the context. Mean as a standalone value is not giving the right reflection. So for that sake, I am deciding or I have calculated the on an average distribution or dispersion of the data from the central mean. So is the reason I have calculated a new terminology called variance. I'm not going too much mathematical as of now because you have already seen that or might have been told earlier. So not reinventing the wheel. If you would ask me what is variance for me, if you look into the formula here, variance is nothing but on an average dispersion of the values from the mean or on an average distribution of the data or dispersion of the data from the mean. This value is highly scaled up because you have taken the square of individual difference of the mean. Why you have taken the difference? Let me show you. Central green line is mean and each of the height is subtracted from the mean. Some of the dogs are higher, so would be having positive number. Some of the dogs were shorter, so would be having the negative number. Because I wanted to take the average, so as to have I have to calculate add them, but adding them directly would be nullifying the positives and negatives and will give you 0. To ignore this issue, I have taken the square of the individual values and then dividing it by 5. So the number turns out to be 21704, which is being called as a notation statistically called sigma and its square. Variance fundamentally is nothing but on an average dispersion of the data from the mean. More the dispersion of the distribution is, that means more the values are scattered or distant from the mean. So lesser the, and then you have another keyword called standard deviation, which is fundamentally nothing but sigma. So because you have taken the square earlier, so you have to take the under root so as to bring back that into the original scale, and that is nothing but a sigma. Got it, everyone? This is your standard deviation notation called sigma. Now let us talk about the couple of very interesting things. What is so standard? Like whenever I'm talking about two keywords called variance, which is a root cause of which is like the milestone while calculating the deviation. Now deviation is fine because you are anyhow finding the deviation of the data from the mean. But what is so standard in that? Can any one of you answer me this thing? it is a typical interview question I do ask it. Like deviation, I understand. I can understand. I understood that part because I am finding the on an average deviation from the mean, from the average. But why I'm keeping that standard as a keyword along with that? What is so standard in that entire terminology of standard deviation? Anyone who would like to answer this, guys? No? What constants, Anil? What constants you are talking about? No, not really, guys. Let us understand that. And this is important. I'm afraid that why you guys haven't been, aware or told this thing earlier, but let us explain. Let us understand. I'm using the same example of Virendra Sehwag, who is having the average score per inning is 50 runs with the standard deviation of 10 runs, and same goes with Dravid. Because Dravid is obviously consistent player, so I can somehow marginally talk a better standard deviation, maybe like 5 for the sake of better understanding. Now, when I say the average score per inning of Virendra Sehwag is 50 with the standard deviation of 10, I hope everyone knows that this clearly means that most of the time Sehwag scores in the range of, so most of the time Sehwag scores in the range of what? It would be 50 minus 10 and 50 plus 10. Everyone clear with this? So this is what I am getting when I am going 1 times away from the mean. That means it is the number of 1 standard deviation. Now, to understand this idea, when I say most of the times, I do have a measurement, a fixed measurement for that. I'm not sure whether you guys have been told or not, but my concern is like if it has been told, though it should have been, that why don't you really remember that? I can really quantify that saying that 68% of the time, Sehwag will score in the range of 40 to 60 when you will go 1 time away from the mean. I do have the further understanding with that. If I'll go 2 times away from the mean, which means putting it to be like 2 standard deviation now, saying that Sehwag will score. If I'll go 2 times away from the mean, then I can say in 95% innings, Sehwag will be scoring in the range of 30. That means 2 times away from the mean. 50 minus 20 and 50 plus 20. So 30, sorry, 32, 78, 20. If I'll go 3 times now away from the mean, this is like 3 times verbally. It can go beyond that because the chart is open-ended on both the sides. So I can clearly say that 99.7% of the times Sehwag will score in the range of 20 to 80 now. This has been something you might be aware of. If not, then it should have been told. Honestly and brutally, I'm saying I might be rude, but honestly, this is the ABC. Coming back to the discussion, we have something called 58, 95, 99.7% rule, which is being called as empirical rule. This is the ABC, guys. This is the global thumb rule of you to talk on the data and the distribution. And because these values are standard for 1 times, 2 times, and 3 times away from the mean in terms of the deviation is the reason we do call it like a standard deviation. Clear to everyone? Anyone having any doubt? So I hope you got the reason of why standard deviation. I hope, how many of you have really bothered to look into the Wikipedia page of standard deviation? I can guarantee that none of you. I can guarantee that none of you. Why it is always 68? It is always 68, 97, 97. Now, my question to you is why? Okay, and I have to have an answer by by tomorrow by you, okay? That's like little bit deviated from the topic is the reason I'm not going into that way. But my take is relatively different. And I want to have a deep dive with this conversation because I wanted you to understand the relevance of this concept. For me personally, I can prove my point in next few minutes that this is the whole fulcrum. This is very, very important for you to digest this whole thing in a single threaded manner. Mean, median, mode, percentile, decile, quartile, standard deviation, and variance. And Mukesh, this is for your answer. You can see deliberately I have kept the context of outliers into the very same space. So this is not an outlier, but this is a way to consider the outliers, okay? The one which we were discussing. And these are all the formulas. Because as a matter of the fact, I told you earlier, outliers are very subjective, just like the way risk appetite in the equity market. So all of these things I'll bring into your kind consideration. Now, I'm giving you a use case where I am assuming that all of us are living in a RWA colony, a residential welfare association place, and showing you the distribution chart. Make sure that you understand that distribution chart is always open-ended on both the sides. And some inputs are there. I'm saying that the average household consumption is 200 units of electricity per month, with the standard deviation being 2020. This is the input and information I just have shared with you. Consider the things, connect the dots, based on the given information, whatever you guys can suggest me or can share with me as an input, go ahead, tell me. इन दो चीजों के साथ आप जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन मुझे एड ऑन शेयर कर सकते हो, काइंडली गो ahead for that. Very important. Over to you guys. Whatever you guys can suggest me, whatever it is coming into your mind to be discussed or to be told to me, go ahead. The average household per home electricity consumption is 200 units with standard deviation of 20 units. Keeping that, what are all the information you can share out? Go ahead. Waiting for input, guys. It's your time. Every single minute counts. Majority of the distribution lies in central of the curve. That I know. Units are in the range of 200 units for no. Yes. Here, so you could have told me that, hey, Ankur, I'm telling to you that 68% of the houses are having the energy consumption between 180 to 220. Got it, everyone? 68% of the houses are having the consumption between, I just told you the 68, 95, 99 rule, right? So 1 times of standard deviation away from the mean is 68. Sorry, 68, right? So 68% area falls under the 1 standard deviation. So you could have said that, Ankur, 68% of the overall houses are having the consumption between 180 to 220 units per month. Got it, everyone? Then you will further go away from that 2 times from the mean.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is like 2 times from the mean. Okay, you can say that, Ankur. 95% of the houses are having the consumption between 160 to 240. Clear to everyone? When you will go 3 times away from the mean, this number could have turned out to be like what? You could have said that, Ankur, I am telling to you, not 100%, but still 99.7% of the houses would be having the wider range of 140 to 260. Now think it from the intuitive perspective. Obviously, if you will widen up the range, then more area would be covered. So from this to this, it is 95. From this to this, it is 99.7. Obviously, like if I'll say Mukesh lives in this RW colony, so Mukesh might be having or enjoying his marriage anniversary or birthday party, inviting 500 guests. Or here I can have Kapil or me as well, running an illegal PG in our houses. I have a tenant on my 2 floors of my home, but Kapil might be having a 5-story building in Gurgaon, earning lakhs per month as a rented income. So electricity consumption is obviously higher. So obviously you have taken up more and more wider data points. So is the reason area coverage is higher. Got it now? And this is the only benchmarking paired of outliers. When I say outlier, considering this as an average salary part, and suppose Mark Zuckerberg is there taking the data science classes from me. So Mark Zuckerberg is very, very distant. So he's a clear-cut outlier. If I'm saying that the average income of this batch is 2 lakh rupees per month, let us suppose, okay, 200,000. And somewhere I am also into the loop. I am right there. I'm also into your group. Red dot. Should I be a part of your study or not is up to you to decide in terms of the business perspective. As an example, some of you can say that, hey Ankur, you don't need to be a part of the study because first of all, you are earning multifolds because you are working in an MNC at a right direction, and also they are involved in the training and blah blah blah. So I don't think so you should be a part of the study. But on the other hand, Kapil and Mohit or Manish is thinking that Ankur, whatsoever you wasting your time on weekends and then earning this much I get as a rented income from my illegal paying guests. So for some of you, I might be required to be a part of the row. For some of you, I might not be required. So should I be a part or not is you to decide, and that is the reason I can have this line as a cutoff or this line as a cutoff. If I will have this line as a cutoff, then both of us are an outlier, me and Mark Zuckerberg. If this is a threshold, then only Mark Zuckerberg is an outlier. I am a part of your study. So long story short, the given chart, mean plus minus 2 times, 2.25 times, 2.5 times, 2.75 times, or 3 times away from the mean is you to check on, or maybe first percentile or 99 percentile as a cutoff values. In the whisker plot, we do use the formula called Q1 minus 1.5 times of IQR and Q1 plus 1.5 times of IQR. So here is the seeds of outliers you have. Now coming back to that chart, what we were talking earlier, I am switching the situation. No Mohit, 99.7. It's 99.7, okay? Yes, 99% of the rows, data points or AD under the curve. That's correct. I'm asking you a question, guys, okay? And that's very important. It's totally changing your mindset and thought process. And this is where the intuitive understanding lies. Suppose Mohit lives in one of the RW colony. So this red dot, what you can see on your screen is for Mohit, who lives in this RW colony. I'm deliberately keeping this outside this curve because I don't want to have any confusion. Mohit lives somewhere in this RW colony. Okay, it's somewhere in this whole chart. I'm asking you that what is the energy consumption of Mohit's house? What is your answer, guys? And like this dot could be anywhere in this chart. Okay. Now tell me what is the household energy consumption of Mohit's house? Mohit के घर का household consumption कितना होगा? Tell me. Okay, so let's have that answer coming from. Okay, that's what the answer is. Are you guys following me? Now at 180 to 220, and when I'm getting back to him that to what extent you can rely or to what extent I can rely on a response, then his answer is that, hey Ankur, I can tell you with 68% confidence. Why don't you rely on me? Okay, trust me, I would be 68% correct to say that the energy falls into this to this. Now, think it from the confidence. So, area under the curve is nothing but the confidence other way around. He will get more confidence when he will add more data points. Now, he can say that, Ankur, why don't you trust me? Now, boss, I'm telling to you, what is so wrong? Why don't you trust me? I am telling to you that whatever Mukesh is doing, if he is enjoying the birthday party, marriage day, or going out on the vacations in USA, keeping his house locked, whatever the good or bad happens, I have taken into the consideration of everything. And that is the only reason why I'm more confident. And I can say that 95% of the times or the houses are having the consumption between this two. Got it? Is that clear to everyone? Online guys? I hope you guys are convinced with that. And more he would be going away and more the surety it will bring. Now, let me have those names once again who were telling me that they are with 5+ years of experience. Can I have those names once again? This keyword standard deviation, what we have been studying, and the notation was like this. And this notation was being called as sigma. Have you guys ever heard of this keyword sigma ever before? Tell me something interesting, guys. Have you guys ever heard of Six Sigma? What is Six Sigma? What is Six Sigma? So there are certifications in the industry like Yellow Six Sigma certified, Lean Six Sigma certifications, especially Lean. Especially the project managers do that, right? What is that Six Sigma standard talks about? Related to process improvement, somewhere in the manufacturing industry we do go for, right? That most likely has nothing to do with what we are studying. Am I correct, guys? Okay, cool. So what is Six Sigma is like process improvement improvement, a person who is Six Sigma certified is like a defect-free deliverable, and so on. Reviewing defects, correct, so on and so forth. So honestly speaking, guys, I'm not surprised with the responses you are giving related to the process improvement. Why? I mean, you guys are fairly better. In my previous batches, I have those folks who are themselves the Six Sigma certified, Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt certified, were not really aware of what the certification they have done for. What does that exactly stands? So here the sigma is exactly the same sigma what the standard deviation you are studying. Are you getting my point? I have been consistently telling to you two things. That the chart has been open-ended on both the sides. Number one. Number two, how many of you have looked into the Wikipedia page of standard deviation? I can guarantee no one. Why? Let me explain you. Area under the curve. When I say one standard deviation, we have 68%, like it is exactly 68.2, but for the discussion I am keeping rounded off figures. For two standard deviation, how much is the area under the curve, guys? 95. For three standard deviation, it is 99.7. And when I say this is the area under the curve, what is the area not under the curve? What is the area not under the curve, guys? Remaining part, right? Which is like 32 by 100. When I say area under the curve means this much data you have taken care of. This much portion you have taken care of. या फिर you are concerned with. You are concerned with. मतलब whatever. मतलब this is under your consideration. You are considering. Whatever. And what is not taken care of is there this much. You have not taken care of. Very important point. This is like 32 by 100, or maybe you can say 5 by 100, or maybe you can say 0.3 by 100, and that will translate to 3 by 1000. Correct? Anyone having any doubt till this part? Online guys, nothing new. If you doubt, very important. Now, to my surprise, I have been consistently asking you that why don't you guys bother to look into the simple Wikipedia page, guys. If I would have been at your place, I would have also looked for just Wikipedia page of every single terminology, whatever you are studying would really turn around the story. And I'll show you. One standard deviation is nothing but 1 sigma, right? Two standard deviation is 2 sigma, 3 is 3 sigma. When I say chart is open-ended, that means you would be having 4 sigma as well. This would be 99.99 something. 5 sigma is what? Not this never touches 100. Okay, this does not really touches 100, but goes beyond that. 99.999 something. When I talk about 6 sigma, this is like exactly 99.99999 something, let us suppose. Okay, which clearly means that a person who is 6 sigma certified is just formally allowed to have 2 or 3 errors out of millions of the records. Is that clear now? If you exactly want me to tell you, Ankur, I don't really take this crap. You have to tell us because you are the trainer and something like that. I can really tell you, okay? For that, you have to really take on something. Standard deviation, Wikipedia page, simple Wikipedia, no slides, no decks. Your Pareto rule is there for your 68, 95, 99% rule is right there at the top. Going down, there is a chart. I'm just scrolling it down, guys. One standard deviation, 68% area under the curve. What is not under the curve is 31 point something, which is like 1 by 3. 2 standard deviation is this much. 3 standard deviation is this much. 4 standard deviation is like 99.993. 5 standard deviation will be beyond that. And when you are saying ki Ankur, you have to tell us the sense of 6 standard deviation or 6 sigma certified people, I can clearly say that whosoever other person or the project manager 6 sigma certified is on paper legally allowed not to commit more than 1 error out of these many deliverables, be it a software engineer or anything else. Make sense, guys? I hope you enjoyed this conversation. So Mumbai Dibbawalas works on 6 sigma, aviation industry works on 9 sigma. When I say aviation industry works on 9 sigma, which clearly means that if aviation industry working, instead of working 9 sigma, if it would have been working on 2 sigma, then none of us would have dared to travel by air. Why? Because if it would have been working on 2 sigma aviation industry, then 5 flights out of 100 would have been chances of getting crashed, and none of us would have dared to travel by air. Okay. If aviation industry instead of working 9 sigma would have been working on 2 sigma, then chances of we getting killed is high. 5 flights out of 100 would have crashed. So water statistics is nothing but a branch of mathematics which deals with the collection, analyzing, interpreting the large amount of data. Why statistics is important? Obviously, statistics allows you to drive the insights, knowledge, and interpret the large data sets using the sampled data. Okay, so think about the things in a larger perspective, that why statistics is important, because you can't really come and conclude every single piece. Like if I'm saying that the average income of the population is Indian household family is 5,000 rupees per month, every household income. So you are not going to be asking the income of every single family throughout India. You are doing some sampling and you are extrapolating that on the larger base. So population and sample are two different things which you are extrapolating that. Same way exit polls. Exit polls are saying that BJP is going to be winning this time, Congress is going to be this time, Aam Aadmi Party is winning this time, and so on and so forth. But they are not reaching out to you and me personally. So what they are doing, they are just working on a smaller sample, and basis on that, they are extrapolating the larger population. Okay. This is where the statistics comes. Allows you to derive the knowledge from a large data set, and this knowledge can be then used to make predictions, decisions, and classifications, etc. I mean, don't really go blind with these definitions. Use your own insights and the wisdom, guys. Okay. Now, what is statistical tools used for? Statistics has the application almost everywhere. These are just the fair examples. I mean, I can keep on talking on that endlessly. Medical research, stock market, sales projection, weather forecasting. Why not in politics, talking about the exit polls? Why not in finance? Why not in ed tech? Why not in logistics? Why not in investment banking? Why not in inventory management, supply chain management? Everywhere there is a use of statistics and so on. In fact, if I talk about the medical research, this is being highly used. All the type of statistical tests are being highly used. So this is where the statistics is being deliberately used in and out. Now, I hope everyone knows sampling. Sampling is like collecting the data to perform the analysis for the larger population. And we can have several type of sampling. The random sampling is there. So my interest area is talk about the random sampling. What is random sampling? Picking out the samples randomly out of the given pool without any weightage, without any classification, and so on. Important is stratified sampling. So if I'll talk about the types of sampling, one is the random sampling, which is being called as SRS, simple random sampling. Now the another interesting is stratified. Stratified is coming from the keyword called strata. Strata means, can you guys define the keyword called strata? What do you mean by that literal terminology strata, guys? Do you know this? Strata. Strata का कोई मतलब बताएगा मुझे? Group. Correct. Thank you. Yep. Segmentation is also right keyword. Group. Now, what does that mean? Suppose in the previous case of SRS, if I have to do the exit polls, so I can pick out my audience anywhere from the population randomly. Okay, there is no constraint, there is no rule, there is no biasness. So this is the SRS. But on the top of it, if I have to do the more accurate and rigorous sampling, so strata you can say is rigorous sampling. Then suppose I have 1,000 samples to be picked, and I know the population in Delhi NCR, okay, Delhi particularly, is 30% in North Delhi and South Delhi and so on and so forth, equally distributed. So based on that only, I will be picking the samples, maybe 300 from South Delhi, 200 from East Delhi. Okay, don't feel like Ankur East Delhi यहाँ पे नहीं होता है, ठीक है? I know East Delhi यहाँ पे नहीं होगा. 250 from here, and maybe like this, okay, depending on the exact population. Exact population means when you know that East Delhi contains 30% of the overall population of Delhi, so you are taking the samples also in that very same proportion. Got it, guys? If you have the exact calculation that 30% of the people resides in East Delhi. Also, if you want to further put that into the more accurate manner, if you know out of that 300 or 30% population, 60% of the voters are male and 40% are female. So you can have the selection of males and females further accordingly, saying that, boss, I want to pick 180 samples for male and 120 samples for female in this group. This is something you can go to any label. This is where the stratified sampling comes in. Got it now? Systematic sampling is like picking up in the sequential order, not that very much used. So just in cluster is more of, similarities based on the behavior. Okay. As in that you are very foodie, I am very foodie. So foodie would be in one cluster, irrespective of anything else. Cluster comes, so there are two keywords like segmentation and clustering and segmentation. Did I talk about this clustering and segmentation yesterday? I mean, I think I had a feel. I'm now getting a feel that I somehow use this keyword, that I usually ask this as in interviews, like what is the difference between clustering and segmentation, right? I talked something in segmentation yesterday, I believe, when I was talking about deciles. Jasmine, do you remember that? Yeah. So clustering, whenever clustering is a keyword comes, clustering is all about similarities in between the data point based on their behavior and the attribute, not hard-codedly on the basis of their demographics. Okay. Under that context, I was talking about 68, 95, and 99.7% rule. And this was purely on the basis of that bell-shaped curve, correct? It was looking like this. Now, the counter question which might be coming from your side is that, okay, Ankur, if you are saying that the area under the curve is 68, 95, and 99.7 for 1, 2, or 3 standard deviation, then it is fine, because you are saying to me, I can accept that, I can take that. But what if this chart is not into the bell-shaped curve? What if the data is not following that distribution of being a standard normal distributed? How come you are still forcing me to sticking with these numbers? Yeah. So question is like, okay, Ankur, you are forcing me, I can trust, but what if this chart is not bell-shaped? How come I can still be relying on these numbers? So this is being answered by a already proven theorem called central limit theorem. And personally speaking, this is a backbone for me for anything. Because confidence interval and everything comes into that part using this only. And central limit theorem is not gonna be useful practically in the day in and day out life, but you should be having a thought of it. It might be asked in your interview, what is central limit theorem? I can ask it whenever the discussion goes more in detail for the statistics. So central limit theorem is the only reason why we have this rule as an empirical, general, universal thumb rule. This is what the takeaway is. How come? Let us understand that. Now, as part of the CLT, central limit theorem, which I believe is the backbone of the entire estimation. So there is a page and sheet in that very Excel file called CLT. This is the backbone of the entire hypothesis testing. How come? Let me show you. Your population may or may not be normally distributed. When I say normally means it may not be falling under the bell-shaped curve. So this says that the population may or may not rarely fall into the bell-shaped curve. But if you will take the multiple samples, sample S1, sample S2, sample S3, and will take a mean of those samples and will drop a chart on the averages of those samples, that will always fall into a bell-shaped curve. And because we always deal with the sample, is the reason we can say that our data is normally distributed based on this very same analogy. So I'm repeating it again. Your population may or may not fall under a bell-shaped curve, but if you will drop a chart on the average of the several samples being taken, then it would always be a bell-shaped curve like I'm drawing for you. And because we always think that whatsoever the data we have is the sampled data, is the reason we can say it like it's a bad shape. Because so no need to prove and get into the nitty-gritties. It is just a theorem which you typically have to keep in your mind. So this is a bad shape. Take a look into this line, guys, and let me know if you have any doubt questions. Now, there is another interesting keyword which are interchangeable. I usually discuss that, and I'm surprisingly, guys, okay, out of the 10 cases, I have seen 7 cases don't have an understanding. When I talk about what is covariance, people are blank. When I talk about what is correlation, they are blank. So they think that they are two different things. Honestly speaking, covariance is the major keyword. What is covariance? How two variable means column of the data table, are in tandem with each other. Or when I say how two variables or columns are changing. What does that mean? With the change in the value of one variable, what exactly the change in the exact value of the other column is happening is what being called as covariance. How the two variables are varying altogether. Clear to everyone? This is very interesting keyword. Joint, Mohit, I am not somehow able to get your point. What kind of joint? Not joint. So let's suppose inflation, okay? Inflation and GDP, petrol prices versus inflation. So they are highly covariant. I mean, there is a strong covariance in between them, okay? With the 1 unit increase in the price of petrol, how much inflation is getting changed is the covariance. How the two variables are changing in tandem or all together. Got it? Joint in a layman, very layman term you can say, but in a very layman term, you are correct. Okay. Anyone having any doubt with that? Covariance. So covariance is actual change in the values of two variables and whose values may lie in the range of minus infinity to plus infinity. Okay, this could have any value in ranging of. So we don't really talk a lot in the cost in the case of covariance. There is another keyword which is correlation. This is interesting. This correlation is a reflection of covariance, and in a very, very simple way, I can say this is a measurement. This is how you should talk about this. Measurement. If someone is asking what is correlation, you should say it's a measurement of covariance. Then you should talk about the covariance. Got it now? This is how I somehow expect someone to answer that in my responses. And because it's a measurement, so something like you have kilograms for the weight to measure, centimeters and the meters in height to measure, and so on. So is the reason you have this. And its value lies in the range of -1 to +1. Got it? So this is how you should understand that. Take a look into that, guys, and let me know if you have any doubt or concerns. Covariance or correlation particularly, let's talk about correlation. Correlation lies in the range of -1 to +1. We have -1 as extreme negatively correlated and +1 being extreme negatively correlated. Neutral is 0. And somehow we say that anything which is more than 0.5 and lesser than -0.5 is having the strong correlation, either on the positive side or the negative side. Clear? Correlation is a very, very important keyword and a milestone learning for you when you would be getting started with the different predictive model approaches, because we have a lot of statistical assumptions and the constraints to deal with. I'll show you the correlation based on my case study. In Excel also, I think you have a formula. Okay, so just take a look into that. This is correlation only, and asking you to find a correlation between the two variables. This will tell you how the two variables are related with each other. I'll show you the fundamental applications, not only in Excel, but in Python as well, because this will help you to get into the right clarity of some case studies. There is a very detailed case study I have. It will bring some clarity about this stuff. I talk about the statistical rules separately, but here the context is to check on the, or to talk about the correlation. So just like the way in Excel also you have a formula, same way in Python also you have a formula. In Excel the formula name was CORREL, but in Python, Chocobar ice cream. You remember the Chocobar ice cream story, guys, yesterday? Anyways, that's your Chocobar ice cream from where you want to pull it up. And this is where I have the correlation matrix being created on 4 columns. So there are 4 columns in my data. So I am getting n by n matrix, 4 by 4 matrix, where I'm having the correlation being seen in between all the columns. Or in the previous game, here I have one column which is the spending on TV, finding the correlation with the sales I am getting. So this is like one column, this is the another column. So I'm finding that correlation, and the correlation turns out to be 0.78. And when I say 0.78, if you will go into the previous chart I got created for you, this one, so 0.78 is somewhere at this point, isn't it so? So anything beyond 0.5 towards 1, we say that there is a strong correlation positively, or lesser than minus 0.5 towards minus 1, I still say that it's a strong correlation. As an example, newspaper as a column has very poor correlation with the sales. Got it, everyone? Correlation means two variables are not strongly correlated, either in the positive manner or negative manner. How come positive and how come negative? Let me take a look on that. I mean, it may be a layman example, but still trying to give you up. When the share market goes up, what happens? The gold prices drops, correct? There is a negative correlation between the gold prices and the return in the share market, like this, in that stuff. So this is also strongly correlated. Whereas if the petrol prices are up, the inflation would be higher. So this is the petrol price. And I can say that this is the inflation running simultaneously along with that. So this is positively correlated. And the second one I drawn below was the negatively correlated. So this is the positive correlated, and this one is the negative correlated. So we just have talked about topics like correlation, which could be positive. There could be negative correlation. Positive correlation can be an example of fuel prices versus inflation, and share market versus gold. This is how you can take that on.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You will understand the whole mathematical calculation intuitively. Z-score is a typical case of the distribution, or this is also being called as Z-distribution. Z-score is a measure of how many standard deviations below the above population can be. I mean, this is a little bit confusing, okay? So then let's not get it. That's the reason I often don't really stick with the, the definitions. So, sure. Now, when I say Z-score, let's keep it simple. Z-score is also being a fundamental idea for standardizing or normalizing data. And what we do typically, we subtract every value of the data from the mean minus every value. It's also being a major area for the scaling. Now let's not get confused. So Z-score is simply nothing but the typical perfect bell-shaped curve. And why it is a perfect bell-shaped curve? Because you have already normalized the data. So you have been removing the spread to a larger extent, and that is the reason you have been getting a perfect bell-shaped curve. So whenever you are talking about the Z-distribution or Z-score is synonymous to Z-distribution. Z-distribution is nothing but a perfect bell-shaped curve, and there is a definition of a perfect bell-shaped curve. This is nothing but second to standard normal distribution. So whenever you are talking about the z-score or z-distribution, you are talking about nothing but a standard normal distribution, and that standard normal distribution is nothing but a perfect bell-shaped curve. Got it? What does that really mean? So when I'm talking about the z-distribution, this is synonymous to the standard normally distributed curve, which is a perfect bell-shaped curve. And how you know and what do you know about the perfect bell-shaped curve? Where mean, median, and mode resides at same point. एक ऐसा curve जहाँ पे mean, median, mode, all of these three values falls under the same point. And also where the another property says that, so this is like property 1, and you would be having it in the slide itself, which says that a perfect bell-shaped curve is the one where the mean, median, mode falls under the same curve, and mean is 0. The standard deviation of the curve is 1. So perfect bell-shaped curve is something which is the idea of having a mean is 0. So think about it, okay? After the class, when you will be exploring this idea, this is where the learning would be helping you. Now, what is z-score? In terms of the formula itself, you might see every value is being subtracted by the mean and divided by the standard deviation. So fundamentally, this is like you are normalizing the data. Normalizing means if the data is distributed and having a larger deviations, you are normalizing it or scaling it down. I mean, because you guys must have, or a couple of you guys must have already started with Python. So there is an interesting case I would showing to you right now that will bring some more clarity. Okay. So this is going to be interesting for you. Okay. There is a case study for decision tree. Have you ever heard of a keyword called decision tree? कभी सुना है आपने? So decision tree is something where I am doing an analysis and a case study. And here I am doing the feature scaling. What is feature scaling? To bring back all the variables on a same scale. Get all the variables on a same scale, merging towards 0. Like there could be 2 columns, salary, which might be having a very larger digit number, and an age. So this is also a real life example, Mohit, you were asking for. Okay, it's a real life example. So salary as a number, as a digit value is high, very much bigger in magnitude, and age as a number is very lesser as compared to the quantum of this number. These 2 variable columns are very much distant from each other. And there are some mathematical algorithms which runs the calculation based on the distance. So it is very important for us to get all of these variables on the same scale. And that to be done, I am doing nothing but doing the simple z-scoring. And if you will look into the definition, let me do that for you right away, right now. You will find that we are anyhow calculating the z-score. Why z-score? Because you are subtracting every value from the mean. So this is a function. You have this now. Scaling is the fundamental theory. And when you will read this idea, can you see that this is the same formula it has written mathematically? The scale. So we are not doing nothing but standardly scoring, and why we are doing that is the theory I have written here for you. So you have a lot of the applications, but real-time example is like 2 variables on 2 very different scales, so as to bring them on a comparable platform stage. जैसे कहते हैं ना कि आप मेरे वाले स्टेज पे आके बात करो. So as to bring them on the same scale is what the idea is now. Okay, getting into the other person's shoes is what the theme is. So if you will look into the real-time use case of z-score, you will find thousands of the other things. Let me do that for you. These scores are often used in medical settings to assess how individual blood pressure compares. So anyways, whenever you are going to be comparing 2 columns which may be on 2 different scales, it is better to have them converted onto the same scale. And for that to be converted, we are having the z-score. After converting into z-scores, how do we interpret the normalized data? So z-score So whenever you would be doing the z-score, when you will understand the mathematics intuitively, Jasmine, you will see that every value is being subtracted from the mean. So that will be like some of the values are towards the positive side and the negative side. So obviously it would be somehow normalized and falling under the bell-shaped curve. So z-score is to fine-tune and do this normalization of the data. And log is also for the same purpose. So there is like, you need not to be, getting too much into the shape of the data, but we assume that whenever z-scoring is done, it would be a normalized data. And for that, you have z-tables. Do you remember that? I'm not sure about the math, about your background, but if you have been into the BCAs or, BTech first year engineering, you might have asked for log tables. So there has been z-log tables. So that's all about normalization you are talking here, okay? The table tells you the area under the curve. So your course of R is completed. Is what my takeaway. Whosoever has done with whosoever has started with Python, your basics and elementary part of Python is covered. You are already done with the talk about ice cream story. So we have multiple friends here. Jaswin is there, Kunal is there, Mohit is there. Okay, and think like you are ordering something on Amazon or Flipkart. The order label transactional data. Clear? I'm repeating it again. Think it like order label transactional data. You have the certain orders being placed over a given period of time. You can assume it like to be a Flipkart data or an Amazon data. So far, so good, guys. And Mohit, Jaswin, and Kunal are the clients or the customers who have placed the orders. Think it like a typical transactional data. Now, if you will understand that from the data standpoint or from the consumer standpoint, when you are ordering something, obviously you would be having the order date. Yes or no, guys? You would certainly be having a price being paid. Now, this is the transactional table data where I have multiple entries for every client. And obviously, I would be also having the client ID. Can't I group that data from transactional level to the user level? Can I do that? Kindly ignore the typo. Can I do that, guys? Say yes or no? I'm not talking about the platform. I'm just talking about the approach. Either it is in Excel only or SQL or SAS, R or Python or anything. Easily you can do that. So if I'll be grouping this data, take this as a very same example, I will end up getting how many rows? One would be for Mohit, one would be for Jasmine, one would be for Kunal, correct or not? Everyone clear with this till this point? When you're grouping the data, you have to aggregate the values. And if I'll talk about the order date, every date is a number, yes or no? Do you guys know this? Even in Microsoft Excel, if it is a date, this date is a number at the backend. And what is this number, guys? Can you suggest me? When I'm converting this today's date in Microsoft Excel into a number, that number turned out to be 44780. My question to you is, my other friends, that what is this number? 44780. Can you suggest me? Can you answer me this thing? What is this number? So these are the number of days since 1900. Every date in every software is a particular number. It can just be a matter of the scale or the starting point. In Excel, it is 1900. In R and Python both, it is 1970. In SAS, it is 1960. So for that reason, the story would remain same irrespective of what the software or the platform you are using. The idea will remain same. Now coming back to that point, because if it is a number, I can definitely go for the same aggregation and summarization like the way we have been doing in Excel and SQL, especially in the case of pivoting. Can't I get the maximum number, maximum date? Maximum date would be nothing but the highest number, right? You can get the max date. It would be nothing but a max number. And that max number is nothing but a last date fundamentally. Correct or not, right? Please make sure that you are going point to point with me, because I have seen personally many of the folks will keep on asking me to repeat that, and repeating and reinventing the whole wheel would be nearly impossible. So please make sure that all of us are having the checkpoints. If it is discussed till this point, it is being assumed that you are all good with this conversation. Because reinventing and rephrasing that would be nearly impossible. So now, point is that you are successfully able to get the last date. Last date would be the maximum number. Now, my question is like you can have the subtraction of today's date from that last date. Easily you can have that, which would be nothing but giving you the number of days since the last purchase. So far, so good, guys. Anyone having any doubt with this orange color box? No. Same way, this is the first thing you are doing with date. You can also count the number of transactions of every user, which would be nothing but count of the rows, correct? Simple count of the rows. It would be nothing but number of transactions. And simultaneously, you can also get the sum of the price of the money being paid individually for every order. Are these three columns G, H, and I clear to everyone to be pulled? A simple pivoting and the aggregation there in Excel, and SQL mein you know, R mein you know, and Python mein you know. Got it? Now, this is fairly simple and easy. You guys can actually do and derive that from whatever the top platform you are using, irrespective of whether you have done that in whether you have completed R or Python or not. So I am now defining those labels. This is like number of days in the last purchase, so I can somehow call it like recency of the customers, like how recently they have done any transaction with us. Can I say that? Recency of the customer. Is that fine for me to call it so? Second thing is like how frequently the customer is doing the transaction with us. Can I call it so? And the monetary power of the customer. Now I am able to derive the three most important dimensions of the customer behavior to be then used for the analytical perspective, which is recency of the customer, frequency, and the monetary. Considering these three things, I can really do. I mean, I have literally won a lot of the use cases. I have literally successfully bagged the jobs discussing this idea in the interviews and so on. And I can do a lot of things you will be able to understand. How come? Let us deep dive into that theory. So this is the idea and how you need to play with the data. I'm not, revealing the climax because let us go point to point. Otherwise, you guys would be moving here and there with me. Now, you would end up getting the numbers for all of these values, correct? Like for Mohit, it would be few days, and for Justin, it would be few days, and so on and so forth. And I'm also writing my name at the end. Okay, so these are the number of days in the last purchase we all would be having a transaction with. Keep on saying yes or no over the chat window, like the way you have been interacting with me earlier. This is a numeric column in the name of recency. Just like the way you had a numeric column yesterday, this is also a numeric column, right? And somehow I am successfully able to find which value is falling under Q4, what are the values falling under Q3, what are the values falling under Q2, and what are the values falling under Q1. Correct or not? So this variable is as same as what I have been showing to you. So somehow I can also do this in Excel or SAS or R or Python and can mark them in the quartiles in which they are falling. Correct or not, guys? Now, on your screen you have two names. One is Mohit, one is Jasween. Mohit, let us suppose, have number 5 for the number of days since the last purchase, which clearly means that Mohit did a transaction with me 5 days before, or other way around, it has been 5 days since Mohit has not done any transaction with me, compared to Jasween. Her last transaction with me was 300 days before, or other way around, it has been 300 days since she has not done any transaction with me. But higher the number, Q4 it would be fundamentally, right? Lesser the number falling under the lower quartiles. It clear to everyone, guys? You just have seen that in the Excel in the deck also. So think it from the behavioral, from the business, and from the consumer standpoint. If for my business standpoint, if I have to do some SMS campaigning, email campaigning, which one is the important and relevant customer out of these two names, Mohit or Jasween, guys? What do you say? What do you say? Mohit. Everyone with the same answer? Thank you so much. I somehow able to get the right answer, but in my other batches, most of the students keeps on saying Q4 being Jasween because Q4 seems higher for them, and they feel like if this is a bigger number, it would be a great customer. No, so you appropriately got it right. So Mohit has been lesser days is the reason you are falling and he is falling under Q1. So lesser number of days means more recent. So let me summarize this idea. If I'm falling out and doing the quartiles of recency, then somehow I can say that whosoever is falling under Q1 of recency, can't I say them they are the most active customers? Yes or no? Depending on my business situation or the organization understanding, let me club that. But whosoever is falling under Q2 and Q3, it has been considerably longer they have not done any transaction with me. So they might be a risky customer. They are on the verge of leaving our product and services. Versus whosoever is falling under customer, I can call them as churn customer or deactivated. Now, if this is the status, then how you can target them? So this is the cohort. These are the segments. And so every segment is bound to be targeted accordingly. And in most of the data analytics teams and the organization's perspective, if you have some colleagues or your brothers or cousins or sisters, ask them if they are working on the hardcore analytical field. In every organization, most likely there is a team called segmentation and targeting, because we segment the user base, either it is physicians, doctors, or whatsoever the client base is, or client or customers, and then we strategize how to target them, and that is the reason we have a business purpose. The segment and targeting is one of the major portfolio in every organization, and this does not really take a lot of the mathematical pain, and you need to be James Bond or Superman or Batman or Catwoman for you to get into this thing related to the ML or AI or deep learning. Simple basic thing, 6th standard school mathematics, what we did yesterday. Got it? And now the way how I can target such customers is like whosoever is active, I can offer them the cross-selling strategy. I can do the cross-selling of the product, upselling of the product. I can also use this base for the SMS campaign marketing, because I know. So if you'll understand, let me share my experience. I have been a part of the analytics head in the e-commerce giant last year. And every single activity costs. Even I'm throwing an email or an SMS or a WhatsApp SMS or a push notification from the application itself. And if I have the base of 10 lakh customers or 100 lakh customers, I am not going to be sending the SMSs to all. Otherwise, there would be a huge billing. Every single SMS counts. And if I'll just choose the selected base, also that will be a matter. So whenever I have to do the SMS campaign, obviously I would be reaching out to those customers whom I am sure they would be active with me and they would be returned. In this case, I don't even know whether Jasween is no more in the city or not, whether she's anywhere living in India or not. She might have settled in Canada. Jasween, do you have any plan to get settled in Canada? Because it's been so long. It's been so long she has not done any transaction with us. I have no clue. Why should I be taking a risk to get money being spent on it? Got it? But whereas Mohit has been there with me a couple of days before, I'm sure he would be active. He is active. Everyone clear with this thought, guys? SMS campaign, email campaign, push notification. I'm deliberately telling to you because I have been living with that phase. Now, risky customer, you can do the retention activity, retention campaigning. Retention campaigning is an effort to sustain those customers and to engage them. So let us suppose you are going to a so you have a cousin's wedding, okay? Let's get nostalgic and let's get candid. And you have a cousin's marriage, and for that sake, you and your mother went to a sari showroom, which you have been a frequent or visitor or a regular customer. But now assume that you have been visiting that showroom guy after a huge gap. Maybe after an year, you are reaching to them. After 1 year, you are going to that sari showroom guy. So don't you think that showroom guy, after after getting you in his shop, he would be giving you, so after considering that you have been visiting him after a gap or a huge gap of 1 year, he would be extra candid and friendly with you. He would ask, Namaste Babiji, extra smile, some stupid questions. Where have you been? Everything is good at your end. Would you like to have cold drinks, samosas, coffees, and everything? Correct or not? Why he is asking and getting so pampered? And why is getting so pampered? Because I mean, in Delhi region, it's very common. Okay, we have some traditional businesses. Yeah, because he has a gut feeling that you are risky customer. You are on the verge of leaving his product and services. So all of his acts are nothing but a retention campaigning in a very traditional manner. Correct or not? Offering a cold drink is nothing but a retention activity from his side, informally, right? So try to understand that. Yeah, especially with the bank managers, I know. I have some property, things in my hometown as well as in Gurgaon. So especially in Agra, in my hometown, when I visit my bank manager, he's like, "Wow, आज का मतलब उसका तो दिन बन जाता है कपिल." कुछ बीच मतलब बस रुक जाओ उसके पास. And then comes the deactivation. Deactivation means you would be starting doing the reactivation campaigning. You might have experienced that you have installed an app or any activity regularly and you are not continuing with that after a fixed period, and that depends business to business. Like I have been using a Jobong app, shopping app, a long way before, very frequently, but after 1 year, exactly after 1 year when I discontinued with that, I started getting an SMS that, hey Ankur, you have been a very active customer, so this are the new products and blah blah blah. Same way, I have been a regular user of Big Bazaar, that 10,000 वाला कार्ड आता था, राइट? यहाँ पे like you have to get a 12,000 shopping per month, 10,000 dollars फंडा, right? So I mean, after discontinuing with that, they started chasing out to me, and after exactly 1 year, they also dropped me like 1,000 bucks, saying that, hey Ankur, we have dropped 1,000 bucks in your wallet. Same happened with me, like with the MobiQuick. I remember MobiQuick, I had a wallet and then I discontinued. They put like 500 bucks and started saying like you have been and Airtel also, like Airtel. I have been using the Airtel broadband internet services for past 7 years. Yeah, telecom, you got it right, Kapil. So 7 years, and then Corona COVID, in my home city, they denied to get me a connection, saying that they don't have line, but the Reliance Jio just have ruined them and give them the hard time. Now, after a year exactly, they started throwing me a SMS that, hey, Ankur, we regret you losing our loyal customer, but we are now back with more, more better services and interesting prices and blah, blah, blah. So, whatsoever they're sending to me after a fixed period, and that period could be anything. For some of the organizations, it is 6 months, for 3 months, for a year. Okay, but I'm not going into that way. But if you will understand that from this point now, it's like gone customers for a moment. And you start doing the reactivation campaign. Got it? Maybe free installation, free this, and free that, and so on. And retention campaign, free parking, gift hampers, discount coupons. Got it, guys? Shall I take this forward, guys? The next topic which we are hopping on now would be your data visualization. All set? So all of those guys who have already done one module on data science with R, I think they are liable and legally authorized to answer me this question. My question to you is, why you think I should be wasting your time, or you should be getting your weekend being wasted with me? So, spend 2 or 3 hours now to learn data visualization with Python. Okay, Justin, let me ask you this, like, why you... So, okay, let me ask this question. When you already have a sophisticated, dedicated software like Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, ClickSense, why you think you should be learning data, or why you have learned data visualization with R. Okay, let me simply keep it. My question to you is that when you already have a dedicated, sophisticated, specialized standalone software for the very same thing in the name of Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, ClickSense, then why you have wasted an entire session? You must have covered the data visualization in R, right, Aswin? I'm sure of it. So why you wasted that time? Any clue? Factorial representation, you can get this in R is for predictive modeling. Okay. So what? Okay. Any further exploration or extension, guys? You can't do in dashboarding tool. Okay. Anyone else would like to contribute? More inputs, guys? Okay. Let me now simplify this idea. Okay. The point is that as far as using the charts, graphs, and plots for the MIS dashboard and reporting is concerned, you can definitely rely and can go for the sophisticated tools like Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, and ClickSense. But this is not all the data visualization is all about. So if you want to have this answer, first of all, you have to have a clarity of what is data visualization. Are you getting my point? So when I say what is data visualization, the answer is simple. The data visualization is for sure coming up with the charts, graphs, plots, or pictorial representation of the data. But for what reason you are doing that is important. Are you getting my point, guys? If you are doing that representation of the data for the dashboarding and reporting purpose, then obviously you have the softwares like Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView, ClickSense. But this is not the only purpose what you have in the bigger perspective. Long story short, you are using the data visualization nitty-gritties not only for these areas but also for EDA, exploratory data analysis, to understand the data. And that is the only purpose you are learning data visualization in R or Python. Got it now? And my other friends, clear to everyone? If it would have been only the purpose and the requirement of learning and doing the using the pictorial representation of the data for the MI dashboarding and reporting purpose, then I can still stick with these softwares like Tableau. But here the matter could be different, and you might be required to understand the data, and for that you are not required to switch on or jump onto the other software, because you are analyzing and doing the statistical modeling in R and Python. So obviously ED has to be done in that specific software itself. Got it? Now I am gonna be discussing the nitty-gritties of data visualization very much into the different form, and I'm sure you would be liking it. This is gonna be a different approach of learning the same thing. In terms of data visualization, you might have thousands of the things, thousands of the charts are there, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You may have thousands of the charts, right, from the simple pie chart, bar chart, line chart, column chart, area chart, donut chart, violin chart, swan chart, funnel chart, this chart, that chart, Pareto chart, Gantt chart, waterfall chart, EA chart, O chart. Thousands of the charts are there, correct? But being as of now, as a data scientist, I really have nothing to talk and deal with all of those charts and the plots. Not everything is going to be that important for you. What is essentially important and need of an R is what I'm showing to you. So there in my Excel file, you have a tab right before the statistical tab that is named called Asix DVA. DVA stands for Data Visualization and Analysis. To make your life being relatively simpler, I have captured few theories. What is data visualization, why data visualization, and so on. So data visualization, first of all, not a technique. It is more of an art, creativity, and innovation. You might be aware of the line and slang that a single picture is worth of 1,000 words. Whatever a whole page cannot be really interpreting and reflecting to you, a single picture can demonstrate the idea. And that is the reason we have a lot of the visualizations available in all the areas these days. Be it the cricket match you are watching, be it the sports, be it anything you are talking about. We have more and more visualizations available. What is that? creation of the information in the form of graphical manner or creating the pictorial information. This also includes storytelling. I hope everyone knows what is storytelling. Visualization is very much used in the storytelling so as to give the complete narrative on the data. So this is the right definition of storytelling, to get the narrative on the data. Okay. Now, to make the things highly simple and optimized for you, I have something here to talk on. You may have thousands of the charts, but at this point of time, I am more interested to tell you which particular chart is used for what analysis. Consider this discussion more like an opportunity for you to connect the dots of statistics, whatsoever you have learned, with the data visualization, and to learn the data visualization from the statistical standpoint, and then to understand the in and out flow of using that, connecting the dots, and doing the ED and the several other activities. Whosoever has done the R module, you can revisit the previous scenarios and can go along with this conversation. Not every chart is important, but I exactly have 7 charts for you to learn on your fingertips as a takeaway for this conversation. What are that? I have categorized them into 3 categories based on the purpose what these charts are used for. Either it is going to be a chart for finding you the relationship or getting you the relationship, or to get the composition, or to get the distribution. Think about it. When I'm talking about the scatter plot, bar chart, line chart, column chart, area chart, all of these charts are purely dedicated to tell you the relationship, because all of them are used for 2 columns. So you are finding the relationship in between 2 columns. As an example, you are watching cricket and you have a run rate of India versus South Africa or Pakistan. So using these 2 lines, you are reflecting what is the status. Would India be able to win this match or not? Are you getting my point? So at this place, we are standing how much balls, how much run rate India need to have. So you are somehow getting the comparison relationship. So think about it. Scatter plot is also for the same purpose, where you have 2 axes, X and Y, and every single dot represents what all you are here for. So this dot is for Jasween, not this one, okay? And this dot is for me. So Jasween is getting way more better package than I do have, irrespective of the fact that I have more experience than Jasween. So this is like relationship I am finding in between the experience and salary. Got it? Scatter plot is also very much useful or handy sometimes for you to detect the outliers or to see the availability of the outliers in a random fashion. Talking about the composition, this tells you the proportion or the composition, like pie chart. Pie chart, if I'll draw, will be telling me how many males and how many females are there in this batch. So this is nothing but composition. Same is being told by bar chart or a column chart. Coming back to the distribution, distribution tells you how the data is being distributed, like the normal distribution, the one which you have just studied statistically. So for that, we have box plot and histogram. Make sure that you are understanding all of these 7 charts in next 30 seconds deliberately. What is box plot? Box plot is synonymously also called as whisker plot. What I was showing to you earlier, this one was nothing but a box plot, where the central rectangular form is being called as box or whisker chart. The below boundary is Q1 first quartile, this is second quartile, this is third quartile. The 50% of the data is being called as IQR, which is Q3 minus Q1. So this is how the box plot comes with. If you want to know further into that, statistically box plot is also useful for you to detect the outliers, and this is where I told you earlier that there is a formula which runs behind this whisker plot to detect the outliers, Q1 minus 1.5 times of IQR and Q1 plus 1.5 times of IQR. This is where the box plot in Python and R is being used for. But that's not a standard way. I think you should be aware of the definition of outlier, as I told you, is any extreme value. And I can define and consider that extremism either by cutting down the data on lower side and higher side of first percentile and 99th percentile, or mean plus minus 2, 2.5, 2.75, 2.85 or 95 or 3 standard deviation. It is up to you guys. Alright. Same theory, same idea is being reflected from the different perspective based on what type of statistics we are using. If you will talk about the descriptive part of statistics, we generally, or EDA if you want, if I have to tell you the types of EDA, EDA is broadly divided into 3 parts: univariate, bivariate or multivariate. All sort of those activities which you typically perform on one column, single column, is being called as univariate or univariate. And for that, because box plot and histogram are typically created on one single column, this falls under the umbrella of univariate. Got it? Bivariate means something which you are doing on 2 columns. So scatter plot, bar chart, line chart, area chart, pie chart are all bivariate, where scatter plot is being created on 2 numeric columns, whereas bar chart, column chart, area chart, pie chart are being created between one continuous and one categorical column. And then we have multivariate, that means more than 2, and for that I have a correlation matrix. A heat mapped kinda thing. So now think about it and kindly let me know if you have any doubt, question, concern on any of these 2 things. So as an activity, a quick refresher, I am writing 7 names of those 7 charts. You guys need to think about it and have to fill up the matrix like which chart is used for what purpose. As an example, if I am talking about, let us suppose pie chart is for composition, and because you require 2 columns for that to be built, it is going to be considered as bivariate, and the type of 2 columns would be one has to be numeric, continuous and category. Okay, continuous and categorical. So in this way you have to fill up this chart for me where I'm writing the names as pie chart, histogram, line chart, scatter plot, box plot or whisker plot, bar chart, or I can also say it like column chart. What is left, guys? Heat map or area chart, right? Anything I am left with? Finally suggest me. Area chart, cool. So these are the 7 things you need to fill up and have to tell me the answer in next 5 minutes. Over to you. This is very important from the statistical and the data science standpoint, okay? Pi is used for composition, which is bivariate, used in between continuous and categorical variables. Sounds good. Histogram is used for distribution as well as for composition, univariate, single column, and that to numeric, continuous, okay? Okay? Single means numeric, okay? So single, if it is single, that means numeric, continuous. Line is relationship, showing you the bivariate, continuous and categorical. No, line is between 2 continuous, I believe, right? Line is between 2 continuous. Like run rate or the India versus Pakistan. So runs of India and Pakistan are 2 columns. So don't feel like they are the 2 labels. These are the columns. India is 1 column and Pakistan is another column, but both of the columns are holding runs, which is continuous. Got it? Given by me in Excel. So you copy pasted that, yeah? You blindly copy pasted that. Is that so? Oh my goodness. Acha. Okay. I mean, see, multiple perceptions could be there. So giving you the benefit of doubt, okay? Oh my goodness. Cool. So scatter plot is relationship, bivariate, continuous relationship, box plot is relationship, univariate, this and this. Sounds good. Everything is correct. Anyone having any doubt with that, guys? Any query? Everyone clear with this? Very important point. Now, for the sake of your learning and understanding, maybe or may not be you have covered all of these things. But whosoever has done the module of data science with R would be surely aware of that. This is going to be the another learning or an added advantage. So I have this sheet within that same Excel file called assumptions, steps, and regression. Anyways, because most likely we're gonna be discussing the things, we are meeting last time today. So I would like you to please make sure that with me or without me after this class or session, make sure that you are aware of every single terminology, whatever you can find within this sheet called assumptions and the steps in regression. This only tab contains 70 to 75% of your overall interview questions being asked directly and indirectly for the data science, model building, and model validation purpose. If you can assure me that you are having the complete 110% understanding with every single thing being explained in this only tab, you are ready to be hired, guys. Ready to get a job. Under this umbrella, I have highlighted the flow, the very same flow what we discussed yesterday. Do you remember that flow, what we were talking on the paint window? This one, guys. This is being more the standalone topics. Now, what ideally you do in any of these steps is what I have been highlighting here. So this tab is all about the flow chart with all these steps, whatever you need to follow in any of the predictive modeling approach. But some of the points here in this tab is very, very unique and specific to the linear regression. So this tab only contains 70 to 75% of your interview questions and will also give you the clarity. Like as an example, if you are involved in the EDA, what you do, what does that EDA means? So EDA is all about understanding the data audit, exploratory data analysis, making friendship with the data, within which you would be understanding the data, how many columns are continuous, how many columns are categorical. You would be going for univariate, bivariate, multivariate analysis. If it is continuous variables, you would be somehow interested to know how the statistical ranges and the properties of the data columns. If it is categorical, then you would be having the understanding of classes, frequency and the modes, and so on and so forth. Then you would be having an estimation and the understanding of how the missing values, outliers, and duplicate looks like, and so on. So this is something you will have a deep dive, like if it is an outlier, how to treat them. If it is missing value, what are the areas you can deal with them, and so on. So very interesting flow I have written there for you guys. Now coming back to the interesting part of the story, before I jump into the discussion, I would just like you to take a look into these 6 steps. Ideally, whenever you are appearing for interviews, these 6 pointers should be on your fingertips. These are the statistical conditions, assumptions your data should mandatorily meet whenever you are going for linear regression. So hence it is very important, not only for the job perspective, but also for the interview perspective. What it says is like, your y variable should be normally distributed. This is like I'm quickly walking you through. As a recommendation, I would say find an answer of what, why, and how. Number 2 says that you should not have any missing value in y. Third point says that you have to have a strong relationship between y and x. Relationship means correlation should be there. Either you can find it with the correlation matrix or the scatter plot. There must not be any internal relationship between the x and y, and some heteroscedasticity and plot. Now, if you want to really check on the quality of the data with all of these 6 assumptions, you have to first of all understand whether your data meets this criteria or not. So for that, you would be going with the exercises. Are you getting my point? As an idea, I being your trainer, subject matter expert, would end up saying that, boss, your targeted y variable should be normally distributed. So this is what I just told you for you to keep that into your mind. Got it? Now what to do with that is what the point is. So what to do with that is the point, and for that I have few things for you to revisit and for that to read me. I'm not sure whether you got the chance to go through, whether I asked you to do this thing earlier or not, but take this as a chance and an opportunity. You remember the Chocobar ice cream story earlier, right? Now, I have something being written in a Python case study or a solution with you guys. on my screen in one of the linear regression case studies. And when I say linear regression, these are all the assumptions you have to mandatorily follow as a part of statistics. I'm not saying that you should be learning that, but I am just trying you to connect the dots. Not today, but going down the line, you would be learning and keeping that into your work culture. Got it? Here, the intention is not to get you expert with these statistics, guys. Nowhere. I'm just asking you to connect the statistical learning, whatsoever you would be having going down the line, with the data visualization, because the agenda for the course and the conversation today is to talk about the data visualization. Got it, everyone? I am nowhere concerned with the detailed insights of statistics as of now in this session today, but just wanted to highlight you how you can connect these learnings with the data visualization. Data visualization is what I am trying to talk about. So with that perspective, your first pointer says, so you have to deliberately go along with that, okay? Nor your manager nor I will be telling to you. But because let us suppose you have been learned with all of these things and have been gonna be getting started with the linear regression. So you remember that boss, if you are going for linear regression, you have to have the targeted y variable being normally distributed. So what to do? Can you all read this paragraph for me right away? Everyone, can you read that? Cool. Thank you, Mohit. So let me revisit what I'm trying to portray here is that you just have to connect the dots. Okay, you would be learning something statistically. Likewise, when I said that assumption one is all about that you have to have a targeted y variable being normally distributed. What do you mean by normally distributed? You have to somehow think that it should fall under the bell-shaped curve. Now, crack is that boss. Histogram ideally is the chart which can really tell you whether the chart is falling under the bell-shaped curve or not. So, zeroing down, concluding, trivializing that in this situation, histogram is what you can have or you can create this thought, and learning this idea is what you are investing your time with me. As far as the Python code is concerned, how to create a histogram is very well defined at several articles, blogs, papers, and the forums on Google itself. But why you are investing your time with me is to get this thought and to get the dots being connected. Clear to everyone? So this red highlighted portion is important for you. Now, if one thing is clear that was in this situation, I have to create a histogram. When you will Google it out, go for the Stack Overflow, you can definitely find the multiple ways to create the histogram. I can myself create a histogram in Python using the C1 package, using the pandas package, or using the matplotlib package. Now, conclusion is that histogram creation is my chocobar ice cream. I can have that from this one or from this one. Clear to everyone? So there comes the mathematics little bit around there. You would be doing the log transformation. So answer is log transformation. But as I requested, this is not really a situation for us to deep dive that much into the mathematics because I am not talking about linear regression. But as I requested with you guys, I have probably written that in my file itself. Have an answer of what, why, and how. Here also I have written that. Can you see this log transformation? If a single log transformation is not working, then log of log transformation is required. Okay, it is like if you can't change the boy, change the boy. Think about it. Okay, so I mean, you know what the log is, right? Log, simple log, the one which you have studied in 9th standard. Nothing different. So same is what happening. I'll show you all of these pointers in my case study. Like there should not be any relationship between x and y. I can do that with the correlation matrix of spectral plot. I'll show you right away in my case study itself. If you want, I can share that case study as well, but I'm not legally authorized to share that because I don't want to intersect the interest of your trainer, whosoever is going to be teaching you the linear regression. But as an idea, here you can see I'm creating the histogram just to see that normality. And then I'm creating the scatter plot. In Python, you have the advanced charts, but it is just a reflection of joint. Joint plot is nothing but a scatter plot. See this. Okay, is there any relationship between the x and y? You are checking that with the scatter plots. Some multiple scatter plots are there. Got it. And correlation also you are checking that. This is the correlation matrix and converting that into the color coded form with the heat map. So visualization is, these are the numbers and this is the visual representation of the very same thing. What is heteroscedasticity? Kapil, Jasween, what is heteroscedasticity? The answer is there on your screen. With the increase in the value of x, the variance in y should not be increased. Okay. So this kind of relationship in the data where you have a funnel kind of shape. Okay, with the increase in the value of x, if the variance in y is increasing, this is the clear-cut reflection of heteroscedasticity in the data, and this is a poor property. This is a bad property. Jasin or Kapil, have you been told about this, guys? Yeah, same thing. Okay. Now, how to see this? I don't think so. I have to just now tell you that it is a simple scatter plot gonna be helpful. So, long story short, you need not to be, very much expert in all of these things. It is just like connecting the dots, and that is way more important than anything else. Connecting the dot is very, very relevant and important whatsoever you are doing. At the end of the day, 95% of the situations you will either end up using the scatter plot, line chart, area chart, box plot, pie chart, all sort of these charts, histogram for the day in and day out basic activities. As a third property, where you can see that if you have a error chart should be randomly distributed. So for that, you can either create a histogram or a scatter plot, because random means normal data. Normal means bell-shaped curve. So either I can do the histogram check for that, or I can go for the scatter plot. So here I have a reflection of scatter plot. If the scatter plot is random, it is fine. If it is having a pattern, like you can see a bird shape I'm creating here, this is the bad property. So connecting the statistical know-how with the charts is all what you are required to learn being a data scientist. It is not really a matter of creating the very fancy, beautiful colored chart. Okay. As an example, I'm saying if I'm creating a particular chart in pink color and Jasween is claiming that, hey, Ankur, this is not the very same pink color what I am interested to create. And because you are not able to get my pink color in that chart, that means you are not a good data scientist. No, I can't take that. If I am unable to get the proper pink color what Jasween is asking for, does not really mean that I am not a good data scientist. Clear to everyone? Makes sense? Because it is all about how I can googling out the things and the attributes. If I'll be playing with the palette available, I can spend time, I can get the proper pink color. Because I don't know, but girls knows this, 12 different shades of pink colors out here, right? So, story is like, it's all about different things. But data visualization is not about that. Here, what you need to focus is on the statistics behind the data visualization, that's all. It's not about the round shape or the color and the size. It's about the logic, statistical know-how between that or behind that. Is that story clear, guys? Order to cash, okay. These are the skill sets. I would say whosoever is interested to actually look for a career change or a job immediately, make sure that you are gonna be working on SQL in and out. This is gonna be a maker or breaker, irrespective of whether you are going for a data analytics or a data scientist job. The only thing which is differing in this case is the high-end thing. You can somehow deprioritize the hardcore deep learning and other stuff, but as I probably mentioned with you, to get the things being learned in starting, SQL is going to be a maker or breaker for you. If you are appearing for data analysis, then Excel and SQL are two mandatory important things, and these things. So take a look into that, guys. When you would be talking about the data analysis, these are the things which are mandatory. And you are talking about data science is a larger umbrella, as I told you. So Excel you can ignore to a certain extent, but reporting you need not to be that experienced, but in and out of everything. And if you are asking like how to get started with SQL, you will definitely be having some self-paced courses, or you can talk about that with your counselor. You have that self-paced courses for SQL and Excel. Got it now? So with all that note, thank you so much once again for your time, patient effort, guys. Enjoy your day. Have a great day ahead.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So coming to the first Excel interview question, it's always going to be something like this. They're going to ask you to tell something you know about MS Excel. And there are various ways you can go on to answer this, but the most simplistic and the most expected answer where they check your depth of understanding is something like this. So MS Excel is an amazing tool which is primarily used for data analytics and to perform data validation across a spectrum of data. It has spreadsheets, it has a lot of workbooks, and an amazingly put together user interface which helps a student or a professional go through the same and understand and churn through data very easily. So the second thing you need to know is that data sets form a very vital ingredient in the world of data science today. And most of these data sets are accessible, are generated and stored via a spreadsheet in the MS Excel format. So coming to question number 2, it's going to be what are spreadsheets or workbooks in MS Excel? Well, spreadsheets actually are a very organized form of presentation where data is stored in rows and columns, and the data stored in these rows and columns can be manipulated as per the user's requirement. But then they are mostly manipulated mathematically if they are numbers, like performing arithmetic operations, mathematical functions, statistical techniques, and much more. Coming to question number 3. What are the single blocks in the spreadsheet called as? Well, a single block in the spreadsheet is actually called as a cell, or in fact, they're called as a cell block as well. Let me quickly jump to Excel where we can check this out. For example, you can see all the single entities that are present here. Well, each of these are known as cells. And whatever you're seeing right now is just one sheet of the particular book. Well, a book can have more than one sheet, and eventually we're going to get into that. But to create a new sheet, make sure to click the new sheet option and you can have any number of sheets that you desire. And again, each of these sheets will have the blank rows and columns where you can work with at any time of your choice. Coming to the question again. So I hope we're clear with cells. Question number 4 on the top interview list is, can we add notes to a cell in MS Excel? If yes, can you show us how? Well, yes, notes can be added to a particular row or a particular column, or in fact a particular cell as well. So basically, comments are added when there is more than one person accessing or noting something down, or it just might be one person as well. It just increases the readability and it makes sure that you can collaborate with others easily and they can understand via the notes that you've put. Putting a note is very simple in Excel, so let's check it out. So here I have a simple cell which says note example. It can have anything for that matter, and I just have picked up this for the sake of the question. Alright, so to add a note to this, it's very simple. All you have to do is right click and click on insert comment. And you can put in any comment such as, we are learning MS Excel questions, right? And after that, pretty much you can click anywhere else and the note is stored. To access the note again, all you have to do is hover your mouse across that particular thing and you can see a tiny red tab at the end of it, right on the top right part of the cell here. Well, this particular thing denotes that there has been a comment made and by who it's made as well. So admin, pretty much that's the name of the machine that I'm working on right now, and that's the access which I have. And pretty much it'll tell you what the comment is. We are learning MS Excel questions. So it is as simple as that. Coming back to the next question.
Hey guys, quick info. If you're looking for a full-fledged Microsoft Excel online training program, then do check out Intellipaat's Excel course. Now let's continue with the session.
Question number 5 asks, can each cell be identified and used individually, independently? Well, yes, cells have something called as cell addresses, which basically help them to be used uniquely at any point of time. Again, let's dive back to Excel. Well, you can see the column names which start from A. They go all the way till V, and pretty much there are lakhs and lakhs of rows as well. So each of these have actually an address through which you can access them. For example, if I place my mouse here at the first point of time, I am addressing it via the column A and the row 1. Hence, this particular cell has an address called as A1, which you can see here. This has to be B1. This is going to be C1 because it's C and it's 1. So what is this going to be? I am hovering my mouse here, right? Can you guys take a guess? It's under C, so it starts with C. It's the 6th row, so it's going to be C6, right? Let's take up another random one somewhere here. Sure. So this one is under L. This one is in the 13th row. So this is going to be L13. I hope you guys got this. Coming back to the presentation. So question number 6. Can comments be added to a cell block if we need it? Guys, we just checked out how we can add notes, right? It is pretty much the exact same thing. Yes, Excel allows comments, right? We just checked how it can be done, and this is done to ensure that there is better visibility, there is higher readability and good collaboration among teams who are working on the same sheet. Coming to question number 7. How can we make use of relative addressing in Excel? Well, relative addressing is primarily used so that you can save a lot of time and eventually perform repetitive tasks very quickly, which again saves time, and time saved is time earned in the field of data analytics. So let's check out how we can go on to make sure we can use relative addressing in MS Excel. So let me quickly go on to create a field. So I'm going to name this field as ID. Let me make it center align. All right. Alright guys, to check out how relative addressing works in Excel, let's take a very simple example. For example, I have a column which says ID and I have 1. For example, let's say I need 2, I need 3, 4, 5, all the way till 10. It's going to be cumbersome to manually do this. So what's the most simple way to do it? Let's use relative addressing. For example, if I want 1 to be added to every single element, I just say equal to A2 plus 1. And what this does is it just took one value, added it to the value which is present here and gave it to us, right? Now the fun part comes. If I just drag and drop this entirely, as you can see, it is going to keep adding 1 to every single element. Again, I can just pick up random elements and I can start doing it as well. As you can see, every time that I am doing it, it's pretty much picking up one number. So if I have to change this, instead of 1, let's add 2 to every element, right? As you can check out, as I changed one particular element, everything else changed because we added 2 here, right? Now if we drag and drop again, everything should change because this time 2 was added instead of 1. And I hope you guys are clear with relative addressing. And this brings us to the next question, which is how can we insert new rows and new columns in MS Excel? Well, again, inserting columns and rows is very easily done and it is hugely advantageous as well. So to do this, let's quickly check out in MS Excel. Alright, so if we have to add a row here, let's say above this, you need to select a cell which has to be below that. For example, if I right click here and I say insert a row, you can actually check where you have to shift the cells. So if I'm adding a row, then the cells gets shifted down. As you could check, all the values which were present are right there. But then we just got another free row where, we can work out, we can put something. For example, here we can type in, double digit numbers. I'm just giving you guys a fairly simple example of how this is done. But then you could go on to do something just like this. Alright. So again, if we have to add a column, again, you can select anything, right click, insert, and you can shift everything right. If that's the case, as you can see, the value which was there got shifted right, and now we have an empty spot in this particular row of the same column. And I hope this was clear to you as well. So this brings us to question number 9. Can each of the cells in MS Excel be formatted if it is required? Well, yes. Excel supports a huge amount, a plethora of formatting options when it comes to working with each of the cells. This is done for customization purposes, and this is done to make sure that there is better data visibility overall as well. So again, let me remove everything and we can consider a simple example. So I'm going to call this name. Let's have, for example, age or something. This is just for the example purpose. So name, let me type in my name, it's Anirudh. And again, if we need to do something, all we have to do is click on format cells and then we are here. Let's say we need to change the font to it. Let's say we just need a bold version of it. All I have to do is click on bold and hit OK. And as you can see, it's done. Of course, all of these can be done from the shortcut you see here. But then there are certain things which you cannot access right there. So for example, let's say you want a strike through for some reason, and you have a strike through as well. And there are n number of customization options that I've mentioned. So let's take out how we can work with a number. Again, format cells, we have number, there is various types. For example, the numbers can be actually a number place where you can have a decimal to be added to it. If it's a currency, there's dollar amount added. For example, you can have the date, you can have the time, percentage, and so much more. Since I just typed in this, it's showing me the percentage of it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. How can we customize the ribbon tab in MS Excel? Well, the ribbon tab is a godsend in my opinion when we're talking about MS Excel, because it is extremely helpful by guiding a lot of users, novice to advanced, to basically give them a variety of options and a lot of tools as well. So let's dive back to MS Excel to check how we can do that. So coming to MS Excel right now, this is what is called as the ribbon tab: the home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, and view. So this particular tab is called as a ribbon tab because it gives you everything at a very convenient way. In case if you have to add anything to this ribbon tab which you particularly need or use a lot, all you have to do is right click on it, and pretty much you can customize the quick access toolbar here as well. So you have save, undo, pretty much this is the top part of it. To customize the ribbon, all you have to do is come to the customize the ribbon part of it, and you can see, for example, if you want some developer options here, all you have to do is tick the developer options and then hit OK. And now as you can see, you have the developer options here too. And it is as simple as that. Coming to the 11th question. Can you please show us how to freeze panes in MS Excel? Again, freezing panes is a huge boon when you're working with lots of data in multiple rows of the same columns. I'll show you what I mean. Let me quickly open up MS Excel. Again, for example, let me just remove all of these columns. Let me type in ID. Again, okay, so let's have ID, let's have age. And for ID, again, we'll have one. Let's put in that same formula we used that time. All we're gonna do is drag and drop this for, let's say, 100 entries. Right. Even though this looks very simple and Spartan to you, as I'm scrolling down, you cannot see what column name this is, right? For example, we just created this called as ID and we know it. But then when you're working with it, let's say you're entering this in the 100th or the 101st field, and you have to add more than one row of data, then you might not know what this column is, right? So to do this very conveniently, just select the rows and go to view. In view, pretty much all you have to click on is freeze panes. In the freeze panes, you can freeze the top row. See, now the entirety of the top row is frozen. So if I keep scrolling down as well, the first one is always there, as you can see. So you can see, even though I'm almost at the 100th entry, the first row which is pretty much there, the ID and the age. This makes it very convenient for all the developers out there to work with it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. Question number 12. How can we protect the workbooks in Excel? Well, Excel spreadsheets can actually be protected with a password. You know, each of the cells, rows, columns, and each of the sheets can also be logged based on the requirement as well. And data protection is actually a very vital tool, and in fact a very widely used tool in MS Excel. So anyway, checking that out. For example, if we have to lock this particular cell, all you have to do is right click on it. Again, you'll have to click on format cells, and here you have the protection tab that you need to click on. In the protection tab, you can either lock the cells and you can hide the cells as well. If I go on to click hide the cells, pretty much as you can check it out, well, this cells cannot be accessed without any privileges. But there is a small catch. If our workbook is unprotected, then in that case, this will not make any sense because anyone can actually access this. So to protect the workbook or protect the sheet, make sure you click on the review bar in the ribbon tab, and here you can actually protect your sheet, protect your workbook, and everything else. For example, if you have to protect the workbook, you can give a password. Let me type in a password and you can hit OK. We have to re-enter the password to make sure we entered it correct the first time, because if we lose the password, then it becomes a problem. As soon as we protect the workbook, now this workbook, the entirety of the workbook is actually protected. And if you have to remove the protection, all you have to do is click on it again and it's going to ask to unprotect the workbook. In that case, again, enter the password, hit OK, and your workbook is now unprotected.
Hey guys, quick info. If you're looking for a full-fledged Microsoft Excel online training program, then do check out Intellipaat's Excel course. Now let's continue with the session.
So, coming back to question number 13. Can you please explain about pivot tables in Excel? Yes, pivot tables are one of the most widely used concept in MS Excel as well, because these are the tables which give out comprehensive details about the data present in the sheets. Well, they are used to analyze the trends, patterns, relationships, and all of the other concepts with respect to data analysis in the data fields present in the MS Excel sheet. And at the end of the day, it also helps in creation of dashboards and reports. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the next small concept in the same pivotal concept, which is the pivot charts. What are pivot charts? Well, pivot charts are actually used in accordance with pivot tables to basically visualize them. The visualization ensures that we have nice looking graphs where the data can be visualized and in fact analyzed in a very beautiful manner. The visualization actually adds a lot of weight when it comes to the insight because it makes the graph more readable, more presentable, and more pleasant to look at. And this in turn makes it very easy to interact with the data. Coming to question number 15. How can we format multiple sheets at once in MS Excel? This again is something very important and something very nice that MS Excel provides to us. It is actually very vital to do that because it saves a lot of time and it helps if there is a lot of redundancy as well. So let's check it out. So coming back to MS Excel, if we do have to copy the formatting present from one sheet to all of the other, all I have to do is select the cells that I want to do the changes to and right click on the sheet name and select all sheets. And after this, we can go on to add, for example, if we need a fill color to the columns, as you can see, I just added a fill color. Again, going to sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, as you can see, pretty much all of that has been added with just one single click. Let me just Control Z so we can go back. And now you can see pretty much none of the sheets have been affected, right? So it is as simple as this to add formatting to all the sheets at one single point of time. Anyway, so coming to the next question, how can you protect cells from being copied? Well, as we discussed, protecting cells can actually help in hiding the formulas and ensuring that there is no unauthorized changes to the sheets and that not everyone can see the formulas which are actually present in the working of the sheet. Well, the advantage is because this is needed sometimes where there is some requirement of abstraction and data hiding which is required to ensure that not everyone has the access to a calculation which is being performed. If that's the case, we can go on to protect all the cells just like we saw. Coming to question number 17. Can you implement named ranges in Excel? Yes, named ranges are again another amazing feature which is pretty much given to us by the people at Microsoft, where again it ensures that we have amazing readability and that common tasks can be done very easily and quickly as well. So let us check it out with an example. So here we are in MS Excel. I have a basic ID column with a formula applied to it where we're basically adding 2 to every single number one after the other. To go on to add name ranges in Excel, it's very simple. All you need to do is select all the rows and the columns that you need to go on to add the name ranges, and you can put in the name you want. For example, I just name this as IDs. So if I have to go check out the named range of my ID, all I have to do is click here. It says IDs and it selects all the IDs for me. If I have to do it for age, let's say there's 12, let's put in random ages here just for the sake of the example. And if I have to select all the data, all the ages, again I select this and I create a named range and I call it ages. And now as you can check out, there are two named ranges. Or if I select the IDs, all the IDs are selected. If I select the ages, then all the ages are selected. You can choose to either use the column header or not. In case if it's a mathematical operation, you would avoid using the column name. And I hope I'm clear with this. Coming to the next question, Can you please tell us something about the functions in MS Excel? Well, this is going to be a guarantee question in any MS Excel interview because again, functions are the foundation of Microsoft Excel because they are used to perform almost any task, which might be otherwise difficult to actually do manually. There are a lot of functions. There's aggregation functions like, sum, average, maximum of a number range, minimum of a number range, and much more. And in fact, these are the popular ones. And again, make sure to mention that there are many types of function in MS Excel. And after that, pretty much they can find out if you can actually use any one of these functions. So the next question is, can you demonstrate the use of any function in Excel? So make sure that you can use a simple function such as sum or sumif to show a basic operation. Any function can actually be chosen based on how advanced the role is that you're actually applying for. But in this particular case, to keep it to the discretion of all the viewers, let us take a simple example. So if we have to use a sum function, it is pretty simple. So let's say we need the sum of all the IDs that are present here or sum of all the ages as well, right? So to start out with the formula, it always starts with an equal to sign. So let's say equal to, and we need to perform the sum operation. So let's say sum, open the parentheses, and you can see in fact the syntax right there. It shows you what number you want to basically do a sum of. But then let's say we want the sum of all of this, right? So let's see the address of this cell. It's an A2. So I say A2 and I add a colon. So colon denotes a range of values. From A2, I want all the sum till A11. So if I type this, close the parenthesis and hit enter, I have the value 100. 100 is basically the sum of all the values present from A2 all the way till A11. Again, if we have to do it for each, we start with is equal to sum of everything that starts from C3 all the way till C6. And I close the parentheses, I hit enter. It's 122. It is as simple as this, and it is very vital that you demonstrate this. Coming to the 20th question, can you show us how to find compound interest in MS Excel? Well, this is a very interesting question, and most of the time it is asked because MS Excel has a function called as the FV function or the future value function, which is actually used to calculate compound interest very easily. So let's check it out. Alright, here is a sample sheet that I have created in MS Excel to check out the use of the future value function. So basically the future value function has a lot of parameters that you need to check. So to add it, let us type equal to FV. And here, as soon as I open the brackets, you can see there are multiple options for the future value function, right? There is rate, there is NPER, there is PMT, PV, types, and much more. So basically the rate argument is telling us what is the interest rate for that period. For example, in our case, it's 5%. So NPER is basically telling the number of payment periods. And then we have PMT, which is basically the short form for payment. And this is the payment which is actually made after each period has been crossed, right? So this has to be entered as a negative number because you will be giving money away. And then coming to PV and the type, basically PV and the type are given in square brackets because these are optional arguments. PV is just the present value of your future payments, and type basically says if there is a due at the end of your payment or not. If it's 0, it means it's the end of the period, there's a due, and if it's 1, it means there is a due at the beginning of the period. Basically the default setting here is always 0. Anyway, coming back to here. So basically to find the compound interest, all we need to do is we need to go on to dividing the interest rate with the term in years first. So the interest rate is at C6. So we need to divide C6 by C8 first as the first argument. And then after this, we need to multiply our C7, which is the particular term in years, with respect to our compounding period, because this is how many times the value gets compounded every single year. And after this, as I mentioned, the value default value is going to be 0, and we're going to have to give the negative value because that is the amount which is being taken from us. So the present value is $1,000, so I'm going to type in minus C5, which is basically subtracting the present value, which is 1,000. And as soon as I hit enter here, it's going to give us a calculation which is $1,647.01. And as you can check out, this is going to be the compounded value of an investment of $1,000 in 10 years, guys. This is the final future value that you're going to obtain.
Hey guys, quick info. If you're looking for a full-fledged Microsoft Excel online training program, then do check out Intellipaat's Excel course. Now let's continue with the session.
And anyway, coming back to the next question, I hope I was clear with the previous one. So the next question is, what are the type of functions that are actually present in MS Excel? Well, again, there are numerous types of functions which are present in MS Excel. Everything from mathematical functions, date and time functions, financial functions, logical functions, database functions, you name it, it is there. But then these are the most popular ones used. And in fact, these days, all the statistical functions are being used for various reasons because this entire world has become a big data problem. And to go on to analyze that and to perform very good analytics on the same, MS Excel is in fact a very good tool. So to quickly demonstrate all the functions that are available, click on the formulas tab and pretty much you can hit more functions here. As you can check out, you have so many formulas that you can go on to use. You can just click on the insert function on the left as well, and you can check out the type of the function. Let's say if you want to check out all the functions, you have absolute functions. You have average functions. You have so many functions. There is financial functions again, which is used for accounting, financial rates to find the nominal part of a number and whatnot. Then you have math functions, and again, to find out trigonometric functions, to convert degrees into radians, to find out the log of a number, to find the modulus of a number, odd numbers, even numbers, and much more. You have statistical functions again to find out the confidence interval, the normalization of the confidence values, and much more. And you have text functions, you have database functions. Guys, I hope you get the point here. There are multiple functions that MS Excel supports, and you can use all of these as per your requirement. Coming to 22nd. Can you explain one example where you have used averages? Well, again, it is actually very simple to go on to do this. Many people actually tend to do this manually, but again, to save a lot of time, you have a function called as the average function, which does exactly this. So, for example, let me create another set of values here. So, let's say I have 1 here. Let us take up the same example is equal to F5 plus 3. As you can see, 1 added with 3 gives us 4. Let's try to drag this down a little and we have a couple of values here, right? So to find the average of all of these values, let me name this average. I can make this bold. So again, to find the average, as I told you, there is an average function that you can use. Is equal to average is the keyword. And then again, you can give out a couple of numbers out here, a set of numbers, or in fact, a range of numbers. Since we're using a range of numbers, let's work from F5, which is the first number. We have a colon, which denotes the range, all the way till F14. And as soon as I hit this and hit enter, we have 14.5. So 14.5 is average of all of these numbers that you can see. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the 23rd question is, can you talk about formula precedence in MS Excel? Yes, MS Excel follows the BODMAS rule. The BODMAS rule, the B in the BODMAS rule stands for brackets, O stands for order, D stands for division, M stands for multiplication, A stands for addition, and S stands for subtraction. The rule works from left to right and the precedence is given in such a way. Let me explain with an example and you should too. So, let us take up 3, 5 and 7 here. Alright, so we can remove all the other values in fact. So I have 3 values on your screen right now, 3, 5 and 7 as you can see here. So let us have a formula which pretty much uses the precedence. So let's say is equal to H5 plus in the brackets we can have I5 into J5, right? So the value of this, if we manually calculate it, we can understand it is 38. And here the precedence has been followed again. As you can see, when we multiplied the value, pretty much it went on to multiply the value in the bracket first, because B comes first and then it added to the value, right? Because again, if we do it in a different way, we'll get a different answer. For example, let's say we multiply these two values, we get 15, and if we add 15 to 7, we do not get 38. And in fact, if we go on to use the same incorrect rule that I just told you, 5 into 3 plus 7, well, it is correct if we do not make use of the bracket, but since we make use of the bracket, we need to be aware that it is using the BOD-MAS rule, right? So these two numbers are getting multiplied first and then this number is getting added to it. Well, if there weren't any brackets, pretty much H5 would have been added with I5 and then it would have been multiplied, which would not give the value of 38. And again, 38 is the correct value out here. This is how a very simple example can be shown on how precedence works. And then coming to the 24th question, the 24th question asks, can we display the current date and in fact even the current time in MS Excel? Well, yes, it is actually possible, and the easiest way to do it is to actually use a function to fetch the current date, and the function is called as the today function. The today function basically returns the current date in the date format in the MS Excel sheet. Well, let's quickly check it out. So let's say I want to print my date here, so all I have to do is equal to today, and I put in the parenthesis because it's a function. I hit enter, and as you can check out, so today's date is the 6th of February 2020 at the time of the recording of this particular video, and hence you can check out it is already formatted to be the date as well. So coming to the 25th question, it is, can you give us an example of how to use percentage in Excel? Guys, we have already checked this out, but then I'm going to give you another example because making use of percentages are extremely vital in the field of data analytics, and in fact in the field of making use of Excel in an advanced way as well. So let's have 10, let's have 50, and let's have 80. Let's consider these to be marks obtained, and next we can have total marks. So let's say these are the marks obtained by some students in the class. This is just for an example, right? So the total marks is going to be 100 for everyone, obviously. And again, all you can do is pretty much drag and drop this, and you can save time instead of manually entering as well. So to find out the value here, again, you don't have to do it manually, is equal to D5 divided by E5. And this is going to give you a value of 0.1. Let me drag and drop the same. And in fact, now you can actually select all these numbers, right click, format cell, the number category, and here you have percentage. Here you can actually choose if you need decimal places or not. Let's say we do not need decimal places. I'll bring it to 0. And if I hit OK, you can check that this person got 10%, this person got 50%, and the other person got as 80%, right? If you change this, the value will actually change. So let's say we have 13 here. As you can see, the value changed automatically. Let's say this person obtained 50.5, but then we'll have 51 because it's being rounded off. But then if you do not need it to round off, you can have the decimal places to be shown. As you can see, 50.5%. So this is a very simple way to go on to use percentages in MS Excel. This brings us to question number 6. Question number 6. What are the various report formats in MS Excel? Well guys, you need to know that there are 3 report formats in MS Excel that you can put out. One is the tabular report, the other is the compact report, and then we have the general report as well. So make sure you answer this question very diligently by taking all the 3 types of the report formats that are existent: compact reports, general reports, and tabular reports. And this brings us to question number 27. Question number 27 asks, how can you explain a Vlookup in MS Excel? Well, Vlookup is again another very interesting function that is basically present in Excel, which helps to fetch values which are actually placed vertically in the columns. So when you think about the name Vlookup, the V in Vlookup actually stands for vertical, and Vlookup is actually used when there is a lot of data which needs handling, and this again makes life very simple for an Excel developer. Coming to question number 28, what is the main use of macros in MS Excel? Macros, as the name suggests, is basically a simple set of instructions which can be recorded by users So why do we need to record any instructions? Why can't we do all these instructions every single time? Guys, there might be certain repetitive tasks which need to be done again and again iteratively, and this can get cumbersome, waste a lot of time, and in fact demotivate a human being who's doing the repetitive task. So macros step in here. Macros are used to reduce redundancy on a big scale, and this is actually used primarily to create a set of automated instructions which can run on repeated instructions and in fact on functions as well. This brings us to question number 29. Name any 2 or 3 best practices to use always when working with MS Excel. Well, here is how you can answer it. Here are 4 best practices, in fact. So if they've asked for 2 or 3, make sure you give one extra to show the interviewer that you might know more than 2 or 3. Well, the first one is to create multiple tabs while working. Instead of working on a single sheet, it is always recommended you have multiple sheets that you work with to ensure that there is less error rates and better visibility. And the second thing is to add a table of content when you have a lot of data to ensure that your data is always structured or looks structured at least. And then aggressively commenting makes sure that you or anyone else in the team working on this particular aspect, this particular sheet or this workbook has an idea of what's going on with respect to each particular cell which is important in that particular sheet. And then coming to good visualizations are very, very important because it is at the end of the day, it is very easy to create a simple graph, but it can be a challenge to create a very good looking table. So having the skills, having the required designing skills to make sure you can make a graph look good is extremely vital. And this brings us to the last question in our top Excel interview series. So the last question is, what is the shortcut to show syntax of functions? Well, the syntax is actually shown in a very convenient way while inserting the function itself as we went through, right? But why is this done? Why does Excel show this to us? Well, it is actually done to ensure that the person uses the correct syntax when inputting the parameters, because it is very easy to input the wrong parameters and have the wrong results. So let me dive back to Excel here. And as you can pretty much check out, let me use a simple function again. So again, coming back to the future value example, as soon as I hit FV and I open the brackets, you can see the parameters which are shown here so that the user can always look at this while entering the values in case if the person is using the function for the first time. So there's another way to do this. You can click on insert function in the formulas tab and pretty much you can go on to search for the function here as well. So if we need the FV, we can have to scroll down and click on FV. Again, it tells you what the future value function does as well. So it's basically future value of an investment based on the periodic constant payments and the constant interest rate as well. So if you click OK here, it adds that, and you can add the rate, NPM, PMT. It's in bold because, as I've mentioned, these are the compulsory values and PV and type are optional numbers, and pretty much it will tell you what each of the columns actually be put as well. For example, this is the interest rate, and this is the total number of payment periods, as I mentioned, and PMT is basically the payment made in every single period, and you can see it is conveniently shown in MS Excel. So just like this, there are multiple ways MS Excel makes life easier, and in fact, working with MS Excel is considered to be a very good advantage for a person looking out to increase his skills in MS Excel, or in fact looking out for a data analyst job and more. So you've reached the end of this section. I wish you all the best for the interviews that you're going to attend, and make sure to revise all of these questions thoroughly.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below.